halfway through the World Chess Championship match. Magnus Carlsen is in the lead by 1 point. If he wins today's game with the white pieces, then that could be the nail in the coffin in the match. But if Nepomniachtchi wins the game, well, that will explode, open the match. So we are in for an interesting day. Welcome to Chess 24 Global. Have been played in Dubai. 7 games remain, and today Magnus Carlsen will have the white pieces. And David, after a relatively quick draw yesterday, do you think Magnus Carlsen is now rested and ready to go for the kill?
He would love to go for the kill, especially with the white pieces. He knows that if he does manage to strike today, going into the rest day tomorrow, it's going to be psychologically heartbreaking for Nepomniachtchi, and he could really win the match now. However, Magnus, he might not want to take too many risks, because he knows with the draw today, he'll maintain his lead, and in the last 6 games, with the same number of colours, he will stand also a good chance.
What can Nepomniachtchi achieve today with black pieces?
I think, to be honest, Nepomniachtchi would just love to survive this game. I think he just wants to get this out the way, recuperate, recover over the rest day, and then strike in the last few games. Then again, if Magnus pushes too hard, Nepomniachtchi might get a chance to counter-attack.
Yeah, and you put up your predictions for the opening on the board, David.
Yes.
I have seen this before.
It must be familiar to a lot of the viewers at home as well. It's the Petrov defense. I just have a feeling Magnus won't really unleash a surprise today. I have a feeling he might go back to the King's Pawn opening. Then again, Jovanka has a different opinion, so we'll come to that later. Anything could really happen. Magnus is far harder to predict in the opening than Nepomniachtchi.
But Magnus had huge success, coming with a little bit of a surprise in the game he won on Friday, Game 6. True. Why not come up with more of these surprises?
Yeah, we remember that he won, but he was also in a bit of trouble at some point in that game. So I just have a feeling Magnus won't want to take too many risks. Risk-taking is in the past now. He just needs to be solid. Now he has that lead.
Right. Well, we remember Game 6 on Friday. That was historically a long game, lasting for 7 hours and 45 minutes. So yesterday, Game 7, the 2 players, they were kind of tired when they came to the board.
It is a King's Pawn opening. Not a huge surprise to anyone here, because he has played this 3 times previously with the white in the match. He'll bring his knight out now to attack that central pawn. What has he gone for? Oh, just as you say that, he chose the other rook. That's the biggest question in chess, which rook to use, because here there's a big question. Do you maintain your rook in the center where it can support this pawn, but it is a bit blocked at the moment, or do you push this rook across, but then you lose access to this beautiful open line? And he's chosen the former option, just bringing the rook across. So this guy has been abandoned, but he's going after this pawn. Remember, they can't offer a draw till move 40, but the rooks have come off, the queens have come off, and now the remaining pawns on that queen side are about to get traded as well.
And you can also see by how quickly the players are playing that the position is fizzling out as quickly as it can.
There we go. Game 7 in Dubai. We're halfway, and it is a draw, but Magnus then still leads with 1 point.
It was kind of the usual that he was a little bit better, and I had to gradually equalize. And I think I did that okay. And I thought he was a little bit better, but very, very little and unrealistic that he can play for win. I thought I'd gradually equalize there as well.
As I mentioned, 7 games played in Dubai. Magnus Carlsen winning Game 6. All the other one ending with draws. That means Magnus now has 4 points. Nepomniachtchi 3 points. It is the first player to reach 7.5 points. That will be crowned the winner of this World Championship match. And Jovanka, if Magnus wins today with the white pieces, is that basically over for Jan?
I think so, absolutely. He will be going into the rest day with a second victory. And let's face it, both sides only have 3 white pieces left. So I absolutely think that if Magnus wins, it's more or less over.
Yeah, but was it a good idea, David, for Jan Nepomniachtchi and his team yesterday to not go all out for that win, even with the white pieces, to just get that draw and get sort of mentally back in the game?
Yeah, in a way, it's sensible. You don't want to lose 2 in a row. That could really have killed the match. But it's also risky giving away a white. And I know he did get quite a bit of criticism, actually, Jan Nepomniachtchi, from players like Garry Kasparov, who just thought he could have maintained the tension, he could have pushed harder, because if not with the white pieces, then when? And he is running out of time with only 3 white games left. Nepomniachtchi, he needs to make sure he doesn't lose another game and that he at some point attacks. It's getting quite late now in the match.
And from Jovanka, from what you've seen of Magnus, obviously at the board, but also in interviews and press conferences afterwards, how do you see his mentality and his mood right now?
He's confident. I mean, for starters, he's repeating the same opening with the black pieces on every single occasion, and that says something about his mindset. And also, when I see how he is in the press conferences, he's there with a smile and certainly looks like he has a lot of energy left.
Yeah. And at the press conference yesterday, Magnus was asked about his fellow Norwegian Erling Haaland, who is a famous football star in the German club Borussia Dortmund. And here's what Magnus said.
Borussia Dortmund, Bayern München is your first choice tonight. So what does Erling Haaland and you have in common?
Well, I think we're both relentless when we get the chance. But yeah, that's high on my to-do list after the game towards that one.
And let's take a look at what the relentless Erling Haaland did yesterday. It was the biggest game in German football. Look at that, Borussia Dortmund and Erling Haaland against Bayern München and Bayern Munich. And this is the game that Erling scored. I call that relentless, David.
Yeah, we know that both players, they are very good at taking their chances. They're both driven, they're both focused, determined, pushing themselves to the limit. And Erling Haaland, he's pretty much the ultimate athlete already, and he's only 21. And Magnus, of course, also great from a young age. And
Magnus said this was a big priority for him yesterday. He wanted to watch that game, that big game. Will he feel inspired by it?
Possibly. I know that he actually met Erling Haaland recently, and Magnus takes inspiration from all different places, lots of different sources, and football is high on the list. So Magnus, if he was watching the match, if he was feeling good, feeling relaxed, I think that would help him today. Yeah,
here they are, the 2 Norwegian stars at a Borussia Dortmund game a few weeks ago. Magnus was invited by Erling, and they saw that game together. So we know that they maybe can feel inspired by each other, and we should probably mention that the game ended with a win for Bayern Munich, and Erling was actually furious because of some referee mistakes, is what he said. So hopefully we're not going to have some arbiter mistakes today.
No, I must say, the arbiters have been incredible in this tournament.
Yeah.
They've pandered to they've catered for the 2 players and every single need that they have.
Yeah.
Providing score sheets when necessary.
Yeah. All right. Well, we did see that tweet by Magnus from a game a few weeks ago. And of course, we hope people will post some pictures on social media today.
Yeah, absolutely. The match is heating up and we want you at home to be involved in this incredible experience. So we want you to tweet your moves, thought suggestions, and of course, your selfies. So pick up your camera and get them lined up like this, preferably, because then we can feature them on the show and show us where you are watching the show from, who you're watching with, and of course you can do all this by tweeting us using the hashtag C24Live.
All right, very cool. Go ahead and tweet your pictures, you guys. We're gonna head down to Dubai to Tanya. She is close to the players in the playing venue in Dubai. What's happening today, Tanya?
Hey guys, we're back at the exhibition center for the start of Game 8. Magnus Carlsen starts this one with the white pieces right before the rest day. Of course, the big question is, will Magnus try and create more chances, or is he happy with his 1-point lead and will take a safer approach? Now, as the match heats up, we got more and more chess celebrities, strong players from across the world here in Dubai. And joining us today is the 21-year-old Kazakh sensation Grandmaster Zantaya Abdumalik. Zantaya, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm great, very excited, waiting for the match.
Waiting for the match, Zantaya. You're here in Dubai. You're playing another tournament yourself tomorrow. Tell us about that.
I'm playing the Closet Rapid and Blitz tournament. We're 24 players, and I'm the only girl in the company. Yeah, so also like very excited, and I think it's a good prep before the World Rapid and Blitz Championship in Astana. Yeah, so like the end of the month, so.
And you'll be playing inside the playing hall where Jan and Magnus are playing their game as well. What's that feeling like?
Yeah, I just knew about it today, of course. I mean, it's great. I mean, the atmosphere, you'll be just playing the same time with such a great players. And of course, I mean, just like a dream, you know? Yeah.
What do you think, how the match has been so far? What have been your impressions of the World Championship?
Yeah, okay, you can feel like the big pressure on both of the players. Okay, I'm rooting for my friend, Nepomniachtchi. Yeah, so hopefully he'll bounce back, and yeah, just waiting for this.
Zantaya, you've known these players for a long time. What do you think Jan needs to do to bounce back in the match? And when are you expecting him to go for that sharp strike he needs?
Well, I think today he'll try to play like safe, and with white pieces we'll try to see some new ideas maybe. So hopefully they will change e4 maybe, or the royal opus, I don't know. Yes, it's not easy to play against Marshall, yes.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Zantaya. There we have it, Grandmaster Abdumalik Zantaya. Magnus Carlsen starts with the white pieces. I'm predicting another Catalan-like setup. We'll see what happens.
All right. Thanks for those predictions, Tanya. And of course, I have to ask you guys. David, you showed us on the board over here your predictions. Jovanka, what do you think?
I have to say I agree with Tanya. I am also predicting a kind of Catalan, Reti type setup. And you can see it here. I've set it up on this beautiful board. I do think that Magnus will play a different opening first move. It might be developing the King's Knight, or it might be picking up the C-pawn and playing an English.
But are all these suggestions still very, you know, solid, safe kind of choices for Magnus?
They're solid and safe. There's actually these types of openings. It's what I do all the time, just because I'm too lazy to study openings simply, but also because I like to get my opponent thinking for themselves as early as possible. And it would be similar, I think, the approach, if he were to choose one of these openings, like Tanya or Jovanka says, to the approach he took in Game 6, where we did see that mammoth game, that marathon game. And yeah, I'm predicting something more direct today, but then again, Magnus might adopt that same strategy. It brought him success before.
Yeah, and what we do know is that you guys are on fire in the Magnus Nepo prediction challenge that everyone, of course, can join. Let's take a look at the standings right now. Not all the way on top of the table, David, but very close. We still have Evie. Who is Evie? If Evie is watching, we want to hear from you. You're doing fantastic in the prediction challenge. 79 points in a clear first place. And then David, 5th place worldwide with 69 points. Amazing.
Yeah, I'm pretty proud of that effort, especially considering I missed one day. But then again, Evie is going to be hard to catch. I want Evie to tweet us. Tell us some secrets. How are you predicting these so accurately? It's mightily impressive.
And Jovanka as well. 68.
I'm top 100.
Yeah.
I'm very happy with that, considering that there's a lot of people out there entering the prediction challenge. Today, I've taken a little bit of a risk. What about you, David?
Yeah, I've taken a big risk. I actually changed my mind. Originally, I said draw. I've changed my mind last minute, just before our show began, to a Magnus win.
Okay.
So that would give more points. Draws give fewer points in this prediction challenge. I'm taking a big risk. I need to catch Evie.
Okay, well, how about you, Jovanka?
I've said draw, but my risk is in my move count, because there I'm predicting a very long game. Well, for me, it's a long game. 50 moves.
50 moves,
Yep.
okay. Still a lot shorter than what we had on Friday. All right, the game 8, sorry, will start in 16 minutes. We're going to have a quick commercial break. Be back in a few minutes.
Today, more than ever, when the world comes together to create a better tomorrow.
It's going to be magic. Oh,
La magie. Magic. Magic with music.
with architecture.
With colors.
Magic with celebration.
With your safety.
From here,
There.
And everywhere.
For 6 whole months, day and night.
join the making of a new world starting October 1st.
Welcome to the new Chess 24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Now anyone can learn and improve their chess skills with the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. The Magnus Trainer app is packed with fun mini-games and interactive training content. Playable anytime, anywhere. Get the Magnus Trainer, available in the App Store and Google Play.
This is Nepomniachtchi arriving the venue in Dubai, ready for game 8 with the black pieces. It could be a critical game for Nepomniachtchi. He really has to avoid losing game 8. He will then be trailing 2 points behind Magnus Carlsen, and that could be too much to catch up with the world champion. A draw, or preferably a win, is definitely what Nepomniachtchi is looking for when he enters with his trainer Vladimir Potkin for game 8. But now, you guys, we're going to tell you a story about this man, Braulio. First of all, this is Björnar. He's a cameraman and an editor that has been working with us on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour for about a year now. Now, Björnar had started hearing some yelling from the apartment underneath his apartment in Oslo. And when he finally went to check what it was, it turned out it was Braulio playing chess.
Och så står det rött. Är du säker på? Ja, det stämmer. Då kan det.
Yes, da spoler du tilbake.
Okej, men vi får se var vi kommer ifrån. Där kommer vi. Vad är det du tror det är det där?
Du trycker på play då.
Ja,
I decide it's time to put my newfound skills to the test.
Oj! Du är med Michael Palin.
Ja.
It's a bloodbath. He wins before I've even got the hang of the clock.
Så morsomt.
This is my neighbor, Braulio. I knew he was very interested in sports, especially football, but I didn't know he played chess.
Ja, min vän har borta då.
Then he showed me this clip with Michael Palin from the 1990s.
He liked very much to play chess. Michael Palin, he was a very clever man to play.
And I wanted to know more about his chess life.
Jag styrte den kloven. Den kloven där, den platsade.
Ja, du styrte.
En av de största folken här.
Braulio grew up in Chile, but has since found a life in Norway. Chess has been with him since he was young.
Well, there was a guy, a painter. I was about 11 years old. He learned me to move the piece of the check. From this time, I never left to finish play check. Play. Now, already one guy from USA, he want to play with me. He's coming from anywhere, maybe Korea, maybe Yemen, maybe South America. The check world is not a little, a big one.
When he was younger, he even competed in a few tournaments in South America, but the game has mostly been a hobby for him.
How important is chess for you?
It's part of myself. It's something you coming up from you, from your heart. It's something very interested to find who is the strategies the another guy had in himself for battling you, because there's a really battle. You don't listen, no fly inside of the room, because people stay like that. All the mind is in the play.
Nej, man! Oj.
But he says it's not just a game for him. It also helps him cope with everyday struggles.
When you are worried, you don't have nothing to do, you need something yourself. I think the better is play one party check, because you're very busy right away on the moment, and you forget everything where you have disturbing yourself, and you get relaxed.
Okay, this is going to be brutal.
Okay.
A fight against neighbors.
Good luck for you.
As he was beating me in a game just like he did against Michael Palin, I thought to myself that I hope I preserve my passion for things getting older. Braulio is 78 years old and still trying to get that winning feeling.
You're feeling you are the master, and you are like that.
Well, yeah, when you win.
When you win. Everybody like a win. You be happy. Score. Yeah?
Just gotta love Braulio. And can you relate to that, David? That feeling when winning a game?
I can, for sure. But, I mean, I hope I still feel that feeling in a few years' time. I mean, just that desire, that drive, that's what Magnus has, that's what all the top chess players have. But it shows that no matter what level, as long as you enjoy the game, that's the key.
Exactly. And it's now one of the things that is so great about chess, Jovanka, the age. Doesn't matter at all.
It absolutely doesn't. You can play the game well into your 90s, or you can play it as a child. You know, I learned the game when I was 4 years old, and I have several family members who are also learning the game, and they're like 6 years old. And also, she won her very first game, so I'd like to say big congratulations to her. Yeah,
definitely. Congratulations from all of us.
Yeah,
very cool. All right, we're also going to head down to the good night. Simon Williams is still there. Have you even been home since yesterday, Simon?
I have actually been home, which is a pretty good thing. My spiritual home. I need to sleep occasionally. It's just gradually picking up here, and I heard what you said about chess there. And one of the things I love about chess, the game, is it transcends age, race, religion, anything. You can play the game of chess no matter your backgrounds, which is beautiful. But we're just going to have a look at the pub now. We can see there's some fantastic books here. That one particularly, I hear, is like a bestseller, probably the best book in the world. Yeah, you see that name there? Yep, great name. Anyway, let's just see. So it's quite a slow start to the day. It is Sunday. I think the bar was open till 3:30 a.m. People may be a little bit tired. I was in bed well before then. But let's just walk around. I want to show you some really amazing pictures that we have on the wall. So again, if you're in Oslo, please come down. We can see around here. Lots of empty tables at the moment, but we do have Simon Agdenstein coming later on to look at some of the chess moves, some of the chess things. But I wanted to point out these amazing pictures on the wall here. These pictures were taken by the photographer David Howell, who had them in his brilliant book. And you can see just the expressions of chess players. And I don't know what the mask is going on there. That's just a bit freaky, that mask there. But one thing I love about chess is the expressions and just that feeling when you're playing. What about the game today? Well, it's, I think, going to be a great chance for Magnus Carlsen. And we have to remember, if he doesn't lose a game, he's going to be world champion. Who has the longest run of not losing a game? It's Magnus Carlsen's run of 125 games. Bit like my run against David Howell yesterday. Anyway, back to the studio. We're in for a very exciting game, I think.
Thank you so much, Simon. We are looking forward to joining you down at the Good Night throughout the game today. And okay, is that true, David? Some 125 bullet games yesterday?
Slightly fewer games. And I'm gutted, Kaja. My score against Simon is fantastic, apart from the one time you were there, the one time you were filming.
The one time we were filming.
Caught on camera.
You did have at least 1 minute less on the clock, I remember.
Yeah, but either way. I mean, that's the best thing about being in Oslo, just being able to go down there, playing, kind of unwinding with some blitz games, some bullet games with some friends.
Yeah, and it was very interesting what he said. A very good point made by Simon. Magnus, he hardly ever loses a game. How difficult is this task now for Jan Nepomniachtchi?
It's incredibly difficult. We saw it in the last World Championship match. Fabiano Caruana, amazingly strong player. He couldn't take a point of Magnus, and Sergei Karyakin could only grab 1 point. So Magnus doesn't really lose, and he also knows when to be solid if needs must. So it is a bit of an uphill struggle for Jan Nepomniachtchi, but he can do it. He can make life uncomfortable for Magnus.
Yeah.
He's beaten Magnus 4 times in the past in classical chess, so he can do it. He knows he's got a good track record. But as Simon says, Magnus knows how not to lose. And that's why I think we were so disappointed maybe yesterday to see Jan not take the chance to attack. He needs to take much more risks now. That's the only way he will ever beat Magnus.
Yeah. You have to remember that. The score is 4-2 in favour of Jan Nepomniachtchi in classical games. And we're going to head back down to Dubai. Tanya checking the mood in the playing venue before Game 8. Magnus with the white pieces today.
We're inside the play zone, the fish tank where all the action happens. Magnus Carlsen, Jan Nepomniachtchi, the chessboard. They're completely cut off from the outside world, the spectators, the auditorium, which is on the other side of this one-way glass. Now, very often when we're looking in, we see the players are not seated. Pretty much after every move, we see Jan and Magnus move out, take a little bit of a breather, but where do they go? And that's exactly what we want to show you. When they come out of this door, on the right side is the resting place for the players' lounge. And this one is for Magnus Carlsen. We see that there is a board set up there on the television where they can keep an eye out on whether the opponent has made a move or not. There are some refreshments, a nice lounging place, and just a couple of steps ahead is where Jan Nepomniachtchi comes to take a little break when the tension rises on the board. So this is where the players are when you don't see them seated. Wow, so as the tension rises on the board, this is where they come to get their calm before returning to the storm.
Finally, we got to see that lounge that we've been so curious about. And here Magnus arrives with the white, at least light suit. Still with the black shirt though. But he will have the white pieces today, and he's definitely going to head straight into that lounge before entering the venue where the board is, arriving with his coach, Peter Heine Nilsson. I did hear rumors that they did stay in the car for 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes today as well. Could that be a sign he's planning something big?
Possibly. It's still unclear. Maybe we can ask him at some point whether he's spending the time discussing chess moves with Peter Heine Nilsson, or maybe just unwinding, cracking jokes with the other Magnus, Magnus Barstad. And either way, it's part of his routine now. And as we know, all chess players, they love their routines.
Yeah. This is the playing venue in Dubai. We are ready for Game 8, and we are waiting for the players to arrive. Ah, look at that, Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's already there. Is he feeling fresh today? Is there possibilities for him with the black pieces today, Jovanka, do you think?
He certainly does have the chances. We saw in previous games, especially in Game 2 and in Game 6, he did have the possibility of actually putting Magnus on the defensive. In fact, in Game 6, he had real winning chances, actually. Yeah. It's just about whether he can control his emotions, whether he can seize those opportunities when they're presented to him, and, of course, it's just simply accepting whatever is on the board needs to take priority.
Yeah. It's one of the hardest things for beginner to chess, I think, is to understand the power of the opening, maybe, and how powerful you are with the white pieces.
Yeah, I guess with white, the advantage year by year is dwindling because there's so much known about openings and there are ways to neutralize white. It's actually easier to react sometimes. But then again, traditionally, you can choose the opening with white. You can choose the style of position. You can at least set the earlier threats, forcing your opponent to be accurate. So that's why usually top players prefer white.
We heard Maurice Ashley introducing Game 8, waiting for Magnus to arrive. You said about when you saw the lounges, David, it looked cozy.
It looked very cozy. I can understand now why Jan Nepomniachtchi spends so much time away from the board.
Maybe
it must be
too
nice to
cozy.
Go. Maybe too cozy, yeah. It must be so tempting, though, to go and kind of recline on the sofa, just have some snacks, watch the game on the big screen, and just get away from the limelight.
Yeah, I was going to say lie down on the sofa.
Maybe that's what they're doing.
Pop a few grapes and just look at the screen. But then you're not in prime kind of beast mode. I mean, there is something about being at the board, right? Just feeling the energy of your opponent, and of course, just getting into the focus mode.
And here Magnus arrives a minute late. No rules against that, right?
No rules against that, and I think Jan Nepomniachtchi, he won't want to start the game, you know. He won't need to rush the game, starting at least, and we'll see.
Yeah.
Okay, a Real Madrid legend about to start the game.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I heard the words Real Madrid.
Who is that? Let's see.
Okay, who's this? Is this Michel Salgado? I think a former right-back for Real Madrid.
Okay.
I hope I'm getting that correct.
Magnus looks happy. We know he's a big football fan.
And a Real Madrid fan.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and it's a king's pawn. E4, will he take it back? Will Magnus retract that pawn? Looks like no.
No, oh no. Well, there goes my prediction game.
Let the game begin. Comes from Dubai. Is this the first time Magnus is not retreating the opening move? Here we go.
Okay, he's not retreating the opening move, so at this point, I'm correct. Let's see whether Jan will react in the same way he has done previously in Game 4.
Yeah.
He does push his king's pawn. Okay.
Aiming for that symmetry again.
Symmetry, complete symmetry so far. And Magnus now will most likely bring out the white knight. He does, to attack black's central pawn, and Petrov defense will be on the board.
All right, you're right, David.
Black counterattacks, yeah. I just felt that Magnus would push his king's pawn. He doesn't need to take too many risks. And here we go. It's not what we saw in Game 4, where Magnus captured black's pawn in the center of the board. He plays the second most popular move. He pushes his pawn forward, offering a trade of pawns. Black captures a white central pawn with his knight. This is still very well-known territory. And now there are two main moves. White, however, brings out the bishop to attack this black knight. So I'm expecting that black knight to be defended with a pawn.
This was actually recommended by Wesley So in his chessable course.
Ah, that's been very popular.
It has been incredibly popular.
Very successful. Wesley So using ideas from that course to beat Magnus Carlsen, to beat many players throughout the Champions Chess Tour. And meanwhile, Jan Nepomniachtchi just peering off into the distance. Note how he wasn't looking at the board. He is definitely just trying to remember what he wanted to do in this position. Okay, he brings his knight out. So black had a couple of main moves there. This is one of the most popular. Either way, you've got to put pressure on this white knight in the center. These two knights actually in the middle of the board, white's knight and the black knight, they're very strong, but they are targets for the opponent. And we do see a trade of those knights. Black will recapture with the bishop. He won't really want to take with the queen to block his pieces. And now white will castle.
Is there anything
okay, he brings the knight out.
Oh, so that's new.
I'm not sure about new, but very rare.
In the match?
In the match, yeah. In the match, actually, we had a new position, move 3.
Oh.
So Magnus deviated from Game 4 with his third move. But until this point, it was still mainline, still very, very well known. And Nepomniachtchi will be surprised by this one. To be honest, I'm shocked by this one. It looks like black can just trade off the knights now, all of the knights disappearing from the board. And does that mean Magnus doesn't even want to try and win? Look at the pawn structure as well, completely symmetrical.
Yeah,
we're either going to be in for a very short day, or Magnus has something extremely deep, extremely tricky up his sleeve.
So I'm on the G-Chess website and I'm checking all the resources. So I've checked through the chessable courses, the newspaper, the news articles, and I can see nothing has been ever studied or analysed in this site. So let's have a look at the other database where I can check the games. But it's so rare what's happened.
I mean, I've been playing this opening from the white side, at least, for my whole career, and I've never seen this last move, or I've never even studied it. It's just an automatic, normally, for white to castle the king, and the game could go in a few different directions, but Magnus has forced all of the knights off the board. So knight takes knight, the bishop recaptures, and I mean, look at the bishops. I mean, we're definitely not going to be in for a long night tonight because all the knights have disappeared, but it's just about the bishops. I just don't really see how Magnus is going to ever imbalance this one, and the evaluation bar not impressed either. 0.0. Magnus showing, at least at this point, not too much ambition.
I can tell you that checking the database here, there have been a fair few games, but it's a very unambitious opening. Like nearly every result is a draw. I mean, maybe we have out of a pool of 50, 10 wins for white, which is significant.
But I mean, possible.
It is possible, but
is it possible to see sort of the strength of the players?
Yep, and both kind of in all those cases, actually, it's been the white player who has been significantly higher rated than the player with the black pieces. But wow, and just taking a look at the most popular move. Guess what? It is to give a queen check on e7, and that's really inviting that the queens will actually leave the board as well.
Oof, wow. I've got to say I'm not impressed by Magnus's decision. You're indicating this move, Jovanka, bringing the queen out with a check. I just want to say as well, just in terms of the aesthetic point of view, if black's bishop comes out, look at this symmetry here. Everything is completely symmetrical, and look at this d-file. Every single square on the d-line is now occupied by a pawn or a piece. And, yeah, I mean, it's just hard to imagine this one ever turning into anything significant for white because it is just pure symmetry. Everything's balanced. Level pawns, level pieces, everything.
But we have to take a picture if that happens. Look at that.
Go screenshot this at home, everyone. Yeah. And tweet us with this picture. Jovanka, meanwhile, thinks that this, well, at least this move isn't necessarily the most popular. There's also the option, a very tempting option, of giving a check. And, yeah, what to do? Just white's queen can simply block. If white blocks with a bishop, we should be careful of some other checks. So maybe white wouldn't want to go for this with a nasty check, maybe attacking a pawn as well. And this would indicate that if white offers the queens to come off, I think we're just headed straight towards a draw. Because the queens, once they do part the board, nothing's going to imbalance this one. It's just bishops. And in this type of scenario, you need knights in order to actually create threats. The bishops will just balance each other out. And, OK.
So what is Jan thinking about then? Is he looking for some possibilities for him to strike?
Maybe. Maybe he'll go for something a bit more aggressive. He could, for example, just off the top of my head, maybe bring his queen out to this square, try and castle queenside. The only way I could imagine to imbalance this position, for example, if white castles, maybe white takes a time out to defend this pawn, but if white castles offering a sacrifice, then, OK, my board is not allowing... OK, it has allowed me to do this. Then instead of allowing a check, black could go the other way with his king. Black could castle in this side. And with kings on opposite flanks, with queens on the board, maybe some chance of attacking for both sides. But
I have to take a picture.
Yeah, the selfie challenge, Kaja. It's time for the selfies because look at this.
OK, I'm actually going to take a selfie of myself with that beautiful imagery.
Remember to flip the phone so it's correctly...
Got it horizontally. David is there, Jovanka. Hey.
There we go.
Very nice.
History in the making.
Yeah.
All the major pieces.
You nearly never see this. Yeah. You nearly never see this in chess, that a whole file is occupied. And yeah, right now it's total symmetry. Which way will Magnus go with the king? Will he go this side, or will he try maybe bringing his queen out and going the other way? So some options for the Norwegian.
I have a trick up my sleeve. So I'm just thinking, you know, instead of moving the queen, what happens if white just goes, I'm going to castle?
Okay.
And if black tries to copy, you know, white's going to go, well, got you there, because the queen is going to come out to the h5 square, and look at that, I'm threatening checkmate, and I'm also threatening the pawn on d5.
Yeah, so this is one sneaky idea. I guess black could neutralise this, black could block this just by pushing a pawn. It's not ideal for black, but at least you've blocked this bishop's diagonal and the queen's access to the central pawn.
And there's no knight on the board to take advantage of that big square in the middle.
So this square would be a potential outpost for the knights, as Jovanka mentions, but those knights have gone. They're long gone. And yeah, right now, the world champion, Magnus Carlsen, needs to decide what to do. If he wants to win this game, he needs to create some threats at least. And yeah, a quiet start. Sometimes quiet starts do lead to chaos later, but I think that moment is quite far in the distance.
Okay, what does he do? Oh, he cleans the board.
I do that too. There's nothing more annoying than kind of a stray hair or a bit of dust on the board. You just need to wipe it off, especially if there's some dust on that light square. You need to get rid of that.
I can, as a golf player, I can relate as well. Golf player that is taking it too far, but playing golf from time to time, I can relate. You know, you need to clean the path for your ball when you're putting.
Exactly.
Very important.
Yeah. Perfectionists. All golf players, all chess players. They're all perfectionists.
Yeah. And we do have a lot of excitement there. A lot of people on Twitter who are still keeping the faith that Magnus will be playing this position for a risk-free way to win. I'm not so hopeful, I must admit. I think the position is too simplified, and also the fact that there are no knights on the board. If there had been a set of knights, I would say, yeah, maybe Magnus can try, because maybe he's got possibilities of jumping in with a knight to the centre. But here, it's too equal, too simple. You know, it's very clear what both sides need to do. First of all, both sides need to complete the development. Then both sides need to just connect the rooks. And then wait for the other person to react. OK, so we do have castling on the board.
OK.
Do you think, well, Nepomniachtchi probably will have to copy?
Most likely. Nepomniachtchi's queen could maybe come out, though. So we showed that idea of white's queen springing out to the h5 square, going on the attack. Maybe black could try the same with the black queen. That would be very brave.
Oh, yes, it would be, because it allows a check.
It would allow a check. So black's king is vulnerable now on the open file, on the open e file. So rather than allow the white rook to step across, giving a check to the black king, and the black king maybe losing its castling rights, Nepomniachtchi most likely will just castle.
But so to have any hopes of a long, cool fight today, we're looking for a queen move from Jan Nepomniachtchi now then?
Possibly.
Or definitely not castling kingside?
Yeah, if he castles, then only white can be better. I don't think it's a significant advantage for white, but if he castles with black, then it shows, he just wants to be solid.
Yeah.
Personally, I probably would castle just because I think it's the safest. And if you choose this opening, you want to be safe, but...
If he doesn't castle, my instinct actually is that Nepomniachtchi is probably running a little bit scared and maybe not having enough confidence in his abilities to calculate. Because as David showed to us, yes, the queen jump was probably pretty scary, but when you looked at the position in an objective way, black can easily defend. And there are no kind of knights on the board to take advantage of the weakened e5 square.
Yeah, so this actually reminds me of a very similar line from this variation of the Petrov, but there the pawn structure is very, very slightly different. And it does also involve this queen jumping out, the black pawn blocking.
Yeah.
And there are some ideas there deeper that actually Nepomniachtchi has used in the past successfully from the white side. So very similar to some other variations, of course. The players will be using pattern recognition to try and just kind of acclimatise, to get a grip on things and to draw upon those ideas in this variation. And there's no one better as well, I should mention, than Magnus Carlsen in symmetrical positions.
That is true. He has this an ability to squeeze the position and just... but having said all that, I do remember a very famous game played in the candidates where Nepomniachtchi had a very symmetrical position against Wang Hao, and it was Nepomniachtchi who was actually making... That is very true.
And his opponent had the bishop pair, he had the knights, and he used his knights to perfection.
Exactly.
Yeah, so in that game that you mentioned, Nepomniachtchi with black, at least there were some imbalances in terms of piece kind of assortments. But here, zero imbalance at all. Do you think he's happy right now, just looking at that face?
Well, this is... I was going to kind of like have this discussion with you about the psychology of the match now, because we're drawing on, we've passed the halfway stage, and every draw that Magnus Carlsen gets means that he's edging closer and closer to the finish line. And Nepomniachtchi kind of wants to take risks, he wants to imbalance things. And I think he's going through those kind of same thoughts right now? Because I'm sure that Magnus playing in a quite an ambitious way has come as a little bit of a surprise to him.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, clearly this opening would have been a surprise. Clearly the mentality would have been a bit of a surprise. But I somehow feel it was predictable. Magnus doesn't want the chaos of Game 2. He doesn't want the chaos of Game 6. When Magnus had the white pieces in both occasions. And I was also reading just that Judith Polgar, she said she felt that Nepomniachtchi's best chance was actually a win with black. Just judging from the path of of how the games had been going. Just Nepomniachtchi with white, he's always been slightly better, but no clear chances. With black, he's had chances to counterattack, chances to strike when Magnus has been pushing too hard. So it's clear Magnus was going to change that strategy at some point. It was too high risk, minimal reward.
But then why did Nepomniachtchi play the Petrov the most?
No, but OK, but it was predictable and it was part of his repertoire. Clearly, he doesn't want to change route, kind of change his openings before the rest day. It would make no sense to play a completely different opening before the rest day. And I mean, if he goes back to his normal opening, the Sicilian Najdorf, he would have risked getting running into another surprise.
I totally agree. I mean, I think that the Petrov is what he's chosen just to neutralise Magnus. And
but do you feel it's removed a lot of his strengths, Nepomniachtchi? Because I mean, I've been really impressed by his play. I think he's at the top of his form. But the one criticism I would have is that he's lost his spark a bit. He's kind of evolved into a super solid player who's really classical, does nothing wrong, but that's not who he is. He's dynamic, he's risk-taking, he's brave, he's intuitive, he's creative, I don't know, it just feels like maybe he's become a bit too solid. He's gone back to the kind of solid Russian style that they're taught when they're young, but he's always been a bit different, and it feels to me like he's not embracing that kind of, extra spark he normally has.
Yeah, I can totally see that. But on the other hand, I would say that Magnus has actually won one game thanks to Nepomniachtchi's character, where Nepomniachtchi didn't play the most obvious move on the board. Instead, he decided to gamble, add some pressure, and it backfired. He went for the tricks, he went for the spark, and then...
He wouldn't have got the winning position, Nepomniachtchi, if he hadn't played for those tricks and gambled.
True.
So I think he needs to do that more. And yes, he might lose the odd game here and there, but at this point, you need to. I mean, I think the Petrov's OK now, but future games, he's running out of time.
At what point do you burn the bridges? At what point, what stage in the match do you kind of go, now is the time to attack?
After this rest day. It has to be after this rest day.
He's got the white pieces on Tuesday.
Yeah. And I think he just needs to survive this game if possible. He's just thinking there now. But if he can survive this game, then completely different strategy I think he needs in Game 9. He needs to start fighting, needs to start kind of being that street warrior that he used to be. No more classical Mr. Solid.
That's a good description. That's kind of like that's a street fighter.
Yeah, that's how he used to be when he was young. He would battle out in all these kind of crazy positions and he would just beat everyone. But then for a few years, maybe just his openings became a bit, maybe a bit less combative. But now he got to the top of the world. He got this chance to challenge Magnus by kind of combining the solidity and the aggressiveness.
Okay, yeah, because what was his style in the candidates, and especially second half when he really did well?
First half was really fighting, really creative. He came up with some really nice ideas. He pushed Harry the H-pawn with white in nearly every game in the first half. He was winning, but then he lost his last game when he took too many risks in the first half. Second half, super solid, just like we've seen him in this match.
Wow.
He just took his small chances when they came. But yeah, I'm not sure that that's the scariest approach, though, for Magnus if Nepo continues. Yeah, a bit of a tangent there. I'm just talking about the styles of the players, their approaches, the strategies and everything. But either way, this game is going to be interesting later just to see how Nepomniachtchi reacts. Is he going to be passive, solid, and try and just go for the draw? Or will he now take a bit of a risk? And he's clearly thinking of taking a risk if he's not castling the Black King.
Yeah, right. 8 minutes now. I just want to remind everyone about the Magnus Carlsen Road to Goat NFT collection. Only 16 hours left now to bid for the very special moment when Magnus became world champion. You've all seen the picture of him celebrating in the pool. That is now an NFT that you can collect on chesschamps.io, but only 16 hours left to bid for it. So go ahead and start collecting moments for Magnus's chess career. And that Game 6 in this match should probably be one of those NFTs.
Yeah, I think he'll look back on his career, Magnus Carlsen, someday, and he'll remember that game 6 as one of his best. I mean, we were all on a high here in the studio, right? We were all kind of manic, just because we were so exhausted after the 9 hours. But imagine how Magnus was feeling.
Yeah, it was like a story tale, that game. So much drama and excitement. And I couldn't have written a better script. And whilst we're waiting for Nepomniachtchi to take a decision, Jayesh Kakuma Sundaram asks us, why did Magnus exchange his well-advanced knight on move 6? And then he asks, how can I decide whether to exchange a piece or not? So it's a good question there.
Very good.
That's a very, very good question.
I'm listening.
From Jayesh. And yeah, this one's going to be hard to explain without the board, so maybe we just show. Briefly, if we rewind back to move 6 in here, as mentioned, Magnus did exchange his well-advanced knight for the black knight. And I think there's a few reasons to exchange normally. You exchange if it's forced. Here it's not quite forced, but we'll explain why he did it in a moment. You explain if it's just if it improves your position. For example, if you've got a bad piece, not necessarily this one, but the reason black exchanged, for example, is he had a piece which was doing nothing on the last move. It was just asleep at home, and he's exchanging it for a better piece. So you exchange if it's forced or if it improves your position. And finally, you exchange maybe to avoid certain things. So the reason Magnus exchanged, for example, was if he does just castle, then after this trade, he now loses some integrity with his pawn structure. This pawn is a bit lonely, a bit isolated, and, for example, after the knight drops back, this is actually still a well-known position, but there is a risk that you drop the bishop pair. There's also a risk that black's pawn in the centre is maybe easier to support just by pushing a pawn than white's is. And yeah, it's definitely not a forced move in this position. It definitely doesn't necessarily improve his position, but maybe Magnus was trying to avoid a change in the nature of the pawn structure. So, yeah, when it's forced, when it improves your position, or if you're trying to avoid something specific.
All right, Jan Nepomniachtchi, 10 minutes thinking now. Is he coming up with something genius? We're going to rush down to Dubai in case this is a short game. What do you think, Tanya? Will it be a short day in Dubai today?
There's something very unusual going on, Kaja. Now, when Magnus started with e4 and we had a Petrov on the board, that was the feeling that this is going to be another dry game, a potential job. But suddenly we see Jan with a big pause. He's been thinking for 10 minutes, barely 9 moves into the game. What's going on here? And to find out, we've got 3 grandmasters in the Chess 24 lounge. We've got Sansar Abdulmalik, we've got Alejandro Ramirez and Alexander Sholovic, who are currently looking at the position. Guys, why is Jan in this big think currently?
Either he forgot his prep or he played the wrong move order, because we're very confused about what's going on. Actually, after the move that Magnus played here, knight takes on d2, bishop takes d2. We were all expecting him to give this check with the queen on the e file, on the e rank, but now that he hasn't, he's paused for a long time, and we're having a lot of trouble finding full equality for him.
And Danta, he made the move bishop d6 instead of giving this check. And after that, Magnus replied with shot castle, and then suddenly it's been over 11 minutes, not a move yet. Why is Jan taking so long to go shot castle here, which looks like the natural response?
Yeah, okay, probably he's just calculating the line with queen h4, which is, yeah, queen h4. I don't know, actually, looks pretty solid, yeah, decent for white, so maybe he doesn't know what to do, I don't know.
Alex, do you think Jan is in trouble right now? Because I've never seen him go so slow early on in the game.
Yeah, I think the point is that he has a choice, and the choice is whether to go for some sharper lines with the queen here, yeah, threatening mate, because the bishop is also attacking and also attacking this pawn. But I'm pretty sure he knows that Magnus prepared this, so he's thinking whether to trust his calculations or Magnus's preparation. And the question, for example, he can't do castle himself, because then Magnus will do the same move, the queen here and threatening mate, yeah, and attacking this pawn. So he can't really do this move, yeah, castle. So I think the third option he has, which I think he's considering maybe the safest one, is to just get kind of secure here on the open file, yeah, and with the bishop to defend these pawns and kind of to keep it safe. And that's why I think he's thinking for a long time.
Ali, were you surprised with Magnus going e4 and not the d4, which we've seen him give a lot of chances to him in this match?
Not at all. Actually, I was talking to Alex about this before the game, and it was our #1 choice for Magnus, especially considering the match situation. He's facing the Petrov, which means that with white, you can try for a little bit without risking too much. And that's perfect for the match situation. He's up a point. It's going to be on Nepo to catch up. And if he can find some kind of mild variation like this one and hope that Nepo messes it up, like here, then things go really well.
Absolutely. Now, Nepo needs to catch up, but with the way the opening's gone so far, it's probably not going to be this game.
No way. No, he can't win this. It's impossible. No, I think what he wants to do is to draw again, okay, and then use the rest day to prepare better for his next white game.
Well, that does look like the kind of strategy the challenger needs to have. He's got a rest day. Tomorrow starts with the white pieces. We're expecting some great prep then. This one, even though it's a Petrov, black still needs to play precisely to neutralize white. We'll see how Jan responds.
Thank you so much, Tanya, and the experts in Dubai saying that there's no chance Jan Nepomniachtchi can win this game. So what is he thinking about?
He's mulling over some different options, and I'm inclined to agree. I think he would love to have a draw from this type of position if he could, but it's not actually as simple as the position seems. And Jan clearly not too happy with the situation either. This is a level position, but it's not necessarily his style, and he still has some questions to answer. And it was fascinating as well, listening to the thoughts, the opinions of all of those grandmasters out there in Dubai. They were simply echoing some of the things that are going through Nepomniachtchi's mind, but also that we in the studio here are discussing. And maybe here, we can just explain what they were talking about over there in Dubai. And actually, they came to the conclusion that castling the Black King, which is the most natural move in the position, might indeed be a mistake. Maybe it's just a bit of a lazy move. Maybe it's a complacent move, and it would allow white to enact this main idea of bringing the white queen forward. As Jovanka mentioned earlier, this is a threat and a double attack. Of course, the main threat is this point. This is actually a threat of checkmate in one move if the white queen can take this pawn. So if black blocks with this pawn, white can capture it in the centre. It's not completely clear because white's queen will get kicked around quite a lot. Some calculation needs to be done there, hence Nepomniachtchi's think. But also, if he plays the most solid move, pushing his pawn forward, blocking this bishop, blocking the queen's access to the centre, then suddenly Magnus has a few moves to seize what we call the initiative, where you start creating threats on every turn and you improve your position while you create those threats. So first, Magnus could gain some energy in his position by bringing his bishop forward, attacking the black queen. If the queen moves, now you drop the white queen back. No trades. You threaten this pawn in the centre again. So white's last 3 moves have come with threats. And if black blocks, now you just bring your rook across. 4 moves in a row creating threats. And now the black queen has to move. If it goes to the wrong square, then suddenly white can just step back with the bishop. And yes, this would result in another trade, but suddenly we compare the bishops. This piece is a great piece, doing some attacking, not blocked in, but this piece is blocked in by its own pawns. And more importantly, white has a beautiful outpost in the centre for one of his pieces. Still going to be difficult to win, but definite gains for the world champion. And that's why Nepomniachtchi is hesitating from this type of position. He knows that it's going to be very one-sided there, and he's thinking of stopping white's queen coming out by bringing his own queen out. And he now would be the one threatening checkmate in one move, but also be threatening white's pawn in the centre. This is definitely the most ambitious move. This could solve black's problems immediately, but you have to worry about this nasty check. What has he played? Okay, he's played pawn to h5. So, okay, Harry the h-pawn. Simon Williams down at the good night will be very happy. Black did avoid bringing his queen out, but this one is definitely risky. He's taken this square away from the white queen, but he is opening himself up to some nasty checks. And now black will never, ever castle on this side. Because, for example, if white just makes a move, if black ever castles, then this pawn will just drop off. White will just take this pawn. And no more safety for the black king on this side.
So could this get interesting now?
Yeah.
After this last move, definitely.
Absolutely. I mean, the first question is, once the white rook comes to the E line, it gives a check. King probably is going to have to move and hide on f8 unless you're going to take a step back with the bishop.
Yeah, so you can block with two bishops, you can block with this guy, but then again, now you've walked into a self-pin, and it's never pleasant to be pinned. You never want to kind of pin yourself in a way either, and White, for example, could amp up the pressure with his queen on this line. That's not pleasant. If you block with the other bishop, if you block this check with this bishop, then due to the pin, White could put pressure on this piece and kind of overwhelm this guy, the black bishop paralysed, unable to move. And meanwhile, the other option is to just shuffle across. And this is not ideal either. The black king in a bit of trouble, and the black rooks will never, ever be able to connect themselves now because the black king is stuck.
Yeah, I've just noticed that there's a kind of like tactical trick in the position. So this looks great for White. And for me, the most natural move is actually to develop the queen, just like you showed in the previous line, attacking the pawn with tempo. And here, Black can play the really neat bishop coming out to the g4 square, which is probably the whole point of Nepomniachtchi's plan. And after queen takes pawn, which looks like, you know, it's free, up for grabs. But no, that would be a big disaster, because after bishop takes pawn, whoops-a-daisy, that comes with a check. And king has to take the bishop, and the white queen is, well, it's fallen off the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in this position, that's Nepomniachtchi's plan. He's pushed his pawn forward, maybe to create this square for his bishop, but also to take away the square from the white queen. Let's see how he reacts. I think Magnus will give this check next move once he gets back to the board.
Yeah, interesting moment in the game here. Will it be a long one, or will it be a rather quick draw? Definitely tension now to see Magnus' next move. He is not at the board right now. We're going to go back down to Dubai, this time to Rune out and about the Dubai Expo. What do you guys think, Rune? Will it be a short day or a long day?
Well, I'm hoping for a long day, Kaja. Absolutely, we want to see some great chess. I can understand if it will be a short draw. Fortunately for us, there's a lot of chess going on here. You can see we have actually at a chess tournament right here between all the different pavilions and companies. And at Chess 24, we didn't want to be unfair, so we just sent some kids. We sent Gukesh and Nihal Sarin, who I have with me here. Nihal, you're playing against a lot of grown-up people, and you're only 17 years old. Is that scary for you?
It's fine. I'm pretty used to this.
And does the fact that you are a grandmaster and are rated 2,662, does that help your confidence?
Yeah, for sure.
And we just discovered you roaming around here. Are you enjoying being at the World Chess Championship here in Dubai?
Yes, for sure. I came to play a tournament tomorrow, and it's a very nice atmosphere, and also to follow the World Championship. It's just great overall.
It is a great mood we have going on here today. Do you have a favorite in the match?
I think, especially after the win last day, Magnus is a clear favorite, and it'll be quite tough for Nepo to bounce back, but okay, still cannot count him out, but I think chances are quite low.
Thank you very much. Kaja, back in the studio, would like to know if you think it will be a short day today, short draw, or a long big fight?
I think it'll be quite long today.
Well, there you have it. I know that you have to play in just a couple of minutes, but we have a 26-62 Grandmaster saying that probably a quite long fight. That is what we are hoping for. I know that you are in the studio as well. Thank you very much, and back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks so much. We love that message from Nihal, and I have to say the Chess 24 team at that tournament is looking quite fierce. So good luck to the rest of the teams.
Thank you so much. That was amazing.
All right. Well, he's saying a long game, and I guess with this last move by Jan, could get interesting.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to change my opinion. I was writing this one off. I thought Nepomniachtchi would be accurate and find a way to a forced draw, but maybe he's missed that opportunity. I really like that move that Jovanka suggested about 3 moves ago, just giving a check with the black queen, and the queens would have disappeared, and this position without the queens would be much safer for Nepomniachtchi. But while the queens remain, especially while black's king is going to be a bit of a target, we're far from a draw. So, yeah, a lot of life still left in this one. And Magnus, he's debating whether to give that check to the black king. Maybe no immediate rush. Maybe you could try pushing some pawns first, bringing the white queen out first, maybe checking with the white queen instead. A few different options either way. Yep, still a lot of life left, and maybe for the first time in the game, Magnus is on his own. He probably, this last move looks extremely unnatural, unintuitive, really rare. So, yeah, Magnus will not have expected this one. And now it's Carlsen against Nepomniachtchi, no longer with their teams, with their computers. And, yeah, this one will heat up soon.
But is there winning chances for Jan?
Minimal, but it's maybe too early to say. If Magnus takes risks like he has done earlier in the match, then Black will get chances. I think if Magnus wants to lock this one down, then he should be able to, just by trying to get the queens off.
But
it's hard to say.
Yeah, it sounds like it also could be great chances for the world champion to score another win.
Yeah, I mean, especially if Nepomniachtchi keeps playing moves like this one, taking big risks.
I mean, that is a very risky move and has a lot of appreciation on Twitter. Everyone is saying, yay, yay, Nepo. Exactly, breathe fire into a relatively dry position. And yeah, I mean, here we were kind of discussing, like, now the position is very unconventional. The Black King will have to find a safe home on the F8 square. And then it becomes a question of how are those 4 bishops on the board going to mobilise. And also we have the issue of the Black Rook that is parked on H8. If that doesn't get into the game, then Black is playing almost Rook down. There's going to be serious problem on the one open line on the position, the E line. And if Nepomniachtchi can get it into the game, if he can create some purpose for his bishops, then he will be doing enough to hold the balance. But this is very unusual. This is like, I loved what you said, David. It is Magnus against Jan, and that is it. No computer analysis anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I also can't wait to hear Ginger GM's thoughts on this last pawn move, because in every position, when I was playing him down the pub at the Good Night last night, every position he was pushing the H-pawn forward, even if it was not really helping improving his position. And it clearly, Nepomniachtchi taking some inspiration from that. This is the type of move that Ginger GM would play, but also that Alpha Zero might play, the AI program, just pushing this H-pawn forward at any opportunity, forgetting about king safety, just gaining space, pushing pawns towards the opponent's king. And that's what we love to see.
Yeah,
that's
speaking of which, well, let's head down to Good Night to check in with Ginger GM. How excited are you to see the Harry pawn move forward, Simon?
I'm pretty excited. I mean, the opening's been actually, I think, very interesting. We just have a very quick look at one position, and then Harry, my friend Harry, coming up the board. In this position, it does seem to me that maybe Jan played a mistake. Instead of playing this check, which I know you're talking about, he brought the bishop out. And it just seems that, did he forget that white can castle? Because after castling in the position, he's played Harry the H-pawn, and thank you, David, for giving me those tips on don't push Harry so much. We call this guy Harry the H-pawn, but I have to admit, this seems a very peculiar move to play. It's not the kind of move you'd really want to play. Your king is on the open line. It's going to get attacked there. Some rook's going to come up. So I'm quite liking white's position. I think it's been a perfect start to the game. Now, before we go back to you, a very quick look around in the bar again. So it's quite quiet here today in this bit. Everyone's still waking up. But we do have a legend of Norwegian chess, Simon Agdenstein, who's doing a talk through here. So we're going to just very quietly open the door and have a look, because I don't want to disturb him too much. But Simon Agdenstein was one of the only people in the world to play chess for his country and football as well. So I'm not going to disturb him, but we'll have a quick look. Maybe we'll do a quick wave, yeah? Shall we? In we go. A little look. And of course, he's not here. Perfect timing. Hello, everyone. How are you all doing? Who thinks of Magnus win today? Hands in the air. Magnus win? Yeah. Anyone think draw? You can't put your hand up twice. That's cheating. Okay. Nepo win? You can put your hand up all the time? No Jan supporters, no? So, not today. Okay, scripted. So, yeah. Okay, so it looks like a lot of Carlsen supporters here. And I have to say, the position, the opening, is kind of exactly what he wants. He wants a risk-free way to play for the win. He can't lose the position. And it's over to Jan to try and equalise. So, back to you in the studio there.
Awesome. Thank you, Simon. And hopefully the game will last long enough for us to check back in when you talk to Simon Agdenstein as well. Former coach of Magnus Carlsen, and as you mentioned, also a former football player on the Norwegian national team. Impressive stuff to be one of the greatest in the country in both football and chess.
Yeah, the Erling Haaland of his generation.
Yeah, maybe.
I think he was a striker, right? Trying to take those chances.
I think he's the only player who's actually become grandmaster and also represented their country in another sport.
Yeah, he was known to be a little bit of a, you know, flaky kind of football player. There is a story that so he played for the Norwegian national team, and he was going on. He was going to be substituted in, and the coach said, "Just do what you normally do." And Seaman ran out on the pitch, and then he came back and he asked, "What do I normally do?" Great guy.
Yeah, I hope he was more decisive on the chessboard.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, what a CV, playing football, playing chess, and now president of the Norwegian Federation, Chess Federation.
Yep.
Yeah, busy man.
Busy man.
I can also tell you that he's extremely competitive.
Oh, is he?
Incredibly. And he nearly killed one of my friends, actually. Because they were told about there was some like family record and that these brothers were very strong and they could row around a lake in a certain time. And Seaman hears about this time and he looks at my friend and he goes, "We can beat them." And then he gets like, I don't think he's a great rower either, but he gets on the boat and he starts rowing and my friend's like trying to keep up. And by the end, you know, they managed to beat the time.
Wow.
But, you know, my friend was dying. So, yeah.
I guess
very competitive.
Do you need to be very competitive, David, to be in the top of chess as well, like in other sports?
For sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know any top chess player who enjoys defeat or can tolerate defeat. And especially Magnus, I think he got some of that competitiveness from Seaman, who was one of his first coaches, who had a big influence on his early career. And some of the top players. I mean, I know Anish Giri. He might, you know, play it down a little bit, but the fire burns inside him. Caruana, of course, the fire burns. All of them ultra competitive. And the world champions. I mean, we've been talking about them the whole of this week. Fischer comes to mind, who, I mean, a loss for him was like the end of the world. Wow. Kasparov, the rare losses that he experienced, for him it was just disaster. So that's what makes them so good.
Yeah.
And and as Simon said as well, this is the ideal scenario for Magnus, where defeat is very, very unlikely. The grandmasters out there in Dubai, the experts as well, they also thought that a black win in this game, not really possible unless Magnus really pushes out the boat and takes too many risks.
So basically, Magnus initiated something that could have turned into a very quick draw.
Yes.
But Jan has given him some chances to actually push for a win.
Yeah, Jan's choice is provocative. That's, I think, the best word for them. He's just provoking Magnus into coming forward and checking the Black King and creating those threats.
And I was just going to say that knight move early on, just offering a trade of knights, definitely not something that a computer would have looked at. Well, not looked at, but you would have studied something with a computer. It would have been based around the human assumptions. This is not dangerous. We're going to head into a draw. Too simple. The position.
That's my first reaction, right?
Exactly. It was both our reactions. This game is just headed into a draw. And then he's kind of chosen a line that potentially had some tricks, could be a little bit unpleasant, and he's just playing on Nepomniachtchi's psychology. And, it's provoked him. And now we have this peculiar move, to quote Simon.
Yeah, a peculiar move, but we love peculiar moves here in the studio. I'm sure all the fans at home are glad that Nepomniachtchi played this move, because it does mean there's some imbalance, that there is some hope for both sides.
But what move from Magnus now will sort of show us that he is still, very happy with the quite quick draw today? And what move shows us that he could be trying to go for the kill?
Yeah, I think the most natural move in the position by a mile is just moving the rook across and checking the Black King. That doesn't really declare his intentions. That's ambitious, but also non-committal. I think the more committal moves would be, for example, white to pick up the c-pawn, push it 2 squares forward to challenge black's pawn in the centre of the board. That would be very ambitious and maybe show that Magnus is playing for the win. But if he just maybe checks the Black King with the queen, if white's queen just sidesteps 1 square, checks the Black King, I think that's maybe less ambitious.
Okay.
Maybe just that's offering a queen trade potentially. And okay, Magnus, meanwhile, half smiling.
Yeah, I think so.
Am I reading that right?
Yeah, I think his face is smiling, so he is thinking about something fun, probably.
Or enjoying the position.
Or enjoying the position, yeah. But so if he does this, is the most natural thing, which is then to threaten the king, how will Jan reply?
Jovanka, I think, has called it the Black King. It can be blocked, that check by some black bishops, but neither black bishop really wants to move again. So I think the black king will just sidestep.
Okay.
He'll just move one square to the right, and it's not going to be safe there long term necessarily, but at least temporarily, it's okay.
Yeah, and I was checking this rather unusual move that Nepomniachtchi played, the h5 move, and I was checking, does the computer like this? Was the computer thinking about this move? And the computer, yeah, had it down as it's, it can't decide actually between fourth choice, third choice and second choice, so it doesn't quite know how to evaluate this position, but it does say the most critical response is actually the move that you suggested, which is just to take the most confrontational approach, which is to pick up the c-pawn and challenge that pawn in the middle of the board.
Yeah, so we'll analyse a few of these lines shortly. Meanwhile, Magnus has a big decision ahead of him.
Yeah, thinking now for a long time. Magnus Carlsen, let's go back to Dubai. Tanya is in the venue around these players. What's the mood down there in the start of this game, Tanya?
The mood is pretty confused, Kaja, because we've been looking at this position for a while, and the move h5, Jan's decision, was on no one's radar at all. That's a move that we weren't expecting, and now it's Magnus who's gone into a long think. Alejandro, h5, this combative reply, very non-Petrov-esque. How do you feel about this?
I like the decision because we were looking at other variations and we thought it was a little bit too passive. And here I think that it's forcing Magnus to find some good ideas and some subtleties of the position. Actually, we were analyzing this with Sansaya, and we came to the conclusion that even very natural moves like giving this check on e1, it seems like a free check that you have to move the king, but it's probably imprecise. And actually after king f8, that black is going to be doing better than with other continuations. And that's a subtlety that's hard to understand, but that's why he's world champion.
Well, he's been thinking for about 17 minutes. So if not rook e1, not the check, the natural looking move, what is the other option that white has here, Alex?
Well, I mean, we were looking at this, and surprisingly, as Alejandro said, giving the check, as strange as it may sound, black loses the right to castle, but it actually improves his position. So by just moving the pieces and understanding this, we came to the conclusion that actually he should postpone that check for a better opportunity, for a better chance to do it, and play this move in the center. You know, just to move the pawn and attack the center. And this also opens some possibilities for the queen to come to the queen side and attack the pawn here. Okay, and also along the diagonal, and keep the check in reserve. This was the key we kind of hoped that we understood in our short analysis. So we think that this move is the best one now for Carlsen. And well, I mean, I think we can also be confident enough, probably, that after 17 minutes of thinking, he'll find it.
Absolutely. Now, Alejandro, in the 2018 match against Fabiano, of course, Petrov was something that was a very core part of the repertoire of the opening preparation. Is this the sharpest Petrov you've ever seen?
Oh man, if you saw some of those files we created for the 2018 match, you found some crazy stuff. And I have to say that that analysis was a lot more fun than when it was originally handed to me. You know, look at the Petrov for 2 months. I thought, wow, what a boring job. But it actually was really exciting, and we found a lot of interesting ideas. And you can see that even in symmetrical positions, players can play some unusual stuff, and the game can explode at any moment.
Now, last time I met you guys, you mentioned that this game is not going to be the one where Jan will find his chances. Are you still going to stick to that, or have you changed your mind on it?
No. I still stick to that. No, definitely. I mean, even though he played this strange-looking and somewhat attackingly-looking move, I think it's still a defensive move, because the idea was to occupy the square that the white queen could take. You know, so even though it looks kind of strange, it's actually defensive. So we still think that Jan is on the defensive here, and actually Magnus is doing all the pressing. So stick to the same conclusion.
20-minute think by the world champion Magnus Carlsen in this position. Definitely getting messy. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Tanya. Very interesting there to also hear from then Alejandro Ramirez, I guess then an expert in the Petrov. Tanya asking him, is this the sharpest line you've seen? What do you think, David?
Definitely not the sharpest line I've seen.
In the Petrov, then, I guess.
Yeah, definitely not in the Petrov. Like Alejandro, I've studied it a little bit, probably much less than him. But there are some crazy lines, actually, in the Petrov. People forget that sometimes. There are some really fighting lines, especially once you start to go deep. And just maybe to explain some of the moves they were discussing there, they came to the conclusion that checking with the white rook, despite being the most natural move in the position, is actually a mistake by Magnus if Magnus chooses it. And I was just joking to Jovanka after coming to that conclusion. For sure, Magnus is going to play this move. But then again, they decided that this actually helps the Black King go to a safer square, where it's no longer checking it's no longer vulnerable to checks, but it also defends the pawns in front of it. And instead, the move they decided was best for white was to push this pawn. And this is also equally natural, equally tempting. You want to undermine your opponent's stronghold in the centre, also opening up a new avenue of attack for the white queen. And I guess the justification might lie in the fact that if the black queen jumps out, attacking this pawn, remember this checkmate idea we discussed earlier, also attacking this pawn, then maybe white can just block. And after the queen captures this pawn, we see white's bishop coming forward. And maybe the reason you want to keep this king on this square is that if the black queen goes in the wrong direction, then this pawn is under fire, which it wouldn't otherwise be if black's king was on the f8 square. So maybe that's why we keep this check in reserve. And of course, black can bring the queen across, guarding this square, guarding this pawn. But Magnus would now have the opportunity, for example, to even trade the queens. Counterintuitive, but if he does, maybe now he could grab this pawn. And I think it might all come down to this tactical reason that this pawn, this square, is not covered by the black king. So that is very deep, very difficult to see in advance. But Magnus, after thinking for 21 minutes, 22 minutes, he realises that there is a difference in the current position between giving a check and maybe another move. For example, pushing this pawn forward. And as mentioned, this pawn forward, if it does push, if there is a trade, this would only improve white's situation because now this bishop is on a great diagonal, targeting a really weak square.
It was a very deep, very clever line that you showed there for the white pieces, because you have to fight your instinct, you know, which is just to give a check, drive the king away, and then initiate the kind of action in the centre. But what do you think? Do you think Magnus will?
I just have I have a feeling he might play the check anyway, just because it is so natural. And when we're taught, when we're young, literally the mantra is, look for checks first.
Yeah.
Checks, captures and threats. And of course, this will be on his radar. But then again, the fact that he has paused for so long now, for over 20 minutes, means that he's likely to not play that move. He's very likely to push this pawn, or maybe even to bring the queen out. But if he brings the queen out, it's not clear where, because of Jovanka's nasty trick with this idea of bishop coming forward and indirectly protecting this pawn with the queen, because if queen takes pawn, this idea Jovanka also mentioned, this trap, that's a check, and then the queen would take the white queen. So less tempting to bring the white queen out in the current position. It's probably down to these two moves, one of the two. Which one will Magnus choose?
Will the bar sort of go over to Jan Nepomniachtchi's side if Magnus moves that rook?
I don't think it will go over to Nepomniachtchi's side, but it will go back towards the centre, back towards the middle. I think the computer might well say 0.0 or 0.1 or 2, rather than what it gives right now, giving quite a sizable advantage to white. But I think that is dependent on finding this very clever move.
Okay, well, thinking for this long, that must be something Magnus Carlsen is calculating right now. And Jan Nepomniachtchi also spent about 20 minutes on his previous move. So do you think he has seen that possibility for Magnus? He has calculated a response to that?
Well, he is fantastic at calculation. It's one of his strengths. It's also one of Magnus's great skills as well. So for sure, he would have seen this idea of attacking the queen and indirectly defending the d5 pawn. Whether he would have worked out the whole subtleties down to move, those 10 moves in advance, not quite sure. But there would definitely be something of a good instinct there. He has a great feel for the position, especially in these dynamic positions. So, I mean, somehow I agree with you, David. I think that Magnus is going to give a check and then initiate.
Yeah.
But then he hasn't done it, so...
He hasn't done it yet. It's really confusing. I wish I'd launched Guess the Move about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Magnus might move any moment now. Then again, it's a difficult decision. What do we do? Yeah, I'm sure Jan Nepomniachtchi, meanwhile, is having a lot of fun, just relaxing in that chill-out zone, just on his sofa, just sitting there, maybe snacking, maybe drinking some tea.
Yeah, and feeling some satisfaction that he's gotten Magnus out of the preparation zone.
Yeah.
And
he'll be very happy with this last move, for sure.
Yeah. And I do have a question from Josh, who asks us, what's the best way to improve our ability to evaluate these unbalanced positions in the computer era? It seems like an art that many players aiming to improve struggle with.
Yep. That's a
It's
really
very difficult,
question.
yeah. I mean, unbalanced positions are kind of like the bane of my life. I don't really get the hang of them. So, I mean, are there any kind of tips and tricks that you can...
So the question was about unbalanced positions in general, or positions with material imbalances, or...?
Okay, let's material unbalanced positions are kind of somewhat easier to kind of get a handle on, because it's all about coordination of the pieces and king safety, and also you take a look at the pawn structure and you take a look at whether you can create pass pawns. Those are the kind of the three essential things that I frame my thoughts around. When it comes to just like messy positions, say for instance the black king will find itself on f8. The kings are maybe on opposite sides, or some kind of unusual feature in the position. It's a lot more difficult.
It's incredibly difficult, and to be honest, I would say avoid the computer as much as possible, especially if you're beginning, if you're learning the game. It's interesting here watching with the evaluation bar, just so we have a gauge on who's better, who's doing well. But if you're really trying to make a kind of a concerted effort to learn, if you're really trying to improve, then do what we saw out there in Dubai. Those grandmasters, they were putting it on the board. They were discussing with each other.
Yeah.
And you just get a more natural feel of whose position you like more, where the pieces belong. You just touch those pieces, you think, OK, this queen wants to be there, this pawn wants to be there, white's position is easier to play, or black's position is easier to play. The one cardinal sin I think that a lot of young chess players make is evaluating the position, saying, oh, this looks like 0.2, or this looks like plus 0.4. That, for me, is the most annoying thing in chess, the most frustrating thing in chess, because there's different types of +2, there's different types of +4. It could all disappear in one move if you're inaccurate. It could be a temporary thing. It could be a long-term type of 0.1, not much. Like we saw actually when Magnus won in Game 6, it said 0.0, the computer the whole time. But that didn't show that Magnus was the only one who could win, that he could play for 100 moves and torture his opponent. So don't evaluate the position in terms of 0.0, 0.2, all those numbers. Evaluate it in terms of whose position is easier to play, who has the chances. And yeah, if you think about some small factors like, OK, I have a long-term edge, just look long-term, short-term, just ease of play. That's that's my one tip. Computer evaluations, they're fun to look at occasionally, but don't learn just using them.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I mean, take a look at the Nepomniachtchi Magnus Carlsen game from Game 6. You know, even towards the end, the computer was like, it's a draw.
Yeah.
But in practical terms, in human terms, it was only, you know, it was completely lost. Only a computer could have drawn it. And
maybe we should start having a manual bar. So we have a grandmaster in the control room sort of placing the bar where it really belongs in human terms.
We get Askild out there. Being like,
it would be interesting to have a computer bar where the computer bar might be all the way up to let's say, white side, and the manual bar is kind of like, well, actually, I don't see anything. Man versus machine.
I think we should maybe initiate that.
Yeah, I remember when I was learning chess, it was often from books and magazines, and I still do that now. And they have different symbols there. That, for example, they have the equal sign if it's balanced chances for both sides. Plus equals means slightly better for white, but not necessarily anything too big. Plus over minus means a serious advantage, all that stuff. But the one symbol was this kind of the 8 on its side with an equal sign. It just means unclear. That's when the manual, the humans, they have no idea what's going on.
Wow.
Unclear.
Oh, that must be uncomfortable.
It is uncomfortable. I mean, I really hated it when people would just go, oh, it's unclear. Oof. And I mean, you'd have a terrible position on the board where, like, both sides are attacking each other, and it's like, unclear. We don't know what's happening. And I'm like, well, hang on a second. What is happening here? At least give me a plan of attack. I mean, my pet hate is actually vagueness. I mean, and this is also like my advice to people who are playing chess over the board. And if you're in a tournament or something, don't be vague with your thoughts and go, Try to be a little bit concrete. Try to sense those moments where you need to calculate and dedicate some time there. And I also always kind of say, scout the territory, be specific, you know, this is going to be good for me, this is going to be good. And don't just go, yeah, just attack. Because your pieces are clever, but your pieces are also quite dumb as well. And you just imagine them going, yeah, we're going to attack. But where?
Another chess lesson that should work in life as well. Don't be vague. Be concrete, you guys.
Yeah.
For sure. And yeah, I'm just rewinding again to that game 6. If we're evaluating, if we're thinking about computer, kind of computer numbers and everything, that game, pretty much from move 40 to a move 136, it was simply a 2-result game. It was either a win for white or a draw. And computers, they still can't tell us that. So right now, again, it's not that type of position yet, but it does feel like white should have the advantage if Magnus, and minimal risk as well, if Magnus is careful. Meanwhile, a 30-minute think from the world champion.
What is the longest we've had so far?
I think we had, did we have 50 minutes once? No.
What? But I think that's only once.
Once, maybe.
We had, I remember...
20 minutes, 30 minutes a few times.
Yeah.
I think this think is on the podium, I think. Think.
Yeah.
Top 5 long thinks of 2021 World Championship match.
Yeah.
It was the game 4 was a little bit frustrating because he always had that repetition, and he kept thinking for a long time as to whether he should do it or not. And I was like, will he? No, he's going to make another move. And then there was another long think. Well, it felt like a long think, at least.
Yeah, I have this cliche, right? Long think, wrong think. So will Magnus's long think result in a mistake or a blunder?
And what we are looking for, just to have a repetition of that, will it be the pawn move, moving 2 squares forward?
With the c-pawn?
Yeah. Or will it be the rook?
Yeah.
Threatening the king?
Those are the 2 most likely. I could imagine the white c-pawn moving forward 1 square, potentially, just to guard everything, but that's maybe the solid, safe approach. And after such a long think, I doubt Magnus will fall back on kind of the backup plan. If white pushes actually white can push various pawns, but if they only go 1 square forward, it feels like he's being indecisive.
But just looking at the position, I'm just asking, what is Nepomniachtchi's plan? I mean, I probably would be putting my queen on the f6 square, and then, if allowed to, maybe be a bit risky and castle to the queen side.
You want to bring the queen out here, attacking this pawn?
Yeah.
For example, if I push this guy?
Well, maybe actually, I'm going to be a bit subtle about it. I'm actually going to put my queen to threaten checkmate.
OK, so you need to give me a white move first.
I need a non-move.
A non-move by white. Let's just move this rook across.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretend I'm supporting this pawn
maybe you'll
push.
your c3 move.
OK, I'll just push this pawn. This is also possible.
Yeah.
And just defending all these pawns.
And I'm wondering whether Nepomniachtchi's plan is to come out with the queen to the h4 square, go, hey, threaten checkmate. Okay. Let's see if you spot that. I'm sure you will.
Okay, and push forward.
And then the queen will drop back to the f6 square, and then...
Now you want to castle on this side.
If allowed, which I probably won't be allowed.
No, but either way, the reason you provoked this pawn push as well could be that now Harry the h-pawn is going to march even further forward and just kind of undermine and erode this white pawn structure. For example, if white is careless, if white kind of does a nothing move again, then suddenly black might whip up a big attack. Suddenly this rook will come into the game on the open file. This bishop is primed along the diagonal. Some weak squares around white's camp. So, yeah, Magnus, this shows the danger as well. He just can't play a nothing move. He has to take some action. And the more I look at it, the more I think this is just too slow. It feels like either you give a check and accelerate the play just by forcing the black king to a bad square, or you just really crack things open.
But could he also move then the pawn in front of the king just to get that space that it sounds like he's going to need?
Maybe, but if you touch this pawn, you kind of ask black to push forward and open up the rook on this h-file if there are some trades later on. If you touch this pawn, you've got to be slightly careful because later on the black queen might come forward and now we might see black's bishop sacrifice itself for a pawn. For example, if white guards this guy in the centre, then we might see some type of sacrifice here and suddenly this white king is almost naked. And this is, again, a threat of checkmate on this square.
Simon would love this position.
This is Simon's ultimate fantasy.
Really?
For black. So you have to be really careful about touching these pawns in front of your king now. Ideally, you actually want to keep them where they are, at least until later in the game, because whichever one you push comes with consequences, and black will get a clear target if you touch one of them.
Yeah, and I have to say, you know, just looking at some of those lines, I can actually see the whole point of, like, why the rook belongs on its f1 square and should not be on the e1 square, checking the king. Because sometimes, you know, the rook is needed just to help support an advance of a pawn.
Yeah, just to support this guy marching forward, potentially. For example, in this position, you could argue that pushing this pawn forward is the safest of them all. And for this, you need your rook on the f1 square. Anyway, let's go back to Magnus. The longer he thinks, the more tempted I am to launch the first guess the move of today. But then again, he might move at any moment. 35 minutes. What a think.
What a think. All right, well, there's not exactly blitz or bullet chess going on down in Dubai right now where the players are sitting. But out in the hall, of course, people are playing bullet chess.
We've got the World Championship match happening right in there, but the real battle takes place right now, right here. It's chess.com versus chess24, the ultimate showdown. We've got, with the white pieces,
we have Alexandra Botez, the best of what we have to offer. Best straight out of Botez, Slavia. A little bit of an underdog, but the best in my bloodline, so that's really what matters.
And representing here, the team chess24 is Askild. Askild, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling great. I'm confident I'll be able to win this game. So I'm ready. Let's go.
The trash talk is on. Rune, what do you think is going to happen?
Okay, let's just break it down. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Yeah. His pawns are sweaty. His king is weak. The clock is ticking. There's vomit on his sweater already. Pawn spaghetti. He's nervous. But on the surface, he looks calm and ready to sack pieces. But he keeps on forgetting his opening prep, and the whole crowd goes so loud. He opens the game, but the rooks won't come out. He's joking how? Everybody's joking now. The clock's run out. Time's up. Over. Blow. Stop the game. Go.
Where's your up? Get your up.
Go, go, go!
I feel one-sided there. Alex could have dropped a much better trash talk rap. She just didn't get her opportunity. But she's actually very good at beatboxing and rapping. Okay.
Alex really quick here. This is touch move. This is professional stuff.
We don't play that way in Romania, but that's fine. We adapt and we get stronger. Okay. She's got those weak double pawns. Okay, actually, I'm on her side.
That's a check. That's stressful.
He's being very aggressive, but the aggressive gets punished. Eventually.
We gave Andrea front row.
Askild doubling up the rook. What is going on here, Mike? What do you think about the position?
Well, that's not my favorite bishop on b3, but can we swap it for a knight? Is that allowed?
Don't worry about it, Mike. We have the bishop pair. Okay. That's all that matters.
Press my piece yet, buddy. These are Romanian rules. 2 hands are allowed during a movement.
Now, guys, this is very stressful, and we've got 28 seconds for Alex. 25 seconds. By 3 seconds. This is getting messy. Queen attacked. Queen falls back. Knight almost attacked. Alex doesn't care. She goes rook d1.
Wonderkind?
Trading. This is that. We've seen a lot of draws at the match inside. Do you think this one's going to be one of them as well?
100% not. She traded off those double pawns, though. Oh, God, I got in the way.
Oh, my God.
She's going to flag him. We don't have the best chess, but we have the speed.
Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi said you either play good or you play fast. You're definitely playing fast. Woo! And that's a checkmate. What a game. All right, guys. That was Alexandra Botez winning against Askild. Well done, guys.
Oh, no. We were, of course, rooting for our friend Askild there. It was looking good.
It was looking good. Yeah, I think he had a winning position, but he blundered a checkmate in one move. That's why you always back rank checkmates. Watch out for them. That's why you always push a pawn in front of your king in the endgame.
But what an epic battle, though.
Yeah.
Between chess.com and chess24. We love it. All right.
Yeah, full credit to Alexandra Botez. She is a speed demon.
Oh, is she?
Super quick.
Yeah. All right. Well, definitely. These two managed to play an entire game. Well, Magnus Carlsen is still thinking, could he take over 40 minutes now?
It's possible. And look at that face. Look at Magnus there.
What is this?
He's getting frustrated with himself, I think. Is he annoyed that he didn't look at this in his opening preparation? Actually, that's where I spend most of my time, just after my opponent surprised me for the first time. I just sit there for 20 minutes just cursing myself that I didn't go one move deeper in my prep.
Do you think he sort of went into this expecting that Jan would also be very happy with a quick, short day? Maybe play that queen move earlier that you mentioned?
Yeah.
And that now he's sort of, oh, wow.
Yeah.
What now?
Maybe he's just trying to get into this new mindset where he does have to take some risks in order to try and win. Or I think the best moves in the position, for example, pushing that white c-pawn 2 squares forward, it is a big commitment. It is a bit of a risk. You do change the structure. You do change the nature of the position. And, yeah, he's just trying to adapt. He's not going to be in serious time trouble yet, but 40 minutes on one move, that will haunt him closer to move 40 later on.
Yeah. That could be a problem as well.
It's getting worrying for Magnus Carlsen fans. Meanwhile, Nepomniachtchi's supporters, they're going to be licking their lips. They're going to be thinking, OK, Magnus played some dodgy moves in time trouble earlier in the match, especially Game 6. So they're going to be hoping for that again. Wow.
He looks frozen.
Yeah, he looks frozen. And I don't think he's going to move yet, actually. I think there might be a few more minutes. Just judging by his body language, he's still unsure, completely unsure.
Has he gone into that state? Oh.
OK, he does. I was wrong. He does move.
And this one we didn't talk too much about.
I did mention, however, that a queen move, probably the least ambitious approach. He gives a check with the queen, and there we go, the evaluation bar back to 0.0, because black can block with the queen. And the queens would just come off. And that's not a good sign for players, for the fans who want a decisive result.
OK, so what options will Jan Nepomniachtchi now have then?
So he can either block that check with his own queen, or he can block it with his bishop, or if he's feeling really adventurous, he can actually just run away with the king and put it onto the f8 square. And there I'm suspecting that Magnus put his queen on this unusual square on e1 because maybe he has some intentions with pushing his f-pawn forward.
Oh, really? OK, I think, if the king sidesteps, or...
Or maybe, actually, hang on a second, I spotted another idea. Trading off those dark square bishops.
Yeah, so the only feasible reason I can see for putting the queen on this square, rather than the more active e2 square, is that you line up on this diagonal so that the bishop can come and trade itself off. And once this dark square bishop leaves the board, I think black's position is far less comfortable. This bishop kind of holds everything together. Remember, we were looking at some attacks against the white king later on. So Magnus, by putting his queen on this square, supporting his bishop, will guarantee a trade. And black here really shouldn't take the bishops off the board immediately, because this would be a check and a double attack. So for me, I think it's extremely, extremely unlikely right now that we'll see black's king sidestep. I think it's a 90 to 95% chance that the queen will actually block. And I don't see Magnus's idea. If the queens leave the board, far fewer winning chances for Magnus Carlsen. And also far fewer winning chances for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Probably that's why he's gone for this move, Magnus. He just decided it's time to try and force a draw. And I'm not a fan at all. I wanted the attack. We all wanted the attack. We saw this type of move pushing the pawn earlier forward, and now it makes much less sense. If the queens are going to come off, for example, if the pawn structure changes, then an endgame is not going to be good for white to have this isolated pawn. In the middle game, it's fine, but if the queens come off, this isolated pawn will be a target. OK.
Well, is the next move sort of gonna... Are we going to see Jan's ambitions now with the next move?
Yes. We'll see. If he's ambitious, maybe he'll block with the bishop. I don't know. Maybe he can block with this bishop. But the queen move looks like the most sensible.
And are there any chances for either side to kind of push if the queens come off the board? It doesn't look like it. I mean,
I don't see
probably with a lot of help from your opponent, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if the queens leave the board, as we mentioned, then even if white gets the first check in, the black king could just sidestep, just go back. And how are you ever going to win this position? I don't see it. Maybe you could push some pawns with white, but black will just defend everything. These 4 bishops as well, still sitting pretty in the middle. They're just going to neutralize each other. And eventually we will see more trades. The rooks do have an open file to trade each other off.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's check in with Simon at the Good Night to see what the mood is like. And Simon, David mentioned that before at least this queen move by Magnus, that you would love to play this with the black pieces. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, originally I thought this h5 move might be a bit iffy, and I don't know what I was thinking, because I love pushing my h-pawn, and just the fact that Magnus fought for 40 minutes, it completely threw him off guard, and he's gone for this safe option now of queen e1, which maybe leading to more equal positions. But in all, H5, a great move from Jan. Let's just have a little chat with some people here, and we're going to go to Daniel, the barman. So, hello, Daniel.
Hello.
Have you got any thoughts on the match in general? Are you team Magnus?
Of course, we're pro Magnus. I mean, we're happy with the match so far. I mean, to have a point lead, it's really good, and he's playing white today, so we'll see how it goes.
And does Magnus ever come down here at all?
Unfortunately, it's about single guests. So,
I like that.
Sorry.
I like that. The Privacy Act in Norway.
Yes.
Very, very good. Well, we'll see how the game goes, and we're just going to meet one of again, Christopher, one of the owners of the bar. And I would like to say the game's going on, very interesting. I'd also like to point out, Runa, your rapping skills, my ginger brother, pretty damn impressive. Now, Christopher, like you had, so the Good Night was the first ever chess pub in the country, right? In the world, should I say?
Yeah.
And there's one more now in Paris. Do you have any ideas to expand, maybe? Maybe one like near my house, like London way, or
we
possibly?
can definitely do London, but basically, I don't know. Do you have any tips?
I was thinking like Reykjavik could be quite cool. I think that's a good question for people out there as well. If you live in a city, if you live somewhere, whereabouts would you like to have? Would you like to have a chess pub in your town? Somewhere you can come down, chill out, play a game of chess, watch some of the top players playing. I'd love to have one near me, and it's just a lovely atmosphere over in Oslo. Everyone watching the game, drinking a beer, chilling out. So it looks like we still don't have a move from Jan, but back to the studio. And how do you think the game's going over there?
Yeah, thanks, Simon. And yeah, definitely a good question for the viewers. Where should Christopher open a new chess pub in the world? You know, Kongsvinger, my hometown, that would be nice. London, of course.
London,
yes.
has to be one in London.
Yeah, there should
and
be
maybe
one.
in all the major cities in the UK.
Yeah.
You know, one in Edinburgh, one in Birmingham, Manchester. Yeah, total chess domination. And Paris, there has to be one in Paris.
He said that they recently opened a chess pub in Paris.
Right. It's a cafe.
Wow.
And it's been opened by some chess players.
Bit Society Bar, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so Paris is catching up with Oslo finally.
Yeah.
Now it's time for the rest of the world to also catch up.
Yeah. All right. And of course, we forgot to mention, but Simon did the rap that Runa did before that bullet game. It was quite impressive. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a man of many talents. All right. Well, Simon did ask questions. What do you guys think now about the position? Jan is at least back by the board and thinking about his next move.
Yeah, I've got to admit, Kaja, I think for the first time in this match, for the first time in the first 8 games, I'm a bit deflated. Yeah. I'm not such a fan of Magnus's last move. It feels like he wants the queens off the board, and we were suddenly getting energized. We were suddenly getting optimistic about a full-blooded fight, and suddenly, if we see Jan trade the queens, I'm struggling to imagine any real action, especially on the black part, but also for Magnus, unless he's going to squeeze that blood out of a stone yet again, which he has done in the past, but normally there's more imbalance there. So personally, I think Jan should just react by blocking with his queen. But I don't know. If he plays another move, then I will get excited once more. Then my energy levels will shoot through the roof once again.
Yeah. Yeah, so you said the bishop move by Jan, that would be a little bit ambitious. Yep. That's maybe what we're hoping for.
Yes.
If he moves the queen forwards, is it no doubt Magnus will trade the queens?
He'll have to pretty much allow a trade of queens. I'm not sure he'll take immediately. Maybe he'll wait a move or two because there'll be tension between them. White's queen is protected by both rooks, so there's no rush. But the queens will leave the board either way. I'm slightly surprised, however, to see Magnus still so deep in thought, because to me, this is the kind of position, if I was playing a game, I would get up, I'd walk around, because I'd think, there's nothing going on, just let's get away from the board. But Magnus embracing that tension just by sitting there.
Mind games, that's what I think. You know, the World Championship is full of psychological games happening. I agree with you. And what has he gone for?
Wow, OK, he's moved his king.
OK.
OK, so Jan Nepomniachtchi avoiding an endgame.
Taking risks.
I'm energized again, guys. Let's go, let's do this. Because, right now, that shows Jan Nepomniachtchi's being ambitious. I love it. The evaluation bar doesn't love it, but I love it. And kudos, credit to Jan Nepomniachtchi for playing the most ambitious move. And I wasn't such a big fan because we showed the white bishop coming out now to trade itself off for the dark squared bishops, especially the black dark squared bishop. That one needs to leave the board from Magnus's point of view. But
yeah, I'm going to be honest. I think Jan Nepomniachtchi has taken too many risks. He should just accept the position. The best move here is just to trade off queens, and if it ends in a draw, so be it. Now he's kind of rocking the boat a little bit, and I think it's not in his favour. Yep, but then again, he does have some extra time on the clock. I don't want to be all doom and gloom.
OK, so the move we expected, the move we showed a bit earlier. The bishops, the dark square bishops, about to get traded, and that will favour the world champion slightly. But we'll come to this in a moment. We'll do a bit more analysis.
Yeah, because we're going to head down to Dubai. Rune is ready now with the father of Magnus, Henrik Carlsen.
That is right, Kaja. And I'm here with Henrik Carlsen, the father of Magnus Carlsen, of course. And you were looking quite closely at the screen after H5. What is going through your mind in a situation like that?
Well, first, I'm a patzer with access to Cessa in my pocket. And that's an interesting combination, because I think right now I hope and think that I might have understood what Magnus was thinking about for so long, because he was looking at all the more tactical options and then deciding in the end that he could play Queen E1, because if Jan wants to keep his queen, he has to play King F8, basically, because Bishop E6 supposedly doesn't work, and then he can force a trade of bishops if he wants. And without the black bishop, I assume black doesn't really have an imminent attack. It could come later, of course. So I assume Magnus felt that, well, his plan with this opening was more to have a small, durable advantage and play a very, very sharp game. That's my thoughts. Although I didn't speak to Magnus about this before the game.
If you had to guess how many results do you think Magnus will be playing for today?
Well, his dream is to play for 2 results, of course, and I think that was basically the choice. Try to avoid playing for 3 real results, but whether he achieves it or not is of course another question. Yeah.
Well, Jan will, of course, even has something to say about that. We know that Team Carlsen has, of course, Peter Heine Nielsen for the openings, and we have Magnus Barstad for fashion advice and music advice, and you're always there as well. What is your role on Team Carlsen?
Well, mainly I should avoid breaking my leg a month before the championship. So normally I do a lot of practical stuff for Magnus. And in addition to occasionally talking to the press and to guests, etc. But this time I really, like Barstad is doing a lot more, some of the others are doing a lot more, because I'm less flexible. So I spend more time in the lounge and more time as a chess spectator, really.
And a chess fan and the father of the champion. Does the nerves ever go away? He's been playing so many world championships now.
For him, you mean, or for me?
For you, I'm thinking like as a father watching him.
Yeah, I know quite a lot of chess parents. They don't like to watch their children play too closely because you get very nervous. But I've mainly enjoyed it, although, of course, it's more tension during a World Championship match. So it was not a problem at all in the first 5 games. The 6th game was, of course, quite tense. So we all appreciated a bit quiet draw yesterday. And it will be interesting to see them today.
Well, thank you very much for that insight. So Magnus Carlsen playing for 2 results, not trying to go into complications today, if we are to believe Henrik. And thank you very much. And back to you guys.
Sounds like a great plan from Team Carlsen. And of course, we're sending our best wishes for a quick recovery to Henrik Carlsen's leg. He broke his leg shortly before the World Championship match, so he's walking around on his crutches. And Magnus, again, thinking here.
Again thinking, I'm looking at his face. I think he was about to make a move. He kind of looked over at the clock, slightly lifted his arm. I'm trying to read his body language here. But either way, he has to make a decision because Jan finally did offer this trade of queens. And Magnus needs to decide, does he keep the queens on by maybe trading the bishops first? Does he maintain the tension? Or does he just take the queens off, take the bishops off and force the draw? And just if we delve slightly deeper into the position to show Magnus's 3 main options, I think The most tempting for me would be to play bishop takes bishop, and now the queens will stay on the board because I don't think black wants to recapture this bishop with a pawn. These guys would be weak long term, and now white could leap out, for example, with the queen and start threatening some weaknesses. So this would force black to recapture with the queen, and here Jovanka and I were discussing maybe white just steps forward, brings the rooks to the center. Small advantage for white because the white bishop is slightly superior to its counterpart, and also the black king not ideally placed, but Nepomniachtchi very, very solid. The other alternatives in the current position after black brought the queen out is to just trade the queens. Get the queens off the board, then get the bishops off the board and head towards that draw. And maybe the third option, I was just looking for alternatives, would be to push a pawn forward to support the bishop. And
what does he do?
Magnus keeps the queens on the board. So no draw yet. That's good.
Great. Good sign.
Positive. I was going to say maybe you could push the pawn, hoping for a trade here where you open up your rook. But Magnus not wanting that tension. Instead, he's traded the bishops. And here, Jan Nepomniachtchi, once he gets back to the board, will instantly, it looks like he's back now, he instantly does recapture the bishop with his queen. And we will see whether Magnus can put any pressure on now. It's not going to be easy. It's definitely not going to be easy because material is starting to disappear. Everything's getting traded.
Yeah. So, like, for example, like the queen the move that you highlighted, the queen moves to the d2 square. Well, the black rook will swing over and occupy the open line, and then white will not allow black to control the only open line, and will challenge. And it just seems like black can even go rook takes rook.
Rook takes rook, and you mentioned this maneuver, bringing the rook across to challenge its counterpart. Also, black could just push a king, push a pawn forward, and then bring his king to safety. Just looks very, very solid and not enough imbalances. Look at the pawn structure. There's no way really to create any weaknesses in the opponent's camp. There's no way to create a passed pawn, nothing. And the difference between the bishops isn't enough of a factor to give white a real advantage.
And one thing I really like about your move suggestion is that once the king hides itself on the g7 square, it's no longer vulnerable to checks because the king on an f8 is on an open diagonal, and that's a bit unsafe. So if the black queen were to move, for instance, let's put it there, then the white queen will hop out to the b4 square, give check, and grab a pawn in the process.
Yeah, so just keeping the black king nice and safe is essential. So in the current position, we're expecting this one from Jan Nepomniachtchi, bringing his rook across. Could we see him try and play for a win, play for an attack by pushing this pawn? I know Simon Williams over there in the Good Night, he would not even hesitate. If I was playing blitz against him, or even classical chess against him, within a minute or so, he would push this pawn forward and try to go for my king. I think the issue is that you're not going to make much headroom there, much headway.
Yeah.
The white pawn will just step forward, and yes, you've got this pawn to a nice square. Yes, you've got some ideas of coming across and checkmating later, but it's a bit of a pipe dream. And in an endgame now, this pawn will actually be a weakness.
Yeah.
White will target it with the bishop later.
So it's an instructive moment there because sometimes I play by general rules. I'm a little bit lazy like that. And I remember once a grandmaster told me off for allowing a pawn to reach the beautiful h3 square. And he said, oh, grandmasters don't do that. But, I mean, why did you allow that pawn to get so far?
Because I don't like this pawn structure for white. If we head to an endgame, then suddenly the white pawn is fixed on a light square, the black pawn's on a dark square, and actually you want your pawns on the opposite colour to your bishop. So here, having a light square bishop and a pawn on a light square is not ideal. OK, it's still fine for white, of course, still maybe a tiny advantage, but I just think, yes, it's scary to allow this pawn forward, but now black's never going to checkmate anyway, and you actually want to allow this because in an endgame this is a huge weakness.
I love what you just said. I feel like it's like another cloud lifting from my eyes.
Yeah, and also, I mean, if your opponent's pawn pushes doesn't actually achieve anything, then why waste time blocking it?
Yeah.
For example, just to show as well why I'm not so scared, if the black queen comes across to try and deliver checkmate, OK, obviously you have this quite kind of check with the white queen, but even if you ignore it, even if you just push a pawn, this is never checkmate anyway. You just drop back with the bishop, and now you see that this pawn later is a target. And black's wasted so much time going for something that doesn't actually work.
Yeah, he is thinking again, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Will he go for something ambitious, or will this be a rather quick draw? I guess we'll get some answers when we see his move, but we have been talking a little bit about football today, and it was very nice then to see a football player make the opening move, and Tanya has met up with the former Real Madrid player who made the opening move today.
We got with us Michel Salgado, who made the opening move for Game 8 here at the FIDE World Championship match. How was that?
Exciting, but at the same time, I was really nervous, more than in a game, because I know these guys, they are mentally so strong, and to be honest, they are, before the final, I know they don't want to be bothered at all. So I was like, I don't know what to do in this moment. Looking at Magnus, he was the right one or not, but he was really kind with me. He's a big Real Madrid fan as well, I know it, and he was really kind, and always smiling. So he made it easier for me.
We all know how much Magnus loves Real, but tell us, Michel, what about you? Do you love chess?
Of course, no, I love chess. To be honest, I played some chess with my brother. He was the one to teach me chess when I was a kid. But as I said to everybody, I didn't have so much time to play chess because by then there were no academies and amazing fields. There was the street, and I had to play on the street. That was my field, the street. And I was playing 3-4 hours every day football because I wanted to become a professional footballer. But to be honest, I regret not having played chess a little bit more because, as I said, to the kids, I think chess has more common things with football than the people think, especially in tactical awareness, in creating spaces. I think so many coaches right now, they are using chess with the kids, information, and even for the first team. I think if you understand chess, you can understand, or you have a better awareness of tactical awareness in football, So I regret not having played chess a little bit more.
But you're back here at the World Championship, and you made the move 1e4 today. Now, a certain Bobby Fischer said that's best by test. So did you have a little help before, or was that the move that you usually start with?
That was the move, always, to be, in front of the king. That's the one that it was easier for me. So that's why I started with this one. And I hope that Magnus will get the win, with this one. Otherwise, he's going to kill me.
Well, we will see what happens. Now, you were inside the fish tank right before the start of the game, Michel. I'm sure you could feel the tension. Is it similar on the football field right before kickoff?
No, because, everything in here is everything so, I'm going to say religious. I don't know how to tell you. It's like a bubble. And there is nobody can touch, the players, nobody can talk to the players. Everything is like really difficult because it's too much concentration. It's like I think, the players they need to have in here, I don't know how many plays in mind. And what's going to happen, the other day they were playing 8 hours, so it was crazy. I understand that they play with no people around trying to disturb them because it's a really mental game. Of course, the physicality is included because you need to be strong and fit, to play 8 hours, and tomorrow another 8 hours. But in the end, football is different. You go outside to the Santiago Bernabeu and it's 80,000 people before the game, so the situation is different. What is playing is the heart. The heart is like when you see the 80,000 and the ball is just close to kick off, and you're like dun 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 dun. In here, I don't know the feeling from them. I don't know if it's the same, but I see them so relaxed. So, of course, it's inside, but I don't think it's the same situation. And of course, you are bothered by 80,000 people, and the pressure is coming in any ball that you touch. So, different environment, of course, and different feeling.
Absolutely agree with that. So many people in the football field, but like you mentioned, for an athlete, the heartbeat and how that goes is the same. Now, is this the first World Championship match that you're following?
As I said, when I was a kid, I was following every day Karpov and Kasparov. That's the reality. That was the moment of our chess life when I was a kid. It was like, 1-1, 1.5, 1-2. I was following every day, the games. Actually, we couldn't follow them in TV. Of course, by then there were only 2 channels, and chess was not that big, to get in Spain, on live. But in the news, the highlights, and especially the newspapers, we were always reading, the game Karpov and Kasparov. So that one was the one that I follow always when I was a kid.
Oh, it's amazing to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us, Michel.
Thank you.
Thank you. The legendary footballer from Real, Michel Salgado. Magnus Carlsen is a Real fan, and Michel, a big chess fan.
Very cool. Thanks, Tanya. What a great guy, Michel Salgado, former Real Madrid player and a big chess fan, present now in Dubai to follow the World Championship match. We did have a couple of moves on the board.
We had a couple of moves, and I'm slightly surprised, I must admit. Jovanka, you're slightly surprised too?
I'm also slightly surprised because when we went through these kind of lines before, I really liked your suggestion, which was just to consolidate the pawn structure after the rook trade. Here, you know, like we mentioned whilst during the interview, you know, black still has to deal with the queen coming to the G5 square, and that's a little bit annoying.
Yeah, this white queen can actually pounce to the G5 square now, and the reason we wanted in this position, for example, was to trade rooks and then push a pawn and, say, move the king and then bring the rook across. The reason we wanted this was simply because black has defended everything. Black has got the king off the back rank. But with his last move, Jan, which he played almost instantly, bringing this rook forward, it's actually going to be harder for him. And there we go. Magnus has indeed brought his queen forward. It's going to be harder for Jan now to challenge the rooks, because if he ever moves this rook across where it wants to be, on the open line, trading itself for white's rook, then this pawn will drop. The black rook is actually tied down to its pawn, and the rook coming across would actually just drop the pawn in some positions. Also, I noticed there are some checks with the white queen, which you have to be worried about. There's a lot here for black to solve, a lot of issues. So right now, Jan has to decide, how is he going to deal with this pawn? How is he going to kick away the white queen? It's not actually easy to kick her away. If you ever push a pawn to attack her, she'll happily step back. And now this black rook, what is it doing? Its path to the centre has been blocked by its own pawn. Magnus happy to give black an extra move in order to block in his own rook. And again, if you try and trade off the queens, then you lose this pawn in the centre. So now white's queen on this square is incredibly annoying for Jan to deal with. And still, he should be OK, but now he has to be much more accurate than he needed to be earlier. It feels like one hasty decision and Magnus getting some small chances.
Yeah, and it just feels like this is the type of position that Magnus Carlsen just excels in. And I know, I feel that in his desire to kind of keep the game alive, Nepomniachtchi has taken too many risks here. And now it's just Magnus who has a very pleasant choice of just playing for a win or just taking a draw.
Yeah, and actually just to show one important variation in the line we showed. So maybe just trying to get inside Nepomniachtchi's brain, he wanted to take here. He thought, OK, it's a trade. Then he wanted to bring his rook across and offer a trade, thinking that, yes, white can grab this pawn, but then the black queen sneaks in behind with a nasty check, similar to the checkmate that Alexandra Botez delivered to Askild there. White's bishop can, however, block, but now the black bishop steps forward. And this is actually really nasty. This bishop is now overwhelmed because of this nasty pin. And I think here, black is in charge. Black is maybe even just winning. But maybe Nepomniachtchi forgot that in this position, after all the rooks would disappear, that white doesn't have to take this pawn. Instead, white can give a check on this square. Check to the black king. If black blocks now, no matter which way black blocks, white can indeed just take this pawn, because it's different this time. After a queen check, the bishop dropping back, black cannot bring his bishop out to target this white bishop because of a nasty double attack. This check would win the game for Magnus. And this is actually 5 or 6 moves down the line, but this is the type of thing that Nepomniachtchi might have miscalculated. He might have simply forgotten that the white queen on this square not only targets this pawn, but also, once the rooks disappear, might try and sneak in from behind. And suddenly this is going to cause Nepomniachtchi to delve into a long think. And he seriously has some problems to deal with now.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
Maybe you have to take some time out and push a black pawn and play some passive moves.
Yeah, that was my first instinct as well, but the computer hated it with a passion.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, it just says, you know, white can just simply play rook takes rook.
Yep, and if the bishop recaptures.
Yeah, bishop will recapture, and then just the rook will slide across. And now black has some serious issues to solve, because you can't do the rook move, the rook going to e6 to challenge, because the pawn is just up for grabs.
Yep, after a trade of rooks, this pawn would drop off. White would win a pawn. You also can't move your bishop, because, again, this would actually end in checkmate.
Yep.
The white queen now really active, creeping in.
And if the black says, OK, I made a mistake, let's try to resolve the tension by just sliding the queen over 2 squares and offering a queen trade. This time, white says no.
Definitely no trade.
Absolutely no, none of that. And then drops the queen back to the G3. Yep, to G3.
Yep.
And
this way.
Yep, and then the queen will tried to snake her way in to the 8th row. And, well, he's in serious trouble.
Wow, yeah. What is the most likely result right now?
If you asked me 2 moves or 3 moves ago, Kaja, I would have said draw.
Yeah.
I think 90% chance it would have been a draw, but suddenly just a bit of carelessness from Nepomniachtchi. We've seen this from him before as well. He relaxes too soon, plays one quick move, and any time he plays a quick move, it seems to be a mistake. Maybe just not sensing the critical moments correctly. And maybe this might be the moment. Nepomniachtchi in a difficult situation. Might be the time for guess the move, because we're struggling to come up with ideas here for black. Nepomniachtchi, I have a feeling he might delve into a deep think. It's been 4 minutes already, so he could move now, he could move in 10 minutes. But this is the moment. What is Nepomniachtchi going to do? How is he going to solve his problems? Guess the move. Let's do it, guys. Here we go. Jan Nepomniachtchi in a bit of trouble, missing Magnus's last move or underestimating it. What is he going to do? Is he going to swap the rooks off? Is he going to push a pawn? Is he going to bring his other rook across? Try and trade queens? Lots and lots of options here. Some of them a bit dodgy, some of them may be fine, but help us out. We're struggling here in the studio to come up with some ideas for black, and we need to get inside Nepomniachtchi's head.
Yeah.
And you do too.
Yeah. Tweet your move suggestions on #C24Live for a chance to win a very cool prize as always.
It is incredibly cool. 1-year membership of G-Chess, which is the first ever website where you can just put up a chess position and you can search that position over chess databases, chess articles, YouTube, and Chessable short and sweet. So get tweeting #C24Live.
Yes, and Nepomniachtchi, I'm worried he's going to move any moment, so get your tweets in now. He has moved. Is it a mistake? It's the mistake we highlighted.
Oh, no!
He's pushed his c-pawn forward, and the computer, you mentioned, Jovanka, hates that move. Okay, Nepomniachtchi. Oh, I hope some of our viewers got those tweets in quickly enough.
Usually our viewers are very quick, so I bet we're going to find a winner to guess the move today. But a big mistake, the bar is going up for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, so not winning for Magnus Carlsen, we should clarify. It's not a losing blunder or anything, but it's not the most accurate move again. Nepomniachtchi now 2 moves in a row playing inaccurate moves. And now after a trade of rooks, White's going to gain some serious pressure. And Magnus is going to find that, I think, for sure. This is his type of position. With the symmetrical pawns, Magnus is the best in the world at just squeezing these tiny advantages out.
It will be a long game now.
Yes. Earlier, I was so pessimistic about my prediction of 42 moves this game, and I predicted a decisive result, but now I'm feeling more confident.
I guessed 50 moves, I think.
Okay.
I guess 50 as well.
Yeah.
So snap.
I think you girls are onto a winner there, maybe.
Okay.
This one is going to go on for a while as Magnus starts to get more and more optimistic with every move.
Let's take a look at him now. I mean, he looks like, yes, I'm in the exact kind of position I love. And he's, you know, he said it himself in the press conference. When he's given a chance, he is relentless.
Yeah, just like Erling Haaland. You give him a shot at goal, he puts it in the back of the net.
And Nepomniachtchi, you know, again, I have to say, he played very quickly. 2 moves in a row, and twice, I think, there's inaccuracies. He just didn't take his time to work out the intricacies of the position. And his position, I must admit, it was a little bit unpleasant, a lot of uncomfortable things. And yeah, now Magnus will just play this forcing sequence and he will stand better.
Yeah, Magnus having a clear and safe advantage. Not winning, but he's putting the pressure on. And Nepomniachtchi, if he continues in the same direction, the trend turning against him, if he continues making these kind of careless, I don't want to say lazy, but slightly complacent moves, then he's going to find himself in some real hot water. So, yeah, Magnus, can he continue to turn that screw? I'm expecting rook takes rook right now. That's an automatic almost. Rook takes rook, capture that black rook at the top of the board, bring the other white rook into play, the white rook next to the white king, not doing anything, so you need to free that guy up. And then some serious issues for Nepomniachtchi to solve.
Wow.
Okay, this is
This could be decisive in the match.
Could well be. Yeah, Nepomniachtchi, he's going to have to defend like a lion now. And the reason I'm so pessimistic on Nepomniachtchi's side is not because he's losing, as mentioned. The evaluation bar still says it's defendable for black, but it's just because he's been going wrong. And also, he's had 2 opportunities to get the queens off the board. Both times he turned them down. and he will be regretting not ending his suffering instantly. I think I saw some tweets earlier by some very strong players as well, that they said they were shocked that Nepomniachtchi didn't get the queens off, because then it would have been a painless draw.
Yeah.
Get out of here with black, with a draw, go into the rest day, success.
Is this a little bit of the tilt if this ends up with a loss for Jan Nepomniachtchi? That, you know, yesterday it was a quick draw.
Yeah.
But are we still in sort of the possibility of him tilting a little bit?
I think so. You know, yesterday's game, he made a little bit of unusual decisions, and he clarified the situation very quickly and allowed Magnus an easy game. And there I just kind of put it to nerves and maybe kind of being very aware that emotionally he's tilted before. But now seeing this, where he's just rejected moves that offered clear drawing chances, where Magnus really has no chance to push for a win, in favour of this position, which is incredibly difficult, suggests to me that something is a little bit wrong emotionally. And, well, I have to say, we could see a second win. At least Magnus will try his hardest to get there.
Yeah, I think Magnus is going to switch gears now. Earlier, he was just kind of stuck in first gear, maybe playing safety first chess. Maybe he had a chat with his coaches, his team beforehand, and they said, OK, just play safe. Don't take any risks. But suddenly he can press, and it's risk-free, and that's the key.
Yeah.
He just needs to play simple, sensible moves. Rook takes rook, shift the white rook across, and even if Nepomniachtchi defends well and makes a draw, then it's still a success for Magnus, a moral victory. He was the one putting on the pressure.
But he has ticked under 1 hour on the clock. He still has more than half the moves left to play to reach move 40. Yeah. Could the clock become an issue in this kind of position?
I think it could possibly, but then again, now is the critical moment. If Magnus doesn't find anything convincing in the next 5 or 10 moves, then it might just fizzle out to a draw. So I think it's a good idea, just investing the time now. It's just about sensing those critical moments, and only 2 or 3 times before move 40, those arise, and that's where to invest your time. I think he will regret spending 40 minutes on one move earlier. But apart from that, he's played relatively at a decent pace, so if he can cut out those long thinks, he'll be OK.
But will the next move definitely be taking the rook?
Not definitely. You could make an argument for some pawn pushes, for example, just pushing the white c pawn 1 square forward, pushing the white h pawn maybe 2 squares forward. But
I have a tendency to trade, so for me, rook takes rook is pretty normal, you know, and force the bishop to an even worse square.
Yeah. So if he, because I heard you guys say before that, you know, it could be a good idea to let your opponent initiate the trade. So if Magnus doesn't take, and maybe Jan in the next move moves his rook down, takes the rook, and then sort of Magnus can get his rook in an open file.
Yeah, this is true, actually. No, that's a really good point, Kaja. Maybe that's why Magnus is thinking right now. He wants to make it happen on his terms. So maybe we're both rushing. Maybe we're just we're getting too excited on Magnus's behalf and trying to force the issue when you don't need to. But then again, if you don't trade now, maybe black has other options. I'm not sure what those options are, to be honest. I'm not sure what black's next move is. But yeah, either way, Magnus has a variety of moves, a lot of choice.
He definitely does have a lot of choice. And Jan Nepomniachtchi did make a very quick decision, as opposed to Magnus, who is really thinking things through. And, well, we do have a winner to our Guess the Move. And the prize of 1 year membership of GChess, that goes to Brian, who correctly predicted that Nepomniachtchi would defend this position with the pawn move c6. So congratulations, Brian. You are today's winner. And you will have a whole range of technology at your fingertips with GChess, because it is the first ever website where put up a chess position, search that over chess databases, chess articles, and I love this part, YouTube. So enjoy.
And Brian deserves that. That was lightning fast reactions.
I know.
I think Nepomniachtchi moved within 1 minute of me launching that. So, yeah, well done to Brian there.
Impressive stuff. You guys are on fire every day in Guess the Move. What a cool competition as well, to try to get into the head of these players and guess the moves. Today it's been kind of hard because Jan Nepomniachtchi has not done maybe what he should have done.
And that's the thing. I said wrong think, long think, but clearly short think can be a wrong think as well. Yeah, these very quick decisions, when you have an ocean of time left, when it is quite a simplified position with lots of trades already having happened, I don't understand players actually who continue playing instantly, because there are
Yeah.
4 or 5 viable alternatives at every turn.
Wasn't it Fischer or Botvinnik who said that you should spend no longer than 20 minutes on a think?
Possibly. Yeah, I wish I followed that advice. Yeah, I'm sure Magnus would have loved to have followed that advice today as well. If he could have that kind of 40 minutes back, he would be in the driver's seat right now and feeling super confident. But yeah, I think 20 minutes, that's enough. For sure, you don't see much more after 20 minutes than you would have seen after the first few minutes anyway. So normally you trust your instincts, you calculate a bit, and then you just decide.
Right, exactly. And when you're thinking for too long, I mean, you could have situations where the position is very, very complicated, but those are rare.
Yeah.
And most of the time, you're just in your head. It's all a bit cluttered, chaotic, and you're not being systematic. Or you're just overthinking things and being too much of a perfectionist, you know, rechecking the line once, not twice, 3 times.
Yeah, that's my biggest crime, being a perfectionist and over-checking, doubting myself. Yeah, after 20 minutes, normally what you're thinking about is, you know, dinner or what you're doing later. Or it's not actually the chess. So, yeah, there has to be a cut-off point at some moment. And when I actually worked briefly with Artur Yusupov, a very famous coach, and he told me, yeah, just time yourself. After 10 minutes, once you realise you've been spending about 10 minutes, just go back to basics, rule it down to the 2 or 3 moves you're most tempted by, and quickly kind of look at the pros and cons, then make that decision within a minute or 2 more. Don't spend longer than 10 to 20 minutes on a move. So easy to say, hard to do, but I don't think Magnus will think too long on the next few moves anyway. Although 10 minutes here.
You know, I'm going to go back to my room after this show is finished, and I'm just going to go and write that down. 10 minutes. When you train yourself, Jovi, and you put those positions, give yourself 10 minutes, write down what your instincts were, and then
it's hard though, because if it's a super complicated position with so much calculation to do, 10 minutes might not be enough. So in general, 10 minutes, then you can reassess, you can kind of go back to square one and decide, but it's not always the case.
But it's amazing.
That's why chess is so hard.
It's amazing how chaotic it is in my mind, David. I think giving myself a limit of 10 minutes is going to be good.
You clearly do quite well at organising, at least.
only when I'm kind of like super focused and I feel like I'm in the zone, then I feel like I can see everything. I got it all categorised. But normally, not.
Well, Magnus, again, longer think, 10 minutes. Let's go back down to Dubai. What's going on down there right now? Everyone just keeps waiting for these moves by Magnus. What are you doing out and about the expo, Runa?
Well, I have a hard time understanding why this is so critical. I'm listening to you guys, so I found somebody who can maybe help me understand what's going on, Gukesh. You saw c6. Let's say you are white. As a very, very, very strong chess player, you're playing white and you see somebody play c6 in this position. What will you think? How will you judge that?
I feel it's when Magnus played queen g5, he should have expected c6. Probably he did, because for me it was the most natural move. And probably if I was white in Magnus's situation, I would be pretty happy because it's not. I don't have any risks and I can press freely. So I would consider, I don't know, like rook e5 or rook takes e8 and rook e1. And even though black's position is solid, I don't see like very easy moves, but black should be able to equalize, I feel.
Black should be able to equalize. Okay, let's talk a little bit about you as well, because you're part of the Challengers Chess Tour, and you have also played a little for fun tournament today. How did that go?
That went good. I played 4 rounds and I won 4. So yeah.
And you even beat Arshalin, I think.
Yeah.
And you are like Praganananda. You are one of these super kids from India, and you became a grandmaster. Is this true? You were so close to beating Karyakin's record?
Yeah, eventually I fell 17 days short, but I was pretty close. Yeah.
So it was 12 years, 10 months, and 17 days, and they have become a chess grandmaster.
I think 12 years, 7 months, 17.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
And you are here in Dubai, you're witnessing the World Chess Championship. As a chess fan and as a chess professional, what does that feel like?
Yeah, it's as a chess fan, it's really exciting. And It's exciting to be at the World Championship. This atmosphere, it's really like great to be here. And also as a chess professional, the games are very instructive, and I'm analyzing them every day. So yeah, there is a lot to learn from.
Okay, well, thank you very much for those insights. I hope you could use that for something. And back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks so much, Rune. And I have to tell you, the rap you did earlier, wow, amazing stuff. We were so impressed by your skills, also in rapping. All right, well, we have a few moves on the board, and it's what you guys expected.
Yep, we have a few moves. One set of rooks have disappeared. There has been a trade, and in the process of that, black's bishop now is stuck on a bit of a bad square, and it cannot move. If the black bishop moves, then the white queen will jump in and deliver a nasty checkmate. So right now, the stakes are already very high for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Already the margin for error is tiny. I barely see a move here other than black's queen going across to challenge the white queen. Has he gone for it? We will find out in a moment. Ooh, what has he played, Jan Nepomniachtchi?
He's made that move.
Yeah, he has gone for the queen trade. I didn't see anything else, simply. If you pushed a pawn to this square to try and attack the white queen, then black's rook would have been boxed in. Simply, the white queen is too active. And this is where we were talking about trades earlier, when to exchange pieces. If your opponent has a active piece and you have a passive one, trade those guys off. And there, black's queen doing nothing, white's queen doing a fantastic job. So Nepomniachtchi going for the trade.
So does it still look very good for Magnus?
It's looking good as long as he keeps the queens on.
Okay.
Don't trade those queens. I think Magnus will retreat the queen after thinking for a couple of minutes.
All right.
He has to be a tiny bit accurate in where he retreats the queen. I mean, it should be preferably to the G3 square. And I just checked the computer, the D2 square. That is like some clever use of the board, the whole board, because the whole idea is those two squares, the queen has maximum range. She can actually shift on to the left side very easily.
Yeah, so either way, Magnus will retreat the queen, and we'll check back in a minute to see where he chooses.
Yep, because we're going to check back with the people in Dubai. Tanya now standing with two grandmasters who definitely can say a word or two about the situation on the board right now.
Absolutely, Kaja. The intense discussions about this very critical game 8 continue in the Chess 24 lounge. And joining us this time is Grandmaster Hans Niemann and Grandmaster Yevgeny Romanov. You had Yevgeny in the studio with you a couple of days ago. We've got him in Dubai. Welcome.
Thank you. Regards to Oslo.
Yevgeny, first question. Your impressions about the game so far?
Magnus is pressing. That's very clear. He controls the only open file, like E file. And clearly he will keep the boards, keep the queens on boards. So it's like one-sided pressure, no risk. And I was already asked down there if there is like fast draw or some kind of predictions. Not at all, because I think this is the position in Magnus style, and he's gonna keep pressing longer and longer.
So Yevgeny predicting a long grind. Hans, would you agree with that? This is the kind of position that Magnus enjoys, and we can expect a long game?
I think we can definitely expect a long game, but I think that it's quite possible that at some point it will liquidate. So the advantage that he has now is, I wouldn't say long-term advantage. It's the advantage that he has now is in the short-term positioning of black's pieces. Meaning this rook on the edge of the board is very passive, the bishop on e8 is very passive, and the king on f8 is quite weak. So all of these advantages are in the short term. It's not like there is a direct weakness that he's going to attack for a very long time. So because of this, there's some short-term press and some short-term pressure. But in the long term, if Jan is able to coordinate his pieces properly, it's going to be a very easy draw.
All right, so could end in a draw, but that would be a result that perhaps both players would not be too disappointed with today?
Jan definitely would be happy with this result. Seems he was out of prep very early, and this h5 move, in my opinion, was played over the board. Yeah, all the position, everything we see is clearly dynamical-wise. However, I think there is the weaknesses on the queen side, which would be problematic for black to defend. There are many maneuvers of the queen possible on the dark squares, interfering the black's camp, which might gain some troubles for Jan. And yeah, for Magnus. Now every game is a little step forward. So since he's leading in the match, but I think he would continue. He definitely continues in every position. He's getting some chances.
Interesting. Now, Yevgeny, you mentioned this very unusual moment when Jan played H5. Magnus took a 30-minute think at that moment. And according to you, that wasn't part of Jan's prep, but over-the-board inspiration?
Yeah, I think so. First of all, Jan spent about 20 minutes, I think, back then. And it didn't look like he knows the position. Also, if like chess-wise they're thinking about H5 move, he plays the side move. Yes, I understand he wants to control this square that Queen doesn't play Queen H5 and not attacking his camp. That's easy to understand. But King was uncastled. Pieces are undeveloped. White is definitely pressing, and also Magnus' body language. Been talking. I'm surprised. That's not like chess player like reacting on some novelty or some new idea. So this H5 move is very unusual for understanding while you have the King on E8. And from my perspective, Magnus just been trying to figure out what is the best way how to put some problems to black position.
Very interesting. And Hans, what do you make of Magnus deciding to play E4 and not the usual D4 stuff that we've seen complicate many games in this World Championship so far? Does that indicate that he's saying, you know what, I won a game, Jan, the pressure is on you to equalize, and I'm happy with a solid game?
Well, I think in E4 he can maintain more level of control within D4, because it's quite clear that Jan is playing the Petrov, and within the Petrov with the white pieces, you have the control. There are so many different lines. You can sort of take the game in the direction you want. However, if Magnus plays D4 or the sort of delayed Catalan structures, there are many ways that Jan can respond to this, which Magnus might not like, considering the match situation. So in the game, he chose a line where he has absolutely zero risk. He's putting some slight pressure. So I think he will continue with E4, and considering the match situation, because he's taking no risk if Jan will continue playing the Petrov, which is, he's basically, with the Petrov, you're going to force, and you're just trying to make a draw, so, yeah.
Hans, we're looking at Magnus on the screen. He's having a think after this queen trade has been offered. I think he just made a move, and he decides to retreat with queen E3. What do you make of that first impression?
Well, the idea, obviously he's not going to trade the queen. That's without saying. And the point is, okay, you're obviously attacking the bishop. Now the bishop will probably have to move, and at that point he'll try to look for some ways to pose additional problems. So the key point is going to be surrounding this king on f8. And this king could be open to some sort of checks, maybe on this diagonal with, there could be a check on b4 perhaps. Maybe he'll play a simple improving move like h3. He maybe will just wait. So unless Magnus feels like there is a direct threat, he's just going to slowly improve the position and try to create some minor problems.
All right, thanks for that. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to say that there is kind of geometry in chess also possible. Look, the rook on h6 is out of play. So, for instance, the useful move c3 guards the pawn on d4. Black needs to enter the rook. For example, it's gonna be like queen d6. Then white is playing queen g5, threatening to enter the camp by queen d8, queen d6 back. And then we can try to find some triangulation by queen g3 and forcing with some queen g5 or queen e3 back then, gaining the tempo in some opportunities, some ways of position.
Very interesting. Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi has replied with the move bishop d7. Players are on the board. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, super interesting to hear the thoughts of all of you down there in Dubai. Queens still on the board between these two. The bar is... it's going a little bit back and forth, but all the time over on Magnus' side. It's still looking good for him.
Yep, and you guys know me. Sometimes I say, don't trust the bar, don't trust the evaluation, but here I do think it's relatively accurate because it is quite one-sided. It's Magnus creating the threats, black reacting. We saw Magnus retreat the queen, white's queen and rook were lined up against the black bishop. Black's bishop had to move. That was strictly the only way to really survive in the position. But the question for Magnus is, he's got a small advantage. How does he improve on that? How does he cultivate that, turn it into something bigger? And it's not an easy question. And as Hans Niemann said there, it's the type of position where you have the advantage, but long term, it's going to slowly get less and less and less with every move, unless you create something, unless you're able to kind of trick your opponent or launch a direct attack. And yeah, right now I'm struggling to see any breakthrough, any way forward. For example, if White's queen wants to sneak in, as Yevgeny Romanov said there, if it wants to creep in through this diagonal, then Black blocks off this diagonal with the Black queen defended by the rook. A queen trade would just lead to equality and a draw. And if it tries to sneak in from this angle to try and sneak in behind, then again, the Black queen will block that entry route as well. No matter where you go with the White queen, the Black queen will block you off. And it's frustrating. Ideally, you would love to creep in this way and to the other side of the board. But if you retreat the queen to this square, suddenly the pawn in the middle no longer defended. So it's not easy to find an avenue for which Magnus can attack.
So should he look at another piece then? Just forget about the queens for now and do something with another piece?
Yeah, quite possibly. The problem is, how do you improve this rook? It's already on an open line. It already backs up its queen, but there are no entry squares here, so you can't really improve it. How do you improve this bishop? I mean, unless you're stepping back to its starting square, then I don't see any other square for it. And in terms of the pawns, it's not clear that you want to touch these guys because you might create weaknesses in front of your king. You want to save that for later. And that would leave by process. OK, he does. He's about to push this pawn forward one square, I think. Magnus just judging by his body language. I said earlier, don't put your pawns on light squares. But maybe he just wants to create some luft, as we call some air, breathing space for the White king. He does push Harry the h-pawn forward, but not to the most active square. And at least no back rank checkmates now. The king always has somewhere to escape to if it needs.
Talking about back rank checkmates, Black has to be super careful, actually, because if he thinks, well, you know, I should put my king in the corner of the board, it'll be safer there, do not do it right now, because if you move with the king, then whoops-a-daisy, the queen is going to come to the e8. And
really nice.
It is very nice because the Black king can't escape to the h7 square.
Yeah, so White would actually give up a queen. This is a queen sacrifice, giving up the queen, but once the rook replaces that queen, it's checkmate. Nothing to do because the bishop, the key bishop, guards this escape square.
And another move that I was thinking could be possible would be, you know, maybe Nepomniachtchi goes, hey, let's try to get the queens off the board, and maybe the queen will slide itself over to the e6 square, just to kind of hope that there can be some zigzagging with the queens, some dance. But it's not necessary that the queen will go to the g3 square. She might even retreat to the d2 square now that the d4 pawn isn't under fire.
Just to protect her rook.
Exactly. And then the queen could even think about snaking in via the left side of the board. And and also maybe even a5.
Yeah, if the Black queen blocks this diagonal, then you definitely use a5. Now you're trying to create this checkmate threat again, trapping the Black king on its back rank, meanwhile combining it with a threat against some of the Black pawns. So, yeah, Magnus definitely with some ideas. I think with his last move, he's just biding time. He's waiting, he's slowly improving, and he's saying to Nepomniachtchi, yes, it might be level, but you're a bit stuck. No matter what you do, I have threats later, and I might be able to improve more than you can improve your position. To be honest, I expect Nepomniachtchi just to push this pawn forward one square, put it on a dark square, the opposite colour to your bishop. Also, this pawn we mentioned earlier was a bit of a weakness, tying down the Black rook. Now it's easier to defend because the Black queen has an eye on it as well. And later on, then Nepomniachtchi will bring the queen back and try and swing his rook into the game to challenge for the open file.
So is that an aim for both players, to have their pawns on dark squared because the light squared bishops are left on the board?
Yep. Definitely. And that's why I was slightly surprised by Magnus's last move, pushing forward to a light square, because in an endgame, if the queens and rooks disappear, then you don't want your pawns as targets for the opponent's bishop. For example, I was expecting a move like this one, where you do put pawns on dark squares because they complement your bishop here. And also, if Magnus had the time, he would have loved to push this pawn forward. If Black did nothing here, then he would love to fix his pawns all on dark squares. But the problem with this was that if he pushed this pawn forward one square, now Black would challenge and open up this line for the Black rook. So not enough time to achieve his strategic goals.
Yeah, and I'm seeing on Twitter there's a lot of love for the move c4, actually, just exploding open, accelerating the play. What do you think about such a committal move? Is the time right?
Yeah, for example, if the move I expected does arrive on the board, then Yeah, this is a huge question because Magnus, he's got one kind of advantage in the position, that's control over the open line. And in chess, they say you need a second front of attack. Okay, he does play this move, the most human move, I think. And yeah, in chess, you need a second front of attack. You need two weaknesses in your opponent's camp. We can argue this is one weakness. Black has no control over the open line. So by opening things up, you do hope that you can find new ways in to Black's position. For example, if there's a trade, the reason I'm reluctant is because I think this is a weakness, isolated pawn. I hate breaking my pawn structure and giving myself long-term issues. But then again, the queen suddenly has access to both the right and the left. The queen sitting on its Goldilocks square, as you taught me, a square that's not too hot, not too cold, it's just perfect. And it can creep in to attack the black king. And also this bishop may be improved. Its its scope has lengthened to target this weak square. I guess this would force black to come across and block the white queen's entry. But then again, maybe white has some pawn breaks. We talk about pawn breaks opening the position. White can push these pawns forward. White's queen can still swing across at some point to attack some pawns.
That looks dangerous.
It looks dangerous. And actually, the more I look at it, the more tempting it appears to be, this pawn push. It's committal. And I'm not sure Magnus is in the right mindset to commit and change the pawn structure. But then again, if he's principled and if he wants to win this game, if he wants to knock out Nepomniachtchi before the rest day, then we will see this move. I think anything else from Magnus will mean he's just unsure and he doesn't want to take any risks. This pawn move, and I think we'll see some serious pressure on Nepomniachtchi. And he's about to move. Yeah. What will it be? Okay, he's done it.
Wow.
I think he's done it. He's pushed this pawn forward and he's going for it now, the world champion.
Wow.
No boring draw in this one.
Oh, wow. All right, it's heating up, and this could be so critical in the match situation. Magnus Carlsen now pushing for a win, and if he wins, it's hard to believe Jan Nepomniachtchi can make a comeback in the match. He then has to win 2 games, but of course, does this also come with risk for Magnus?
Some small risk. I don't think it's massive, because if we do see a trade of pawns, as I highlighted, if white's central pawn is isolated, I still think it will take a lot for the position to go wrong and for things to start turning in black's favour. But then again, once you break the pawn structure, whenever you change the nature of the position and head for dynamic play rather than strategic play, there's always something at the back of your mind saying, is this the right moment? And if things go wrong, he'll be thinking, oh, I was too aggressive, I was too committal. So a tiny bit of risk, but manageable. And that's the thing in chess. It's not like poker where you can kind of calculate the exact odds sometimes, but you do know that, OK, I'm taking a bit of risk, but the potential reward is huge.
Well, and there is 20 moves left for the time control at move 40. Magnus is half an hour down on the clock, but Jan Nepomniachtchi is not by the board right now. He is probably, and he said that in the press conference, was that yesterday? Yeah, that he likes to actually look at the position from his lounge because he's gotten so used to online chess now. Yeah. So he's more used to looking at a chessboard online than a physical one.
Yeah, we had that sneak peek into the lounge and it does look super cozy.
Yeah.
And OK, he's back at the board. Meanwhile, Jan and...
Will he just take the pawn?
It's difficult now, actually. Yeah. I mean, probably I would take the pawn just because I don't see what else to do with black. But yeah, big decisions ahead for him. And he's been playing relatively quickly, at least compared to Magnus. But I do expect him to slow down. I've said this a few times, but he needs to slow down now because critical moments are ahead. And he can't play on Magnus's clock. That's what cost him game 6 eventually. When around move 40, he was taking big, strange decisions, actually big risks, just to try and play on Magnus's time.
You know, I feel like he's not going to take the pawn.
You think he's not?
No.
Okay. What else, Jovanka?
I think he's going to try to keep the position together by maybe moving the light squared bishop to e6, blocking off.
We might see a trade of pawns in the centre, and white's rook will get in access to some open files.
Well, that's true.
Ooh,
oh gosh!
I'm not sure you can hold it together.
No,
that's
you can't. No, you can't actually. You're right. Then you have to grab the pawn on. Okay, but is there any way that black can defend? Because it looked super scary.
Yeah, I think you just have to grit your teeth and say, OK, I'll take the pawn, I'll move the black queen back to where it came from in the centre of the board, just controlling everything, and maybe there's no breakthrough. I'm slightly surprised the computer says 0.0, because it looks scary for black, as you mentioned. But,
where would the human bar be then?
Oof, human bar would be quite a lot away.
To the white side? Like 1, 2?
Maybe not one or two. I mean, this is the type of thing where I would never count in numbers.
Yeah,
that's one thing. I mean, I coached some kids in the past, and they would say, "Oh, this looks like +1," but I would say, "No, no, no. It's probably level, or okay, it's easier for white to play. No matter whether it's better for white, if you have the advantage or not, your plans are more obvious than the opponent's."
Yeah, and another method that I know some Norwegian TV channels use is percentage. You know, like now it's a 50% chance of a draw, and 70% chance of a win for white.
That's incidentally how AlphaZero thinks.
Okay,
it's like, what is the percentage of me winning this position? So yeah, I mean, traditionally computers have always thought +1, but AlphaZero shook it all up.
Yeah.
And the way AlphaZero calculates those odds, I should mention, is by internally playing against itself a number of times from the certain position. So if AlphaZero played itself 100 times from this position, it might say, OK, I had a 55% score, and that's the probability. And maybe that's, for a human point of view, more easy to understand.
Yeah.
Who knows what +1 means, actually, in the grand scheme of things, especially if it changes in one move. But percentages, we do understand.
Yeah. All right, well, let's head down to the cozy good night. What percentage do you give Magnus right now, Simon, for winning this game?
I think Magnus has got some great chances. He's controlling this open line. The Eddie the Eagle file, the E file, of course. And what we're going to do, we're going to replay the game. So basically, we're in a situation here. It's Battle of the Ginger Beards. And I found, there you go. My beard is winning at the moment, I believe. But you just shaved your beard off a little bit, right? Is that correct?
Yes, a little, yeah.
A little. But you do remind me of, is it Tormund, Giant Spain?
Yeah, people at work usually compare me to Christopher Hivju. It's just the actor playing Tormund, yeah.
Are you related?
No.
Not that you know of?
No, but I've met him. He's a nice guy.
He's a nice guy.
Yeah. His wife is full ginger as well, so it's
brilliant stuff.
Their kids will be ginger.
Kids will be ginger. So we got a proper Norwegian battle. You are now taking Magnus's position, and I'm taking Jan's position. We've got 30 seconds each. I've got my magic ingredients, just in case anyone's wondering what I'm drinking. I hear this is very good for your mental prowess. Are you ready to rock and roll?
Yeah.
Okay.
Your move, I guess.
Do you think you're going to win?
We'll see.
Oh, confident as well. Okay, let's do it. So I've got the black pieces. We're starting the clock, and we're off. And I'm probably going to lose this extremely quickly. Loads of time. I'm going to take that one, maybe. Let's do it. Okay. Feeling confident?
Nope.
Nope. Feeling good?
Not really.
No. Do you like having all this time? 24 seconds? Seems you're a bit unsure about where to.
I'm not an especially good chess player, so this is
yeah. Do you think I'm putting you off? Do you think I'm putting you off by talking to you?
Yes.
Okay. Good.
No,
No, just to let you know, you have a whole 10 seconds left. How do you feel?
Really bad. This is usually what happens in a chess club, and the good ones just laugh at me just for being slow. So it's not a good feeling. I know it all too well. That's just.
Okay, so you have a whole 4 seconds left here. Okay.
It seems like a bad position for me.
You do. Oh. So basically, we have now worked out that Magnus Carlsen is going to lose.
Well,
so you're not really doing a good job for Norway, are you? You're letting down Norway a little bit at the moment.
But I've usually let down someone when I play chess, so it's yeah.
You're used to the feeling.
It's a norm. It's one of the places where I don't feel bad when I'm losing because people are usually better than me. But it's fun playing, so.
I'll tell you what, it was an absolute pleasure to play you. I was ribbing you a little bit there, so I do apologise. A little bit rude. It's obviously the special ingredients is helping me there, and but going back to the game, it does look like Magnus has a good position. And well, what do you think in the studio?
Yeah, well, first of all, we think that you should stick to wine, beer, and no pee, Simon. That's the most important, I think, for you today.
Yeah, I'll make sure I do that, just in case you're wondering.
Thanks so much for that game, Simon. And all right, Jan Nepomniachtchi is winning at the good night.
Yeah, he's winning at the good night, but I was just. I think that was also a lot to do with Simon hustling.
Maybe that's what Jan should do now. Just start
go into hustle mode. Yeah, for sure, and make some quick moves. Now, I was playing out this position. I was thinking, oh my goodness me, Black's position is dire. But I just checked the computer, and you guess what the computer is suggesting? It's two very... One is completely inhuman, I think, and the other one is just a bit wacky.
Oh.
So it's suggesting to defend by playing pawn to g5. That's option 1.
Whoa.
What do you think?
Never going to happen.
And then the second one is like the queen going down to the d8 square and, you know, trying to curl up into a ball. That's option 2.
Back to its starting square. That looks super unhuman as well.
And then the third...
Although the rook might come across to challenge, so maybe.
Maybe that one. And then after pawn takes pawn, it's like, well, white is a little bit, well, not a little bit, but it's kind of between a little bit better and a lot better.
In this position, after pawn takes pawn, yeah.
Yeah, like a lottle.
Yeah, yeah. The black queen, I guess, can slide across, and maybe I was wondering whether now you can try and run away with the black king, just because now the white bishop doesn't control this square. There are no checkmating ideas against the king. I'm just trying to bank on the fact that if the white queen ever goes away, then the pawn in the centre will drop. That's actually basically what happened in the game between Simon Williams there and his friend. Have a good night. The queens came off, and then this weak pawn dropped off in the centre. So, to be honest, those 3 suggestions you had there, Jovanka, in the current position, I think this is maybe the most natural, just to play pawn takes pawn and argue that, OK, at least black is suffering, but black does have the better pawn structure because of this weakness. The other 2 options, I mean, this pawn push, I said never going to happen because pushing a pawn near your king, I mean, yeah, it takes nerves of steel, and it doesn't actually create a threat. It doesn't deal with white's intentions. It just looks like an irrelevant move, and the more I look at it, the more I like it, to be honest. Just because you put pawns on dark squares, as I mentioned earlier, that's what black wants to do with the light squared bishop. But then again, it just doesn't look like the right moment.
No.
With queens off, maybe it's on your radar. With queens on the board, less so. Then again, this move, I think, is maybe the main alternative to playing pawn takes pawn, because it does deal with the fact that this rook is offside, and it wants to now at least threaten something by swinging across and hitting the white queen, and maybe even trading itself off for the white rook. I think this one is actually very, very clever, this queen retreat. But again, not easy, not human necessarily to retreat. Also back to the queen's starting square. It looks like you've wasted a lot of time with this queen, but the idea is to improve this rook.
All right, well, Jan Nepomniachtchi now thinking for 10 minutes. He is under pressure, and let's head back to Dubai to drive some more golf buggy. Grandmaster Yevgeny Romanov, I think, is with you right now. Rune, and is he worried on behalf of his fellow Russian?
Well, let's hear. So Kaja wants to know, are you worried for Jan Nepomniachtchi in this game?
I'm generally worried for Jan. In this game, yeah, especially because it looks like simply one-sided without counterplay, and Magnus is finally going to open the position up. You know, I predicted this c4 move several times before, and finally it's appeared on board, and it's kind of very, very difficult to react, because white is threatening to get this isolated pawn or kind of weakness on d5. Potentially it's going to be more and more wide with every next move, and Jan is clearly in troubles, and we will see how it goes.
Well, thank you. And we are here outside the Russian pavilion, and I guess you're following the Russian media and stuff. What's the mood like in Russian chess circles?
Not only chess circles, but generally. At least I didn't hear recently any information from Russian parliament or some politicians to say anything about this match. But clearly Jan has full of support in Russia, and what I really like in my country, nobody punishes him for only one defeat or unnecessary mistake. The game was really tough, of course, and the match is really tough. But Russian media is more quiet, and they don't give any promises. Nobody's saying like Jan is fully outplaying Magnus in preparation-wise, or his team is working much better. There is no way like this to say anymore. So they're waiting for chances. I think, all believe that the rest day will slowly come tomorrow without any extra happening, and they're actually rooting for the rest day. Then there are some white games. They wait for a comeback, but in slow talking manner, mostly no promises anymore, and just full support for Jan.
Okay, that was some good media analysis. Let's do some psychology analysis. So you know both Magnus because you are working in Norway a lot, in chess in Norway, and you also know Ian. How do you think the players are feeling at this point in the match? Let's start with Ian. How do you think he's feeling right now?
I think he was very emotional recently. Of course, it was kind of very tough to lose that game. Since I mean, he could capture the pawn and one mostly like a couple of times in a critical position and to escape or to even to pretend for something more. So Jan was very shaky after that game, and his comment on press conference when he compared the World Championship match to random Swiss tournaments or kind of normal tournaments simply thinks or demonstrates that it was tough to accept that you lose the game in 8 hours manner. However, it was very important rest day for him yesterday, and I think this game today is extremely important psychologically, since Jan might get some chances to play for a win in the future with white games, and now he has to survive. He's very shaky, and on TV they don't show so much of his body language, but it's not very light and very calm, because he feels the position. He was out of prep, and he doesn't know how it's going right now, because he doesn't know the concrete evaluation. From one side it's very close to draw, from opposite side you are under clear pressure. So how much is that? Jan can't really say during the game, and he's worried. From Magnus, I think he's absolutely sure in evaluation that he's pressing without any risk. King is uncastled, and Magnus looks like very, very tough from being from above, like seated over the board. And his attitude simply tells that there is some serious pressure in the position towards Jan. So I think there is very comfortable moments for Magnus to continue and continue. For Jan, he needs to put himself together to somehow to escape.
Well, thank you very much for those fascinating psychological insights. And also we got a bonus of some body language and body behavior from a professional chess player. Thank you very much, Evgeny. And back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, you guys. And we're discussing if you're looking more like the Bad Boys or the Blues Brothers, looking very sharp there with the black sunglasses.
We're the chess brothers, right?
Yeah, the chess brothers.
Rockstar brothers.
Should have thought of that. Of course, the chess brothers. Very cool, very cool. All right, and we did have a few moves on the board. Very interesting to listen to Grandmaster Evgeny Romanov. We were very lucky a few days ago to have his expert commentating in the studio. And he's not too worried for Jan.
He's not too worried, but he did favour white. He kept saying, and I think rightfully so, that Magnus's position is far easier to play, far more pleasant, definitely a bit one-sided, in terms of chances at least. And we should mention the moves that did happen. They were the ones we were predicting, or one of the ones we were predicting. Pawn takes pawn. I think it was just the most natural move. If there's tension in the position, if your opponent's maybe trying to play on one side of the board, normally you react there. I think the other moves, they were strong, but they were calmer and, in a way, computer moves. So, yeah, Jan chose the human option. And now it's a big moment for him, because there is a big threat in the position. White's queen on the third rank is threatening to swing the whole way across to the left there, where she will start checking that black king. That black king sitting on a very vulnerable diagonal. And you need to deal with that, most likely by moving the king across, running away to the corner with the black king.
But that also looked a little scary, you guys said earlier.
It looks scary to me.
It's scary now still. It doesn't walk into any direct checkmates like it would have done just 2 moves ago. But it's still, yeah, the black king not entirely safe. The black rook, if you could pick it up and put it in the centre of the board somewhere, black would be very, very happy. But it's all about that black rook being sidelined, and now white's bishop as well, staring at some pawns. The problem is, for black, I don't see anything else. How are you dealing with this threat of bringing the white queen across? If you use the black queen to slide across, maybe some threats, maybe some loose pawns in the position.
Right, I mean, that's the big problem. You kind of highlighted the queen moves to the d6 square, the white queen will go and attack the b7 and the f7 pawn, and that looks to me like it's very, very good for white. And maybe black can defend, but I don't like it. And one of the things I'm a little bit afraid about moving the king 1 square to the g8 square I'm just worried about the queen actually diving in and plonking herself on e7.
Yeah, so white's queen can reach the 7th rank. And if we were to see a trade here, then we talk about rooks all the time on the 7th rank. And the reason is pretty obvious here. The 7th rank is where all the targets lie. You're attacking the bishop, but most importantly, all of the black pawns lie on this rank, and actually all of them will pretty much drop off at some stage in the near future. I think maybe in this position, black can just hold things together by being super calm and bringing the bishop to the centre, but I'm not 100% sure the more I look at it. You do allow some checks, or you can probably hear it in my voice. I'm terrified for black. This would actually result in some checks, more checks along the diagonal, and really, really shaky. Black can block, but now this rook is completely stuck, caged behind its own pawns. But then again, white's attack may be drying up slightly, so scary, scary times, but maybe survival is possible. Also, even in this endgame, actually, the more I think about it, maybe after a trade of queens, maybe the black rook can slide across. This is similar to what Simon had again in his blitz game, but he hasn't moved his queen, he's pushed a pawn. He hasn't moved his king either. Jan Nepomniachtchi, we were expecting either this move maybe, or this move, but neither of them on the board. He's pushed to try and kick away this white bishop. But then again, look at this pawn structure now. They've lost their integrity. They're all a bit weak.
And on white squares.
And yeah, exactly. And on light squares. This bishop's not happy. Later on, it's going to get tied down. And, OK, the evaluation bar got up in white's favour. And we see the stockfish suggestions. The best move for white by quite a bit.
Swing the queen across. Give a check.
It's the most natural move. It's the most obvious move. The reason Magnus got his bishop out of the way, his bishop out the way onto this square was to clear the 3rd rank. And yeah, Jovanka said, why not deliver a check? Why move the bishop when you can check the king? And that's what all top players look for, checks.
And the natural move, you say?
Yeah.
And it is a natural, but I mean, I think... I was going to say, is Nepomniachtchi banking on some tricks and tactics to survive? So, for instance, the king will skedaddle as quickly as possible to the right side.
I should say there's also a bit to calculate. The black queen, if it blocks, offering the queen trade, protected by its rook, then Magnus doesn't have to trade queens. Despite the fact his bishop is hanging, he can actually go and capture this pawn, because if the bishop is taken, then now the queen would just step up. This is a check, and actually the king is trapped.
Wow.
No matter where the black bishop goes, it will just be captured. For example, this would end in checkmate, and the black king caught. So this check, it does require a little bit of calculation just to see that the black queen shouldn't step across. But Jovanka, you mentioned this king move as well.
Yeah, I thought maybe this was Nepomniachtchi's idea. So the whole idea is after queen takes pawn, attacking the bishop. Maybe there's some desperados that black can do. For instance, bishop takes pawn, although I can see things going wrong as well.
Yeah, so just trying to give up this bishop just because you're going to win the white bishop on the next turn. But you mentioned things going wrong, Jovanka. I mean, I see a few very tempting options, mostly to do with this square.
Yes.
The bishop and the queen are both lined up. But I'm not sure how to win. It looks very close.
Queen takes pawn, maybe.
Queen takes pawn. You could give up the queen temporarily and then deliver a nice check to the king. The queen can't take because the queen is pinned on this diagonal. And when the king does move away from the check, you could take the queen. White has actually won a pawn in the process. We're looking for more, maybe, but this would also give white a big, big advantage. So what to do?
Is it looking better and better for Magnus the more you kind of look at this?
Yeah. I mean, this queen check, maybe we can bring up the stockfish suggestions again, because this queen check's so natural. It's the first thing on his mind, and it's very, very strong, I think. But other moves, even retreating the bishop gives an advantage. I was just wondering what the options are, because sometimes in chess, you can just do it like a maths equation, process of elimination. You see, OK, retreating the bishop back to this square, which is the second top suggestion. It blocks the queen's access to the 3rd rank. It's OK, but not great. Retreating to the other square, the 3rd choice by the computer, blocks the white rook. So, yes, they still maintain white's advantage, but they don't necessarily improve the advantage. And if the bishop's not going to a great square anyway, you look for this check. And I think Magnus, he wants to play it, but he's got to calculate what to do next. I think next move, he just wants to grab this pawn, no matter what.
Yeah.
And I'm shocked, to be honest, that Nepomniachtchi didn't... I mean, he spent a bit of time, but I would have spent 20, 30 minutes there just trying to work out what's happening, because already it's getting critical.
Yeah, and I'm checking SESI, which is the analysis engine that follows Magnus Carlsen, and is basically a turbocharged stockfish. And it's saying the best line for black is after the queen check to actually block that check with the queen. And once white gets his fancy trick in, the best move, you can guess it, is g5.
Whoa, okay, so this is not easy, again, for a human. We mentioned this pawn push a few moves ago, looking inhuman. It looks irrelevant, but now at least there is some logic because you create a runaway square for the king, safe haven for that king to sit on. And the reason I'm shocked is because now white can just move the bishop. I'm not sure where. Where does the computer want to retreat to? This direction or safely back to the king? OK, I guess back in this direction then. And white has just won a pawn in the process. White has grabbed a very nice pawn on this square, and I guess that's why the computer says +1. White's just a pawn up. No immediate compensation for black.
Ceci is saying more, in fact.
Even more than one?
Even more than one.
Wow.
So that's saying
winning
2 pawns.
Advantage.
Yeah.
So Magnus concedes a winning advantage. The only thing maybe he has to calculate is black going for some miraculous counterattack, but it doesn't feel like it should work while black's king is so exposed. So in the current position, this move seems to give white a winning advantage.
Wow. And it's not unnatural at all, right?
It's what Magnus is working out right now. It's the most natural move in the position. That's what we're taught when we're young. Checks and captures, you look for checks first in every position, because if a check is good, it can be very, very good. It's also a forcing move. This check gives black only 2 sensible replies, either running away with the king or blocking with the queen. And if your opponent only has 2 sensible replies, it's easier to calculate, rather than, for example, retreating with the bishop, where black has maybe 5 or 6 sensible replies. So that's why we look for forcing moves first in every position. It narrows the opponent's choices. And is he going to play a moment of truth? Let's go back to Magnus. Is he going to find this winning move?
I've seen it so many times from him. The hand coming up, and here it comes.
He plays it. He brings the queen across. It's on the board. This is a check. And now Nepomniachtchi in serious trouble. He's about to lose a pawn for sure. This pawn about to get gobbled up. Next move against whatever black does.
Wow, it's definitely heating up this game. The bar is way over to Magnus Carlsen's side in this game. Jan Nepomniachtchi not by the board. He has a lot more time on the clock, at least, the Russian. But yeah, I asked before, Jovanka and David, do you agree with Jovanka? This is maybe a little bit of a tilt from Jan Nepomniachtchi?
Some bizarre decisions. He could have had the queens off ages ago. I mean, we've seen it before. Jan loves playing with the queens, but it's just impractical.
He could have had a very straightforward game where there was no danger whatsoever, and he really wanted to get complications, and so he forced that on the position, but the position wasn't ready for anything like that, and now he finds himself in deep trouble.
Yeah, and sometimes you just got to be consistent. He played the most solid opening in chess, the Petrov defense, but then he didn't play the most solid moves later in the game. I love the fact he pushed his h-pawn forward earlier. We were talking about, OK, surprising Magnus, being a bit creative, but after that, he could have got the queens off, and that's just the essence of the Petrov defense. I also talked about Jan changing, evolving as a player, becoming Mr. Solid over the last year or so, and it's helped him get good results, but sometimes you have to go, I don't know, it's... I don't know, you have to go back to basics sometimes and just play the position.
Do you think if Nepomniachtchi loses this game, as it looks likely, do you think he will be raging tonight?
I mean, for the rest day as well.
Yeah.
Imagine, it's not just that he has another game tomorrow to recover. He has to wait a whole 48 hours almost just to get another chance to get back in the ring and to fight back. A 2-point disadvantage against someone so solid as Magnus. Oh,
yeah.
Uphill battle. I think emotionally as well, he's going to be spent if he loses this one, Jan.
Yeah, and also can see on Twitter that Niklas Huschenbeth, German Grandmaster, says Nepo blundered. Is Carlsen going to take another win and lead by 2 points? It's looking likely.
That's devastating. That did happen also against Vichy and Anand, right?
Yeah, in 2013.
Yeah, 2 points up at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we saw as well towards the end of his matches, both his matches against Anand, as soon as Magnus got the advantage, he just locked things down. Solid chess, draws are fine, and it's incredibly hard to beat this guy. He's got several different gears, of course, Magnus Carlsen. When he needs to win, he often does, but then when he needs to draw, he's just the most solid player in world chess.
Yeah.
And I'm slightly surprised the evaluation bar, I must say, is less than +1. Because I think Magnus is just going to be a clear pawn up and all the winning chances in the world in this game.
So Jan, as always, looking at this from his lounge, do you think, that is a private lounge? Do you think he's just, rolling his eyes and just...
This is where he needs to have that trainer, like in the boxing ring, slapping him or whatever with a towel. Come on,
massage.
You can do it. You can do this. Come on, get it back out there. But unfortunately, chess is not like that. You don't have your personal on-the-spot trainer giving you motivational words of comfort. You have to do it yourself. And, well, now the challenge is on Nepomniachtchi. Can he survive?
And yeah, to me, it just seems like, of course, he saw this move, of course, he expected it, but the fact he hasn't rushed back to the board and made an instant reply, it feels like he's miscalculated something.
He's realising that in his lounge, probably.
Exactly. Of course, he's in his lounge trying to work out what to do next, but then again, if he'd seen this or if he'd looked deeply and correctly assessed it, he would have rushed back to the board, I think, and played a move, because just to show Magnus he's still in control.
It would be lovely to have like a player cam in the players' room, just to kind of see the reaction, whether there was like some jumping, no! But OK, the players have to have a privacy, I think.
Yeah. Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi is not by the board. He is in his lounge, maybe a little frustrated and not feeling too good and making a decision about the next move. So we're going to head back to Dubai. What do you guys think? Could this be a win for Magnus Carlsen today?
I didn't check the time, actually. I don't know how fast.
I mean, that's what it looks like right now. What just happened? Once again, a game that's full of surprises and unexpected twists and turns. Starting from that move, H5, the Chess24 lounge has been buzzing with action. Once again, we're joined by Grandmaster Yevgeny Romanov and Grandmaster Alex Sholowicz. Guys, B5, is this a blunder by Jan?
And there are two ways: or it's too obvious, or it's too deep. I believe that after b5, clearly Jan is not blundering queen a3 check, not queen a3 check. It's too easy to see, this check and capturing the pawn, all this geometry, as I said in my previous interview. However, we have to calculate the line, Check, king g8, queen takes a7, bishop is hanging, right? Bishop takes h3. And now the bishop is hanging. However, there are 2 or 3 opportunities are possible. Or it is queen takes f7, it is bishop f7, there's some rook check. So we usually, when we calculate the lines in chess, we're going to start with intermediate moves, intermediate checks. They're mostly like impressive moves to steal all kind of possible brief from the opponent. And what I see in this line, that at least Magnus guarantees much better endgame by playing queen takes f7, queen takes f7, rook e8 check, king h7, and bishop takes f7. I believe that there is much better to leave the bishops on board, since it controls the black's king. And there are 2 ways as we started. Or it is blunder of queen a3, which leads to this variation, perhaps, or Jan thinks that this is very drawish. That is also possible to be.
Alex, this looks like if we've got this ending that's coming up, it's going to be a tough day for Jan.
No, definitely. And okay, I would say maybe I would be more harsh maybe than Yevgeny. I think this gives White actually good chances. So I'm kind of not sure what Jan was planning to. Maybe he did not miss queen a3 check. Maybe he missed a move deeper in the variation. So maybe he missed rook e8, because I think if we go back a little bit, okay, in this position with the, when the queen was checked, bishop h3, okay, the queen was on f6, queen was here. Okay, so we started with this move, and black has to move, and now Yevgeny made a very good move, rook e8 check, because the queen is pinned, it cannot take the rook because the king is attacked, right? And maybe he missed that. Maybe he was thinking that maybe this line takes queen, takes bishop, and takes bishop. Maybe he thought that this rook endgame was drawish, and this appears drawish. But I think the precise move that Yevgeny mentioned, which was to give the intermediate check of rook e8, forcing this, and now taking the queen, leaving the bishop. Now the bishop is attacked, needs to move, and White gets the move. Then this, I think, gives White has not spoiled the structure. I think it gives good winning chances.
And it's also very important that there is no move like rook f6 in this position. Otherwise, let's say rook f6, bishop went back, or and then rook g8. But of course there is the intermediate check. Again, check bishop g8 and winning the bishop. So clearly bishop has to be retreated, and there is also the very bad pawn structure with c6, b5. The pawns stay on the light squares, the squares of the bishop, and it's pretty bad for the defensive side.
Wow, so Magnus kind of looking at a position that he can really grind down and try to win. And if he does get a second win, the match for all practical purposes, super hard to imagine Jan coming back from that.
No, I don't think he can come back from that. No, if Magnus wins today, it's match over.
This one's going to be a long day in office for Jan after this move, b5, queen a3 check on the board. And of course, now Jan is having a think. I mean, if he doesn't go king g8, it's hard to imagine another move. Is he thinking about queen d6 here? Is that an option?
Yeah, I think so.
The fact that Jan's taking so much time here.
Yeah, but if he's continue thinking, then definitely something missed.
Yeah, something
missed. And of course, queen d6 is the other option.
We do have a move on the board, decided not to play queen d6, king g8. The variation that we've been looking at might be on the board, guys. Back to you in the studio.
Yep, it is. The king has moved for Jan Nepomniachtchi. The bar has jumped even further up for Magnus Carlsen. And yeah, they also looked at this queen move, but Jan decided on moving the king.
I think maybe the most natural move. The queen move actually was approved by the computer as the most resilient defense, the most tenacious defense. But this one at least asks White some questions in some of the variations that were showed over there in Dubai. Either way, I think Magnus's next move is automatic. The white bishop is attacked, the white pawn in the center is attacked. You don't want to defend them both. You can't defend them both at the same time. So you have to counterattack. And by counterattack, we mean white's queen going up and capturing that black pawn on the 7th rank on a7. And you counterattack against the black bishop. There we go. Making a long move. Magnus grabbing a pawn. Very sensible and maintaining his big advantage. Now black's bishop is threatened. No time to grab white's bishop. I think that trade would only help white. So we are expecting maybe black's bishop to go and sacrifice itself just because it's going to die anyway. Sometimes if a piece is going to drop off, you might as well get as much for it as possible in the meantime. So the move they were expecting in Dubai, the move Jovanka mentioned earlier, is black's bishop going and taking white's pawn on the h3 square, and then we might see some fireworks. So
wow.
What do you think, Jovanka?
Yeah, that's an option. Bishop takes pawn. I was also thinking just now, maybe there's queen takes pawn. Just grab a pawn, defend your bishop, hope for the best.
In this position, after white's queen has taken a pawn.
Oh, no, you can't. No, my goodness me.
Unfortunately, you can't take the central pawn anymore because white defends. So, yeah, white defends this
That's
square.
Not even... OK, let's forget I said that. Let's move along.
No, but, I mean, maybe this type of thing is what Nepomniachtchi missed, because I'm just struggling to explain his earlier decisions. What did he miss in this position? Did he miss that he couldn't take this pawn? Did he miss that he can't take this white bishop because the black bishop falls? This is just dominant for white. Also, check out this guy. He's got a free run now to his end goal, to become a queen. And
maybe queen takes pawn. He thought that, hey, I could kind of
hold everything together.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, it's defended. That's the key thing. And yeah, we talked about, you called them desperados. Yeah, these type of moves where this guy is about to fall, nowhere good to put it, so you might as well sacrifice itself for a pawn. White should not take this bishop, because now after maybe even a rook check, but after black recaptures, suddenly the white king is super open and level material. So therefore, the move that they showed, the really flashy move they showed there out in Dubai, was queen takes pawn, giving up the white queen temporarily. But after this check, because of the pin, forcing the black king to move, we recapture, and Magnus will have got this position in his mind right now, I think. And white is a pawn up, and white gains a bit of time because this bishop is now under fire. Also, the black king is caged. That's why we keep the bishops on. The black king cannot run away anywhere. And this one, it's a matter of technique. Still some hard work to do, but Magnus is the endgame maestro, and he's won far, far less promising positions than this in the past.
I definitely think that Magnus will have that line in the pocket, just so that, you know, if he doesn't spot anything better, he'll just go for this endgame.
Yeah, exactly. So if the bishop does take the pawn, then maybe white does indeed have something better. Maybe you can flick in a rook check first. Lots of options, but minimum, you get an extra pawn in a really nice endgame.
According to Sese, it's way past 2 advantage for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah. It does feel like that as well. So we talk about the computer, whether we trust it or not. Let's ignore this evaluation bar. We know it's on white side for sure, but it might even be a bigger advantage than the bar shows. Wow, Nepomniachtchi, it feels like self-destruct mode for him. We talked about the tilt, you know, losing control after falling behind in the match, and Jan, really struggling right now. Maybe he missed this queen move. Maybe he just thought he could get away with maybe defending his bishop, but that's not promising either because of maybe just a check. And after the king moves, white can take this pawn. All roads lead to disaster here for black. We can't find anything even remotely close to a defense for black right now here in the studio.
Do you think his team sort of calmed down yesterday after he was, you know, did no problems yesterday with the white pieces, a solid draw, and then they just, oh, it's okay, no tilting for Jan now, and then they calm down, and then here it is.
Yeah, I mean, they told him to play a solid opening. He played solid for a while, but then just inconsistent strategy, I think.
Totally inconsistent. And which kind of brings me very nicely on to Jonathan Elmore's question on Twitter, who asks, everyone is talking about Nepomniachtchi not taking equalising chances earlier in the game, but how much of this is Magnus bullying him with his one-game advantage, making Nepomniachtchi try for a win?
Yeah, I'm not sure, because if Nepomniachtchi really wanted to win, he would have chosen a different opening, simply. In the Petrov, there's many ways for white to force a draw, essentially. So maybe Magnus bullying him slightly psychologically with endgames. Maybe Jan is reluctant to go into an endgame without queens because that's where Magnus is #1 in the world. But in terms of this exact game, I think Jan would have loved to get a draw and then just have that rest day and then fight with the white pieces afterwards. What do you think, Jovanka? Wrong choice of opening, or was it just later? Those small, weird decisions not to trade queens?
I agree with you. I don't think it's the opening choice. I think the opening choice is fine. For me, it's those very strange decisions to keep the game alive. It just really, it was like falling into Magnus's hands, just playing into it completely. I don't understand it. And I have noticed that there's kind of two moments with Nepomniachtchi as well, where we've kind of been making these decisions which are frankly incomprehensible. Like, for instance, in the game 6, that critical, just not taking the pawn. And it was like some kind of blind spot or something. He just didn't think about it, or didn't see that he could do it, or I don't know. It doesn't quite make sense. It's the most natural move.
Winning chances with no risk.
Exactly. And he chose not to play that. Today, you know, he could have just taken the queens off the board.
Is it something with the match situation as well, being in a world championship match? Do you think in a regular tournament he would have?
I think so. I mean, if it had been any other tournament, any other game, for sure he would have spotted bishop takes pawn. For sure he would have traded off queens and just accepted the position is drawish. Magnus has done very well. He wanted the draw with white pieces. He can have it. But to me, it's like maybe he's cracking a little bit under the enormous pressure. And we have to remember that these two players are facing enormous scrutiny and a massive amount of tension. And Fabiano Caruana, in a very honest interview, said he didn't handle that very well when he played the 2018 World Championship match. And maybe this is a consequence.
And of course, Magnus has the experience. Jan has no experience in this situation.
Yeah, and I think actually on Jan there's even more pressure than there was for Fabiano back in 2018. Jan has the whole of Russia, a chess-loving nation, just watching these games, supporting him, but also judging every move. And I mean, that's a huge amount to carry on one person's back. So Jan, I personally think maybe it's not necessarily the pressure yet. It's just he's been indecisive when to take risks, how much to take risks. It feels like some moments he's not taking any at all. And then 2 moves later, he's taking massive risks, and then back to taking no risk. And it's just, I think in his mind, he's just unsure how to approach the match. It's difficult against someone as strong and monstrous as Magnus. How do you approach it? How do you take them down? But sometimes you just need that consistent strategy. Maybe like Karyakin had back in 2016, where he was trying to frustrate the world champion every single game. He never went away from that. And maybe that was the closest that anyone came to taking Magnus's crown.
Oof, yeah, he's not by the board, Jan Nepomniachtchi. He is thinking about the next move again in his lounge. Magnus with his queen up on the board, and Magnus definitely not wanting to trade these queens off.
Nope. If the queens do come off, then Magnus will try and grab another pawn in the process, or at least achieve something else in the process. Of course, he's got this extra pawn advantage. This white A pawn might look like it's not going anywhere, but later on it could well decide the game. Note how white's extra pawn, this A pawn now, because it has no rival, since white grabbed black's A pawn, it does promote on a light square eventually, and that is often the key in bishop endgames. So, yeah, not only does Magnus have this dynamic advantage right now with all of the tactics working in his favour, but strategically long-term in the endgame, he also has a lot of advantages.
All right, well, Jan Nepomniachtchi, in his lounge, we're going to go back down to Tanya in Dubai. Do you think, oh, here Jan comes, but how do you think Jan is feeling right now, Tanya?
Not very good, Kaja. This is such a critical moment in the match. If Magnus Carlsen wins this game, I think many say that the match for all practical purposes is over. A 2-point lead is just too much and too hard to imagine Jan coming back in. Quite a critical, tense situation inside the Chess 24 lounge. Let's take a look at what is the atmosphere in here. And we've got, of course, the Carlsen family watching the game. A very important moment here. Few expected the Petrov to go the way it has. There are a bunch of grandmasters looking at the game, looking at the position, trying to find a way for Jan to survive what's going on. Not going to be easy. Guys, have you found something that Jan can do to keep the game going?
No, the game
No.
just, just...
Just a straight up no from Alejandro. And we've also got special guests here in the Chess 24 lounge from Unibet. Of course, they're here rooting for Magnus. A very big moment in the World Championship match. What do you think is happening? Looking at it, are you feeling the tension?
It's quite exciting now, and Magnus is putting some extra moves now and putting pressure, and I think he had a very good chance on winning this match, and it's going to go to 2 points ahead, and I think then it's going to be very difficult for Nepo to try to catch him back again.
Completely agree with that, and it looks like we do have a move by Jan. He's gone queen d8. Where is Nepo going to find his chances to survive this one? Guys, this is looking a tough day for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Magnus Carlsen on the brink of his second victory.
Wow, yeah, Tanya, thanks for that insight from Dubai. And David just told me he checked Sese, and Sese is very optimistic on Magnus's behalf.
Yeah, exactly. And I also love that quote by Anish Giri, that we can see that tweet there from Chess 24. Giri says, no matter what the computer evaluation, here White has a huge advantage. Sese gives +4, but White also has the compensation. White has the long-term strategic advantage. Here, we're expecting White's bishop to maybe just take a step back to the b3 square to stay on the same diagonal as the black king. And Magnus about to make that move, the most natural move in the position as well. Once he makes that move, you compare the pieces. White's queen, more active than the black queen. White's bishop, more active than the black bishop. White's rook on a better open line than the black rook. Everything is in White's favour, and he's a pawn up.
Wait, so could it actually be a short game?
Nepomniachtchi, he's quite a good defender. Sometimes his defensive skills are underestimated, especially when he has queens on the board. He's great at manoeuvring queens, rooks, and that's one. He just has this innate ability with those pieces. But if Magnus is accurate now, he won't let this one slip. It's hard to imagine someone as strong and ruthless as Magnus letting Nepomniachtchi back into this game. So I think we will see a decisive result in this one, most likely a Magnus win. I'm not sure it'll be quick or long, though. What do you think, Jovanka?
I think maybe that's the only thing I'm going to guess right in this prediction challenge.
It's a longer game.
It's going to be a 50-move game or something.
Yeah, it will still take a while to break down Black's defences. We should mention as well, Black's last move was to bring the Black Queen back to the top of the board, where she does defend everything. So Nepomniachtchi, he's going to kind of curl up into a ball and just hold the fort and hope that Magnus can't find the breakthrough. But Magnus has all the time in the world to find it. And meanwhile, that move has appeared on the board. White's bishop's still on this great diagonal.
And it's not just the bishops that are better for White. I mean, also the queen and the rooks. I mean, the queen can do a switchback, you know, relocate herself to the c5 square, and White can threaten to penetrate the 7th row by just plonking a rook there. So, I mean, that will kind of initiate trades, which favours the side with more pawns.
Yeah. And maybe as Black, you have to cut out your plan, Jovanka. Maybe just the rook has to step forward.
Yeah, but you can still get to that diagonal by actually retreating the queen. Now, this is a bit weird, but to the A3 square, and then that's it. You're in.
Conquer the 7th rank. Yeah, looks very, very strong. And no real counter-attack for black, because if you do try and go towards the white king, maybe this was what he's banking on, Jan Nepomniachtchi, if you do start creating threats, actually, there are several ways for white to deal with this. At the very least, you just move your king out of the way. Just be a bit sadistic, just shuffle out the side. And I don't think there are any more threats. Now the bishop taking the pawn isn't on the cards, because white can just recapture. I'm not sure it's even a threat, to be honest, because if the black bishop ever takes this pawn, then white's queen can capture on this key f7 square. f7 is the weakest square in black's camp at the start of chess. At the start of any chess game, it's also the weakest square here in the current position. And, of course, you don't have to move the king. If black does step across with the rook, you could, for example, maybe just step forward with the white rook, just to prevent the black queen getting active, coming forward. And once more, bishop takes pawn is met by either bishop takes pawn or queen takes pawn. It's all about the black king right now. White's king is super safe. It takes too long to get to it. No counterattack in the current position. I think Jan Nepomniachtchi in big, big trouble. How do you even find a move?
I was struggling with that for a long time, so now I've come to the conclusion that maybe you've got to take your chances in a queen ending, just swap every single piece there is and hope for some perpetual. This was also another move that I considered as well.
Okay, so defending the bishop, maybe freeing up the black queen, also putting some pressure on white's only weak spot, this isolated pawn. But then again, white does have a move or two with which to deal with any pressure. The most obvious move is maybe just to slide back with the white queen, as you call Jovanka, and pressure on this rook. Also threatening to maybe switch across sometime to go for the black king. I don't really see how black deals with this. Maybe black will try and trade off the bishops because, again, talking about trades a lot today, but white's bishop just too strong. Maybe you need to get this passive black bishop off the board in return. But even this endgame bishop takes, you can't really take with a rook anymore, because later on, after a rook trade, this black pawn will drop off and all the black pawns will actually drop off. So if you take with the black pawn here, then white will just step up the board. White has a pawn advantage, but also look at black's pawn structure. This is weak now. This is weak and isolated. This is a backward pawn. White structure, nice and harmonious. These guys especially. It's all about king safety in queen and rook endgames, and white has the safer king and the extra pawn. Later, this pawn will push and then support its friend forward.
Wow. Well, the bar, 2.4 advantage for Magnus Carlsen in Game 8. Nepo fans must be very nervous right now, but I bet down at the good night, Simon. The mood is very good by now.
Yeah, it's obviously everyone's seeing now that Magnus is in a great position, and this could be the end. My only friend, the end. Bit of doors there. That came from nowhere. But it's a tough situation now for basically for Jan. He's been a bit off form today. There was questions about what would happen if he lost the game. Would he fold or could he fight back? And unfortunately today, it seems like the pressure has got to him. Now, we're going to try to get Simon Agdenstein now. We did this before and he wasn't in the room, but Simon Agdenstein was, well, one of Magnus's first ever trainers and a legend in Norway. So let's go in the room where we have the main posse of Norwegian supporters. So we're going to go through and try to get the opinion. So hello, everyone. Hope you're all doing OK. I'm going to come over to Simon over here. So we're trying to get the opinion on what's happening in the position. So, yeah, hi, by the way. So introduce yourself as well. You're famous in Norway.
My name is Simon Agdenstein.
And you were one of Magnus's first coaches, right?
Kind of, yeah. First 10 years.
And how do you think the game's going at the moment? I mean, are you very happy? Obviously,
winning.
Completely winning,
I think Nepo was just blundered a pawn. Yeah. So, for free. So,
happy days.
Almost, the match is almost over.
Yeah.
If he wins now.
Yeah, brilliant. All right, thank you.
But it's still work to be done.
Yeah.
But we're talking Magnus standard. It's winning Magnus standard, right?
Definitely. Yeah. If it was me playing, I'd be in trouble. But it's Magnus Carlsen, thankfully, and we've got a lot of supporters here, I think, of Magnus. So is everyone feeling good here? Can we hear? Yeah, everyone feeling good? The beer's kicking in. Yeah. Is the Magnus support kicking in? Is this going to be match over now? Do we feel? No Jan supporters? No Jan supporters here? None? It's gone very quiet here. Very, very quiet. So this could be an extremely important win. It could be match over. I mean, I don't think it is quite yet because there's a rest day. Jan might be able to fight back, but at the moment, Magnus on the verge of getting his second win. So we'll go back to you, Kaja, and David and Jovanka in the studio. And yeah, it's looking very bad for Jan.
Yeah, it is. Very surprising that the Norwegian fans are not yelling by now, but it's only 4:30, so I'll give it another hour, Simon, and then it's going to be...
Can we hear a yell for Magnus? We've just been heard there's no yelling for Magnus. Can we, after 3, can we just hear a Magnus? 1, 2, 3. Magnus! There we go. Much better. There you go, Kaja, just for you. So, yeah.
Perfect. Very, very good, Simon. Good job. Thanks so much for your input from the good night. All right. Well, the Norwegian fans, they're waking up. It's only 4:30 in Oslo. So, yeah, another hour and they will probably be jumping up and down. Is there any way this can go wrong for Magnus?
It's hard to find a way for this to go wrong unless there's a clear blunder, unless he lets somehow the Black Queen get active. Even then, I mean, unless somehow Black can whip up an attack against the White King, but at the moment it's looking more like the other way around. Looks like the Black King is the more vulnerable of the two.
I have to say, I'm really struggling to find a move for Nepomniachtchi here. You know, and the computer suggested just slide the rook up to the e4 square, defend everything. Your move, Black.
Yeah.
And surprise, surprise, there's nothing. There's just really not a great move. You know, everything comes with consequences. You move the bishop. Well, what do you have there? You have a potential attack on the f7 point. You move the queen out of the way. Well, you know, you got to keep an eye on your rook on d6 because queen b8 check could be possible. So many terrible things are waiting Nepomniachtchi if he takes active measures.
Yeah. There are no active measures to be taken, and I did take a peek at Sessi as well. The supercomputer based on Stockfish, it says plus 5.7 now for White. And it does suggest this move, very, very strong, eyeing up this weak Black pawn. Actually, in some variations, you can even take this pawn. For example, if Black just pushes near his king, you can even just capture this pawn. There's better in the position, but this type of tactic that Jovanka mentioned, a nice check and a double attack, picking off Black's rook next move. And here Magnus would be 2 pawns up with the better queen, with the better bishop, and simply winning. So a bit of a threat on the board, but mainly just defending this pawn. And next move, maybe you even just slide across, target this f7 pawn, this big weakness that's only defended by the Black King. You can target it maybe with your queen on the 7th rank. You're targeting already with your bishop. And next move with the rook as well. That would just overpower the Black defences. And as Jovanka mentioned, nothing to do here with Black. For example, if you move your bishop, we could just see a capture. And yeah, I think any queen endgame here is just pretty much hopeless. Even if the rooks come off the board, which is maybe the best case scenario for Black, White can just plant the queen back in the middle. White has the better pawn structure, still too many weaknesses for Black. And queen endgames, they're all about passed pawns. Next move, White has a simple plan. Push this guy forward and get Anna, or is it Alice, the A-pawn?
Alice, we decided, right? Yeah.
From Alice through the looking glass, Alice in Wonderland. And this A-pawn will be the winner. Yeah, nothing much to do here, I think, unfortunately, for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Magnus may be just choosing between 5 or 6 very strong winning moves. Maybe the most natural is, as we mentioned earlier, bringing the queen back into the action via the c5 square. And from there, she will already attack the Black rook, and she threatens to swing over from where she can attack this f7 pawn from a different angle. I think those are the 2 most likely moves. We might see the White rook go to a different square. We could see, what else? Maybe even the White pawn push forward, but I would say it's either this move or this move, and Magnus in control.
Yeah, I think you're right. One of those 2 moves, definitely not pushing the pawn forward. That doesn't feel like a Magnus move. Magnus wants to keep his little.
Keep this one up for later.
Exactly, because he knows, you know, once you've just assessed the pawn structure, you're like, aha, pass pawn, and then and also the ability to create a pass pawn. So, yep.
But he only has about, what, 1.5 minutes per move to reach move 40, Magnus?
Yeah, so he's about to make his 25th move, so that means he's got 16 moves to make in 22 minutes. That's not so easy.
With the queens on the board as well?
Yeah, and if there comes a moment where he has to be a bit accurate in order to maintain his advantage, then it's going to be difficult. No increment. But yeah, 1.5 minutes here. I've seen Magnus online play several blitz games, several bullet games within 1.5 minutes. So I think 1.5 minutes for 15, 16 moves should be sufficient. I think if he can consolidate his advantage over the next 5 moves, he'll win it. So maybe that's why he's spending time now, just to make sure he doesn't let it slip over the next few moves.
When you guys play bullet chess, so that is 1 or 2 minutes on the clock, how far away from this level, how inaccurate will moves be for you guys, top players?
For me, it's pretty inaccurate. I mean, we might not necessarily make 1-move blunders, but once you're down below 15, 20 seconds, the clock is the main factor. At some point, you just make random moves to surprise your opponent rather than objectively good moves. But Magnus, I've seen him play, especially when he's online, where you can make 10 moves in 1 second. His level is extremely high. I saw several games, actually, of his recently that he played just before this match, where his level of accuracy was pretty much 100% despite having only 1 minute on the clock.
Wow.
And talking about accuracy, he plays the recommended computer moves. And it really fits in with his style, you know, introducing a new piece, improving it, holding everything safely together. And now I'm desperately trying to see if there's any way that Nepomniachtchi can mix things up, because it's his only hope to play on the clock. Maybe play something objectively, which the computer's like, terrible, you lose. But with the clock situation, maybe there's...
Confuse Magnus,
yeah,
Magnus
exactly.
somehow.
I mean, is there some desperados? So it's kind of an idea that I'm thinking of is maybe just play a ridiculous move, push the pawn to c5.
Okay, wow.
I don't think it probably doesn't work. Yeah, I'm just thinking it's probably a whole load of bluff, but I'm just thinking, get some pieces active.
Yeah, so you want to lure this white queen to take the pawn, and then you want to get active with the black rook, maybe, to sneak in.
And maybe there's a check, 2 checks in the air.
Yeah, the problem is it's just 1 check, I think, and white can block with the rook, or maybe even just run with the king, and no compensation. So in the current position, it's a real struggle. Magnus has just motivated his rook. Motivated? He's mobilized his rook. And, yeah, full control. He's invited all the pieces to the party, and now it's definitely no party for Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah. And Nepomniachtchi, he is not sitting at the board. He is thinking about his next move in his lounge. So let's go back down to Tanya to hear the thoughts from inside the playing venue. It must be quite tense right now, Tanya. Everyone waiting to see if this will be a win for the world champion.
A very tense moment here at the exhibition center. The playing hall is to my right, and as you mentioned, very, very difficult situation, and Jan Nepomniachtchi is in big trouble. For more on the match, I've got with me Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Maurice, what's going on? This potentially could be match over.
Yeah, this is match over. If you're willing to bet your house, you can start betting now. This is incredible. The fact that Nepo blundered the pawn the way he did, we're all in shock. This is like Halley's Comet coming through. Nepo just blundering a pawn. This is a world championship match. How do you make such a bad move? I cannot believe what we're seeing, and I imagine inside of him he feels ashamed, he feels disgusted, and he also knows he's about to give Magnus 2 points. That you can't overcome that in this match.
And especially against a guy like Magnus, and we see him on the board right now, Maurice, looking completely focused. What do you think? Do you think that Magnus is just going to be able to convert this, or will Jan be able to mess this up somehow?
This is a Christmas gift come early, or maybe a birthday gift come late. However you want to look at it, Magnus is like, I'm going to bash your head open right now. This is over. Magnus is a shark. He smells blood, and he knows all he has to do is just take a giant bite. He'll just be patient, naturally. He's going to be focused, but it's Magnus. He knows this is match.
Just the clock situation is something that he needs to keep in mind. What do you think? Do you think that is something that Jan can try and play on?
Jan is a drowning man clutching at straws. You tell him the clock, he'll say, yeah, the clock. You tell him maybe Magnus will get nervous. You say, please tell me Magnus will get nervous. He knows it's over, but he's going to try to put up as much resistance as he can and hold Magnus' slips up. But his destiny is no longer in his own hands. It's in the world champion's grasp to take this match right now, go +2 with just 6 games to go. Come on, that just sounds like a complete disaster. And the only person to blame, as far as Jan's concerned, is himself.
B5, a big blunder, definitely something you don't expect at this stage. Now, speaking of a stage, one thing that you take care of at the press conferences. Now, Maurice, when it's a draw and it's been an easy game, I'm sure the atmosphere is easier to handle. The players are easier to handle. But what happens in a moment like this? You were there in Game 6, and this could potentially be a decisive one as well. How's that taking care of one of the players who's had a tough day?
Well, you tell me, because this is my first time doing this. The thing was, after that very heavy fight in Game 6, Jan could take some solace and say, you know what, it was a tough struggle and I made a mistake, I tried hard, all that. This one, I can't imagine how he's going to feel. He doesn't want to hear any questions from me, from the press, from anybody. So we'll see if he even shows up. I think there's a $5,000 fine if they don't show up. Jan might be thinking, this is the time I'm going to take that fine, because you don't want to face anybody after you made such a move. Like I said, he's probably going to say he's ashamed feeling that right now. So we'll see. Even if he shows up, and if he does, I'll be delicate because I know he could explode.
Absolutely. Remember Magnus being on the other side of that in his match against Sergei Karyakin and the drama that happened in that press conference.
Yes, indeed. I'm sure not one of Magnus's favorite moments. But again, you play a move like this in a world championship. You dream about this all your life. I want to become the champion of the world. And if anything, at least give a great match. That's what you want. And then you play a move like B5 and just donate a pawn to a basic fork. Like, what am I doing? This is not something I think he can recover from. I think he will say anything at the press conference, but he knows it's match over.
Thank you so much for that, Maurice. Tough situation for Jan Nepomniachtchi right now. If he loses this game, it will be match over. He needs to find a way to make this messy and chaotic. Currently, nobody at the venue can point out how he's going to do that.
Yeah, thank you, Tanya. And that is a crushing message from the strong Grandmaster, Maurice Ashley, who knows these players well. He's the one doing the interviews and the press conference as well. And he is very, very pessimistic on Jan Nepomniachtchi's behalf now.
Yeah, I think even the most staunch, kind of loyal Jan supporters will know that this game is almost gone. It's almost out of hand. And even his coaching team, I think right now they will be preparing a really desperate strategy for the remaining games, because yeah, he's going to go 2 points down in the match, and he needs to strike. He needs to somehow win the first game after the rest day to have any tiny chance of saving the match.
And there we have kind of almost an admission of defeat. Nepomniachtchi just desperately trying to swap off pieces. But as David highlighted, it doesn't solve any of Black's problems. And I expect the rooks to come off.
It's going to be a pure queen endgame with lots of pawns on the board. But in queen endgames, there are a few factors. Firstly, king safety. White's king safe as houses. Black's king, if anything, is going to be the more vulnerable of the two. Secondly, pass pawns. White has the ability, as we mentioned, with Alice the A-pawn, to later march up the board. And also queen centralization. We'll see the rooks disappear there. Magnus trading. And I'm pretty sure we'll see Magnus just return with the white queen towards the centre. And queens in the middle of the board are perfect because they can control the right, the left. They can go in any direction. They support pawns on both sides of the board as well. So I'm expected to see Magnus retreat the white queen to the c5 square. And Black's queen, meanwhile, will never get active. The other thing is that White has an extra pawn, so Black can never, ever exchange queens. Magnus will bully Jan Nepomniachtchi with the threat, with the ghost of exchanging queens. And Nepomniachtchi is going to have to run away every time Magnus offers a queen trade in this ending.
Wow. But you did say he's great at queen endgames, but is this just, I mean...
Yeah, I think even at this point, Alpha Zero probably wouldn't save this against Magnus. Even the strongest computers out there, I doubt, would save this against Magnus. So, yeah, even though he's amazing at queen endgames, Jan Nepomniachtchi, I would say one of the best players in the world at queen endgames. Magnus also happens to be great at queen endings.
Yeah, of course.
That's no help.
And there's also only one potential thing that Black can do. It's not like Black has lots and lots of choices. The only hope that I see for Black is that if Nepomniachtchi manages to get his queen onto the c1 to f4 diagonal, if he manages that, then he has chances for a perpetual. But Magnus will spot that one within a mile.
He can cut it out immediately. That's why the white queen, if it drops back to the c5 square where it's protected, it covers any potential checks. It attacks the black pawns, controls all of its own pawns. Black also has no pawn breaks. If the white queen does return, Black's pawns are frozen. They're stuck. They can never move. So you can't open up new lines against the white king. So even the ultimate dream of achieving some checks, it's unlikely, yeah?
It's a pipe dream, David. But sometimes you need those small moments of hope to keep you going.
Have you ever saved these types of endgames, Jovanka, in queen endings where it's hopeless? I think I remember once I saved one with a stalemate trick.
Okay.
The problem is there's too many pawns left. You'll never get stalemated unless black gives up all his pawns and hopes for the best. But
could we imagine a situation where Jan gives up quite soon?
Yes.
You know, I suspect that as soon as Magnus creates that passed pawn, the passed A pawn, that's it. He will give up. I don't think that the game will continue much longer than that.
I'm inclined to agree. If white can stabilise, improve the white queen, get that pawn rolling, then, yeah, it's going to be game over. Just looking for chances on Jan's behalf. Maybe I'm writing him off too soon. Maybe he's got an idea in mind if the white queen does step back. Is Magnus going for this? Yes. He's moved his queen. Is it to the square? I think so. Let's just wait for confirmation there. OK, he has moved his queen back to this square. So, as mentioned, attacking pawns, but also covering some potential checking squares. The black queen wants to use this square later on, so white covers that. But maybe can Jan bring his queen out? Just try to check from this angle. I don't think it really works, to be honest. White can just get greedy and, well, sorry, not that one. White can get greedy and grab some pawns. Takes, allowing one check. And yes, the black queen can grab one pawn here, removing some shelter for the white king, but everything falls with check for black, unfortunately. White would now be 2 pawns up, and no matter where the black king goes, this is check. The white queen can easily, at some point, just step back to the centre and start pushing this passed pawn forward.
Yeah, and that's quite key, that the queen has to take a step back because she always has to keep the white king in her eyesight.
Yeah, so I'm not sure exactly how to do this as white. Maybe you can be a bit clever, but at some point you will put your queen on your white queen on this diagonal to stop any checks. For example, now, and then later on push this guy. I'm slightly reluctant to give up some of these pawns, but I think this would be winning anyway for Magnus. So I think this is the best bet for Jan, to bring the queen forward and just hope. It's desperate. At least you get some counterplay, but if you just go passive and defend your pawn, for example, if you put your queen on this square, then the winning plan for... No, you don't like it, Jovanka? No. The winning plan for white would be to just push and then push Alice, the A-pawn, up the board. And look how Magnus is circling now like a vulture.
Yeah.
He's waiting for Nepomniachtchi to resign, I think. He already senses that resignation could happen at any moment. And there we go. Jan has very quickly brought his queen out. No passive defence, because that would have ended in a white win anyway. He wants to go active at least. He wants to pose one final question to Magnus. And, OK, how will he deal with this? I have a feeling he's just going to grab this pawn and call the bluff. OK, he does take this pawn. And now we will see a forcing series of moves. Jan now is... I don't think he's going to take this guy, because now Magnus can just grab another pawn and go 2 pawns up. Instead, he's going to give a check. The king's going to move. He's going to take this pawn. But here, white is simply 2 pawns up. This guy especially is going to win the game. David, the D-pawn.
It is, actually. And I've just realised that the queen on the E6 square actually is very good, because she can cover a lot of checking squares. So you can just march the D-pawn. David, the D-pawn, up the board.
Yeah, you can push it forward. You have to allow some checks, I guess.
OK, yeah.
But maybe this is just nothing anyway. The white king can start marching forward and probably should be winning anyway. But,
yeah, but again, there's no need to allow that, though. There's
no need to rush.
No need to have those extra spicy moments.
Let's go back to the players. I want to see the board, because we're racing down this variation. We're going to end up just in that position we showed. And, yeah, we saw the black queen come in with a check. White's king sidestep. No checks now. So Jan has to take a pawn. And Magnus will do the same.
All right. Yeah, we are closer to move 40, where they get another hour on the clock. Question is, will we even get that far before Jan Nepomniachtchi resigns?
I think we'll go another 4 moves or so at least. White's now taken a pawn. I think the key thing for Magnus is not to allow too many checks. But if Magnus can find a way to stop all the checks and start pushing his pawn, then Jan's chances are 0.
Wow.
So the only remaining hope is what we call perpetual check, where the white king cannot escape from the checks of the black queen.
This just feels so brutal. Jan Nepomniachtchi, an incredible chess player, and it feels it's not the chess playing, it's the mentality of being in the match that is ruining it for him right now.
Yeah, and maybe the simplest is just white's queen to come back to the E4 square with a check and then start pushing
Yeah.
that central pawn forward.
Covers all the squares, and you keep the h4 pawn in your eye line. It's nice and simple play. Just taking a look at the computer. Yep, computer says you can take your pick.
Very, very simple now for Magnus Carlsen. And yeah, I mean, actually, when I talk about Queen Endgames, when I study Queen Endgames, he's the guy I look to. He's the guy I go for. I remember
Magnus.
one game, Magnus. I remember actually maybe 2 or 3 games from World Blitz Championships where he always puts his queen on the right square. It's always in the centre of the board somehow, and then he knows how to escape the checks with the king, and he always pushes pawns at the right time, and those are the key ingredients required to bake this cake to master Queen Endgames. And he's about to put his queen in the centre with tempo, with the check, gaining time, and look at the passed pawn in the centre of the board sitting next to that white queen. He's got a free run through to the end. We might even see 2 queens on the board for Magnus if Jan allows it. Okay, is now the moment to push that pawn. Looks like it to me.
Yeah, I think he's getting ready to push the pawn, and I do suspect that within a few moves we'll see a resignation from Nepomniachtchi. Oh, such a tough game for him.
Yeah,
really I have tough. To say, I really hope that he can somehow, in the free day tomorrow, he can just pick himself up and continue, because it was brutal, you know, and a lot of it was decisions that he took.
Yep, a self-inflicted defeat here from Nepomniachtchi, and a big day tomorrow. He needs to rest, he needs to recover.
Yeah, mentally especially then. But Magnus Carlsen, what a player. He could be very close now to go 2 points up in his 5th World Championship match. And that's going to be a huge, huge lead for the world champion. That will take him to 5 points. He only then needs 2.5 points to be the winner of this World Championship match. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he just looks resigned.
Yeah, he looks disgusted with his position, and yeah, he will be regretting earlier moves. Imagine getting those queens off so early. I mean, if he knew he'd end up in a hopeless queen endgame, he would have got those queens off the board. But yeah, right now, it's hard to give any advice to the Russian. It's just waiting for Magnus to push this pawn in the centre and game over. I'm hoping it gets to move 42, though. That was my prediction.
Yeah, that's
the challenge.
We're on 32, David. So if the game
Looking
finishes, yeah, probably not 42, but I'm thinking you might get some points.
I want a few more points. I need to catch Evie at the top of the prediction board.
Evie is rocking it on this prediction challenge. 84 points.
Yeah, I have a feeling, however, that if Magnus pushes this pawn right now in the middle, we might see an instant resignation from Jan Nepomniachtchi. White's pawn can run through. What Black does threaten to give 1 check, but the white king can just step back and it will be no more checks. And yeah, there are options for Magnus. Maybe he'll decide to give a few checks first, get closer to move 40, gain a bit of time on... Oh, not gaining time on the clock, but getting closer to safety where he won't have to worry about the clock. I hope he does that. Just repeat the position once, bring the queen up to give a check, bring it back, and then push the pawn. Get closer to move 42, Magnus. I need to win this prediction challenge.
You guys seem to have some sort of, you know, telepathic communication, you know. Magnus playing the long game for your sake. Guessing these openings.
I wish I could play as well as him, though. That's the one. Yeah, but Jan just waiting for the hammer to fall. Maybe he'll give another check, or maybe he'll go and grab a pawn with the black queen. Those white pawns are maybe up for grabs, but it's going to take the black queen too long to go and grab those pawns, and then black's pawn to start running. It takes way too long.
It is totally.
We're going to go live down to Dubai, because Rune is now standing with the father of Magnus Carlsen, who is watching live what I guess could be about to end Game 8.
Yes, we are all extremely, heavy, but also tense here. The Magnus Buster a little too nervous, maybe, to give a comment. But the father of the champion, cool as a cucumber. Are you sure your son will bring this one home?
No, I'm not sure, but I think I mentioned earlier to someone that I would be very happy if he could play for 2 results, and that's certainly the case now. So, yeah, I understand they expect him to win, but he has to finish the game. He has just 12 minutes for 6 or 7 moves. So there's still a little bit of uncertainty, but I'm very happy, of course.
And somehow more composed than I am. How do you think this will affect if he gets the win the rest of the match?
Well, hopefully even Barstad will calm down a bit. So, well, of course, a win would be huge, but we should talk about that after the game, basically. But winning 2 in the same weekend would, of course, be fantastic and make him a huge favorite.
So there you have it, everybody on the edge of their seat, everybody just going like to pieces, except the father of the champion, cool as a cucumber, confident, and well, how do you guys feel in the studio about this amazing game?
Yeah, it's I can see on sort of David's body language that you think this is very close to over.
Yeah, I think it might end any moment now. Jan just simply has nothing to do. He can give one check if he wants, but the White King will step back, and then that's it, the end of the fun, no more checks. If Black's Queen goes across and captures White's pawn on the A2 square, then Magnus will just give a check with the White Queen, and he'll actually go and capture Black's pawn on that left side, the remaining beacon of hope for Jan. And there'll be no more checks. That's pretty much game over.
But I don't think we're going to see a resignation on this move, yeah. Primarily because Magnus actually got up and walked away. and I never resign when my opponent gets up and walks away. I'm like, no, not this turn. You should have been patient.
Yeah, it's frustrating as well when you know you want to resign. You want to get out there as quickly as possible, but you have to wait for your opponents to come back to shake their hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and look at that. Is that a smile of resignation from Jan Nepomniachtchi?
Yeah.
I would just throw in a spite check.
Yeah, he knows it hasn't been his day, simply.
No.
And as Jovanka mentioned, there are a couple of moves you could play. Yeah, it's game over. And I think Magnus's dad, despite saying he's not 100% sure, he knows it's 1 or 2 moves away now, that handshake.
It's brutal to be a sports person or a top athlete. You can have bad days. It's just so brutal when it happens in the biggest moments in your career, like this, a world championship match.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw Jan exhale deeply. He knows it's over. Head in hands. He's about to resign, I think.
Yeah,
shrugging his shoulders.
Oh, the pain. Well, you can't help but feel for, you know, so much work, so much effort he's put in training, in getting ready for this match. And he will be thinking about all those previous decisions, you know, such bad decisions that he took. And that's painful. This is one of the worst things about chess, you know, just watching the suffering of someone losing is tough.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's tough, and now I hope for Jan's sake he can bounce back, or at least maybe even shut himself off from the chess tomorrow. Just ignore all the social media, ignore all the news, and just relax and come back.
Maybe copy the Carlsen tactic from 2016 when they lost to Karjakin. It was the day before a rest day. They went to a restaurant. They had some fun, and Magnus certainly bounced back. Maybe that's the. I'm not saying it has to be alcohol. I'm just saying do something else. Maybe you said that, David, right?
Yeah. Break the routine.
Yeah, exactly.
His routine hasn't brought him luck. It's not working for him. It hasn't brought him any wins. So maybe just something different, anything different that puts him in a good mood.
Yeah. Go out in the desert, ride a camel. You know, have some fun.
You have those sand buggies, right?
Oh,
do something like that. You know, just something exhilarating, something that makes you happy to be alive.
And that's what happens now when Magnus comes back.
Yeah, I think a handshake. I'm betting on one now. Jovanka, you thought one more move. But the fact that Jan...
check.
I think if Jan was going to make a move, it was while Magnus was away from the board.
Yeah.
Black can give one check, as we mentioned. Black can give check on the G3 square.
Okay,
he does take a pawn. Okay, I was wrong. I'm glad we didn't bet. And I'm glad Jan's playing on. Fighting spirit. Don't submit to your opponent. Okay, but here we go. White does indeed give a check. The Black King has to run away to the square. And now Magnus is going to grab Black's remaining pawn on the queen side, that B pawn. And once that pawn disappears, White has 2 passed pawns for free. And Black has 0 counterplay. And Magnus about to capture it. There we go.
It's exciting now to see what Jan Nepomniachtchi does. Will he keep playing or will he resign this game?
I think we'll see a maximum of 1 more move from Jan Nepomniachtchi. Maybe he'll bring the Black Queen across and threaten some checks. The problem is White's Queen can just centralise itself to the same diagonal as the White King to protect itself, to protect the White King from any potential checks. And that's it. Black simply has nothing else to do. Yeah, so one last threat, one last roll of the dice. That's my prediction.
Yeah, 3.5 hours this game has lasted. Is that, a short amount of time to win a game, or is that quite the normal?
I would say in open tournaments, it's about the average. For any result, win, draw, loss, around 3.5 to 4 hours just before the time scramble. That's about the average. But for World Championship matches, especially recently, decisive games, they've been few and far between. They've always been close. They've always been long grinds. So even in 2016, when Magnus had the loss and then the win, both of those were quite long games.
Would you say this is an easy win for Magnus?
Yes. What do you think, Jovanka? I would say yes.
I would also say yes, and it pains me to say that, actually.
The plan is so simple for white. Just put the white queen on the e5 square. There we go. Black is actually threatening to draw right now by giving endless checks to the white king, using the g3 square and the e1 square, or the f4 square maybe, but white can cover this diagonal, and that's it. I think it's easy. Magnus is going to see Nepomniachtchi's threat. It's that simple. White's queen is just going to park itself in the middle. That's Magnus's style as well, centralized pieces, and that should be sufficient.
Yeah. What will you do, Magnus Carlsen? You can collect unique NFTs from Magnus Carlsen's road to greatness, basically, unique moments from his career. And another unique moment is about to happen, going 2 points up in his 5th World Championship match.
Yeah, he hasn't been 2 points up in any match since 2014, right? And actually, he hasn't been in the lead in any match since 2014. So, Magnus, he'll have a lot of psychological work to do as well on the rest day. He doesn't want to relax too early, still with 6 games to go. But obviously for Nepomniachtchi, even more difficult situation for him.
Well, now that Nepomniachtchi is like 2 games down, maybe he can relax a little bit in the sense that everyone expects him to lose. So therefore he has some freedom to, if he wants to play in the style of tile, fine, go ahead, he can do it. Meanwhile, as Magnus kind of nears the finishing line, he might get more and more tense and might not feel so relaxed about things.
Yeah. He'll definitely get a bit nervous, Magnus, and he'll be playing for draws as well, Magnus. And
here it's going to. Oh no, he's going to make a move.
Okay, he's getting closer to move 42, so this is good for me on the prediction challenge.
Well, if he gets to 40, I actually get some points because I predicted this game would last 50 moves.
Ooh, yeah.
Silly me.
Yep. So that is at least 1 point, right? You get 1 point. Yeah. All right.
Okay, so a sneaky move there from Jan Nepomniachtchi, but it doesn't change much. Black's queen has gone across, so white's central pawn now is paralyzed. It cannot push because there's actually a pin. The queens are on the same diagonal as each other. So Magnus now, I'm expecting him to just drop the white queen back 1 square with a check. And he can actually go and pick off black's pawn on the H file. So yes, white might lose one of the pawns on the left side, the b3 pawn, but he'll gain black's remaining pawn.
I don't think he's going to do that. I reckon he's going to try to protect both his pawns.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay, slide the white queen back 2 squares maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Move
Full
it.
control.
Exactly. You know, why have just 1 passed pawn when you can have 2?
Yeah. Maybe Jan's also just waiting for the time control. Maybe he's hoping that Magnus forgets about the clock because Magnus's position is so good. Sometimes you just want to sit there and enjoy good positions. You don't want to move. Yeah, maybe the clock's still a small factor. Maybe he'll resign on move 40 if Magnus gets that extra 1 hour.
Yeah, obviously it is a World Championship match. I mean, if there's even the slightest chance, then of course play on.
What does he play?
Okay, he's given a check first. So will he go for my plan of grabbing that black pawn on the h4 square, or will he go for Jovanka's plan, step the white queen back 1 square further, protect everything? Both moves win. That's the problem.
That is true.
Spoiled for choice. And I must say, I'm super surprised the computer only says plus 3.4. Here, at this moment, I would say it's basically a forced win, so it should say even more than that.
It should say, like, 90 or 100 or something.
100 normally means that a checkmate is on the horizon, but anything less than that. Yeah,
and is it
as you mentioned,
only to do with Magnus having more pawns?
Yes, and more pawns means more potential queens.
Yeah.
So once Magnus does eventually get 1 pawn rolling up the board, he's going to support it with his queen as well. Black can't trade queens because he's pawns down, so Black's queen will never be able to stop any of these pawns once they start running. And, okay, yeah, Magnus really enjoying the moment. He just grabs a pawn to fiddle with.
Is that definitely the move right now, grabbing that pawn?
Yeah, I would grab that black pawn on the h4 square because that black pawn actually cages the white king and it helps black deliver checks later. But to be honest, I like Jovanka's move as well. Just maximum control, defend the 2 pawns that the black queen is eyeing up. You can do that in a variety of ways with the white queen.
All right. We have played for 3.5 hours, a little over that. Magnus Carlsen is inching closer to his second win in the match. And we'll go 2 points up before the rest day with 6 games left to play in the World Championship match. How many games do you guys think this match will need?
Oh, good question. Actually, before this game, I predicted all 14, just because I thought it would be really close. Nepomniachtchi would push him to the limit. But now I have a feeling maybe it'll end 1 game before the end, maybe 2 games before the end, because now Nepomniachtchi, he has to take risks. He's going to open himself up to more defeats if he wants to win this match.
Oh, look at that. Just got a feel for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Such a great chess player, and he's having a bad day in the World Championship match.
This is his first bad day. Even his loss, he played really, really well until the last 3 or 4 moves when, as humans would, as human nature is, you would get tired after nearly 8 hours.
Yeah. Well, so if Magnus now wins this, he's going to be at 5 points. That means he needs 2.5 points. So if the rest of the games end with a draw, then it's going to be done by game 13. Then
1 game before the end.
Yep.
And 2.5. I don't know the last time Magnus got less than 50% in a tournament, and he only needs 2.5 out of 6. So Jan really has to move mountains if he wants to win. And Jovanka, you got it right.
Oh yeah.
So white just defends everything with the white queen.
Yeah, I'm quite happy about that move. But I agree with you. Queen takes pawn also won quite comfortably as well. So, but I'm just looking at Nepomniachtchi's face. You know, he's kind of really being very full of expression, and you can just see the pain in his face as he's thinking back and you just cannot save this game. And so he's just making some spite moves, I think, because he just can't bring himself to resign.
Yeah.
Because there's something final about that.
Do you think it's going to happen right after the time control hits at move 40?
I think so. He's just playing slightly on the clock. Magnus only has 5 minutes, so if he does get complacent, if he does slightly forget about the time, then some chances. But he's just getting to move 40. Fiddling with that knight there, Jan, bit of an expert. Piece twiddler. But
it's like in poker. You see the poker players do like this with the chips.
The chips. Yeah. It's only the experts as well.
Yeah, I know.
And Magnus doing the same. It's nice to somehow keep the hand busy while the brain is working. And I'm slightly concerned that Magnus's last move at least allowed black to go for some checks. That's why I wanted to grab that black pawn on h4 just to eradicate any danger. So white's queen now has to find a way to protect against the checks, or is Magnus... OK, he will move the queen.
Or, yes, he will.
Yes, he will. He just sidesteps 1 square. That is real mastery of queens. He actually allows a check in the position. Black's queen can go back to the f4 square and check the white king, but the white king will step back. And the reason Magnus has put his queen on this square is because the queen will cover any remaining checks after that that the black queen would like to give. Yeah, it controls a lot of important squares. And normally, if your opponent's checking on dark squares, if you put your queen on dark squares, somehow you block all potential checks later on. So you definitely want your queen on the same colour complex if you're trying to stop perpetual checks.
And it's not David that's going to be running up the board. It's going to be Beth.
Beth the B-pawn.
Yeah.
Named after Beth Harmon.
Yeah.
The Queen's Gambit.
The first World Championship match after Beth Harmon and the Queen's Gambit hit the chess world.
You know, David, you might be getting the full 10 points here.
I'm hoping they get to move 42. OK.
It's typical. Like, the one time that I've gone for 50 moves, they finish quite quickly.
You never know. Maybe Jan will play on beyond that. Maybe he'll go to move 50.
That is true.
Maybe he'll go to move 52, and then I'll lose all my points.
Well, so you could get 25 full score?
I could, if the game finishes on move 42.
With a win for Magnus, yeah?
With a win for white.
Wow.
Correct opening, and most likely the correct result. Jan, meanwhile, just moving the black king. So we've made move 40. Magnus gets his extra hour. And, OK, I think Jan just relying on a blunder now from Magnus. That's the only way he's going to save this game. Black's last move doesn't improve his position at all. There are no more checks in the position. White's queen on the perfect square, and these white pawns are just going to fly up the board. White's 2 extra pawns, the B and D pawns. I have a feeling, Jovanka, he's going to play on for a long time, actually.
Oh, really?
If he hasn't resigned by now.
Oh, yeah, right. Oh, yeah, look at that.
He leaves the board. Oh, maybe there's hope for me in the prediction challenge, but there's certainly no hope for Nepomniachtchi in this position because Magnus has just been too clever with the queen, controlling all the checking squares, getting ready to advance his 2 passed pawns. And you did mention earlier on that that you saw Nepomniachtchi fiddling with a knight. I just wondered whether you knew of anyone else who fiddles with a piece.
Yeah, I mean, the most famous, I guess, is Boris Gelfand, former World Championship challenger. And he does it at such extreme speed. I was about to grab this piece here and fiddle with it, just to show. You can do that. But that piece is super nice and super heavy. I don't want to.
No. It's coming.
No, don't throw it.
Yeah, we got it.
And he twiddles it super fast.
Wow.
So it's like round and round and round and round and round. It's like constant, and he does it with 2 hands as well, flicks it between. I'm scared to do it with such an expensive piece, but he flicks it round. But he has the speed and he has the dexterity. And look at Magnus doing the same with 2 hands. Everyone has different piece twiddling techniques, but it's normally to keep the hands busy while the brain works.
Yeah, it's actually a trick.
Do you recommend it? Because I've never done this ever in my life. Do you recommend that this is a way to get yourself into the zone?
Calm down, maybe?
I'm in the zone right now, actually, just playing. But yeah, normally I do it beneath the table, actually just below the table, so my opponent won't get distracted. But either way,
gentleman.
It's satisfying. It's satisfying. Just round and round we go.
Yeah, it's actually a trick in journalism as well, especially when maybe you interview kids, and then you want to give them something to hold on to because it's easier to interview them. They give better answers, maybe if they're holding a ball or a teddy bear, or even you give them the microphone.
Right.
Yeah. It usually gives, I don't know the psychology, but probably something of the same.
It's comforting somehow. Yeah. You don't feel alone. You don't feel so stressed. It's like, players, people recommend these stress balls where you just kind of squeeze them. And, I don't know what the psychology is behind it. Maybe some of our viewers, you guys know, but either way, it is quite a common thing among the top chess players. And I'm surprised you've never done it, Jovanka. Maybe you can...
No, I was just told all the time, sit on your hands, you move too fast.
Maybe this is the final trick you need to get your Grandmaster title.
It might be.
Yeah.
This might be the kind of thing. Okay, I'm going to try it. But
Don't drop it.
I'm a bit slow, though, and I need 2 hands to do it.
You need to just practice a little bit, and then it comes right.
Some pieces are smaller and lighter than this one as well. So.
Okay, and always a pawn.
I only use pawns to juggle with. Or not juggle, but, fiddle with.
That would be a fun one, if you suddenly have someone with 3 pieces.
That would just be showing off.
Yeah.
Maybe we can challenge someone next year to do that.
Maybe we can challenge the viewers at home. Can you juggle with chess pieces? Send us videos of that. That would be kind of cool.
I'd love to see that.
But not your expensive sets. As someone who really adores expensive chess sets.
Yeah, this is a really nice chess set from House of Staunton. It's super nice. Yeah.
Especially those knights.
Yeah, they are fierce.
They look more like dragons, if anything.
They look like how I imagined that character from Harry Potter, Gilderoy Lockhart, with the hair.
Flamboyant.
Yeah, exactly. Just imagine if you had your own choice of chess set and your opponent could choose something else and you chose this. You're like, oh yeah, I'm going to play with these pieces.
Yeah, I did tell you guys earlier that tomorrow on the rest day I might have a Harry Potter marathon.
Oof, good choice, Kaja.
Oh, I know, it's always nice during Christmas and there's some chess in there as well.
Maybe that's what Jan Nepomniachtchi needs.
Some magic.
Yeah, some magic, some movie marathon. Okay, Magnus, meanwhile, exhaling, taking off his jacket. Maybe he thinks it's not over yet. Maybe we're writing off Nepomniachtchi too soon, but what could he be considering? I mean, in general, it's good strategy once you've reached move 40, once you've gained a bit of extra time, to just sit there and just kind of reassess and calm your heart rate down. And I always spend at least a few minutes on move 41 because there's a bit of a cliche that move 41 is always a blunder if you rush or if you kind of lose focus. But then again, it looks quite simple to me. Just push Beth the B-pawn up the board or push David the D-pawn up the board.
David the D-pawn I would stay away from, but Beth for sure.
Why
100%.
stay away from David?
Why would you...
Why would I stay away from David?
Everyone stays away from me. I understand, it's fine.
Well, just because he's doing such a good job blocking, just safeguarding the king from any checks along the diagonal. So that's why Beth up the board.
I mean, ideally you want to push them both, right? But then again, ideally you want to win in the next one move to help me out. So you don't want to push them both. You need to get quickly to the end of the board. Make that new queen. Yeah.
What will it be, Magnus? Thinking for 5 minutes now.
He's just enjoying the moment, I think.
But you have talked about also the calculations of sort of pawns moving up the board.
Yeah.
I guess this is not a race, though, but...
Yeah, no race. I guess maybe he's concerned about black creating counterplay by black's pawn next to the black king launching down the board, Gary the g-pawn.
Yeah.
Maybe if Jan throws that pawn up the board, some stuff to work out. But yeah, it's unlikely to change much. As soon as the black pawns, that pawn especially marches down the board, the black king will be open to some annoying checks as well. So yeah, I would be surprised if we see anything other than one of the white pawns pushing. I think Magnus is maybe just choosing between Beth and David right now.
Do you think he's maybe just thinking about ways to kill the game once and for all? Because that's also very tempting.
Yeah.
You could play very practically, advance a pawn, or you could just spend some energy, work out the most accurate move. Maybe there's some queen checks that lead to a queen trade, and then, well, you'd win.
Yeah, I just think the most simple would have been to remove the black h-pawn off the board earlier.
Yeah.
I mean, that would have just killed the game instantly. You put the white queen on the same diagonal as the white king, no more checks. Clear pass pawn running up the board. But, OK, it's a matter of taste, this type of endgame, how you want to kill things, how you want to win and deliver that final blow. And Magnus just picking from a bunch of decent options. I would be surprised to see the white queen move, however, because he did just place it on this square, and that would lose some time. So, OK, we're waiting for that moment, for the handshake. But Magnus keeping us waiting.
Yep.
Giving us our money's worth.
And, you know, it seems sensible. This seems what everyone is sort of saying. One move at a time, don't take your win in advance, you know. Just stay focused and look for the next best move.
Yeah, no counterplay. Don't give your opponent even one moment of hope.
Are there any checkmates in this position? Or is that far away? Does he need a queen, another queen, for that to happen?
Yeah.
OK.
It's far away at the moment. I think the dream for Magnus is either to push his pawns forward or to find a way to trick black into exchanging queens. And then he just has too many pawns for the black king to deal with. But it's not easy right now. Jan will see any possible queen trades coming a mile away. So, yeah, I think it's time to push those pawns.
You know, in football, if you're leading by a bunch of goals, you know, the players can suddenly, kick the ball with their heel or, do some fancy stuff.
Yeah.
I guess you can't do that in chess because that would be a blunder suddenly.
Yeah, exactly. I've been there many times. Actually, this is a few years ago, I think just before I became a Grandmaster, and I had the most winning position I've ever had. And I thought, OK, let's go for a flashy checkmate. So I spent 5 or 6 moves building up to a queen sacrifice. And when I played it, I realized that I put one of my other pieces on the wrong square that didn't control the black king. And I sacrificed my queen for nothing, really. Luckily, I still managed to grind out some endgame. But, I mean, the queen sacrifice was for a rook and a piece. But, yeah. Don't want to be flashy in chess. If you see a clean win, go for the clean one.
I remember a very funny case, actually, and it involved Hikaru. So Hikaru was going to promote a pawn. The pawn or piece, whatever it became, would be captured off. And so most people would have promoted this pawn to a queen, to a bishop, to a rook. And he decided to be flashy and picked up the knight. And he's like, there you go.
And Magnus has picked up his queen.
OK, surprise.
Oh.
Giving a check. The queen did come from the square just a few moves ago. Wow.
No move repetition, right?
No. Last time the queen was on the square, white's king was on a different location, different post. This time it comes with check as well. But I'm gutted. I think it's going to go beyond move 42 now.
Oh, no.
Prediction challenge. Evie is going to run away with the lead. OK, meanwhile, black's king is going to move, most likely. And is Magnus going to push a pawn? Is he going to relocate the white queen even further? Maybe he's going to put the white queen back on the d1 square, just to avoid any checks.
And where is Jan Nepomniachtchi? All right, we're going to go back to the good knight. What are you expecting down there now, Simon? Will Magnus win this within a few moves?
I think it's a bit heartbreaking, first of all, for Jan, because you can see his body language, and we discussed before just how painful chess can be. Winning a game feels fantastic, but losing a game like this, you can just see the agony on Jan's face, and it's kind of a little bit disturbing in a certain ways. We've all got to pass on our love to the poor guy. I think it will be move 55. Maybe I had a little prediction on that. That's what I'm going to go for. So I'm hoping for move 55, but we'll just get a couple of other people's impression on what's going on. And I've got my good friend here, Blair, who came all the way from England to have a pint and to also, well, just watch some of the chess. So Blair, you're a big chess fan yourself, and how do you think the game's been today? I mean, it's been very tough for Jan, yeah? So
it's been an incredibly disappointing day for Jan Nepomniachtchi today, hasn't it? I mean, I think that game 6, the epic battle in game 6, I think it's taken its toll, and he's just not been himself today at all, has he? We've not seen any real fight from him today. Just a disappointing day all round for him.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what most people are thinking. I mean, we're a lot of us are happy for Magnus. I mean, he's getting nearer to becoming world champion. I don't think it's totally over. There's a rest day. There's 6 games to go. Jan's got to go all in with the rest of the games so he can really try some crazy chess. So I think actually it's going to be more exciting, the games, because you just got to throw everything at him. King's Gambit, whatever you want. What the hell? Just go for it. So we're going to have great chess to come, but effectively at the moment the game is over and Magnus has got another great win under his belt. So I don't know if we're going to get a celebratory beer now or a commiseration beer for Jan, but it's come to that time of the day, and I don't know what you're feeling back in the studio. Happy and sad, I think, is the emotions we've got here.
Yeah, I guess that covers it, Simon. Happy days for Magnus, but just devastating for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Thanks so much for that, and I guess maybe the screaming and the celebration and the good night will be coming very soon. Maybe at move 55, as you predicted. And none of the players are right now sitting by the board. Magnus is in the move. He's not here. What will happen when he comes back? And here he comes back.
Well, I do predict that he will maybe relocate the queen once more just to control the black queen's checking squares. And I think he's just simply, I want to say playing with Nepomniachtchi, because he knows that Nepomniachtchi has no chance. It's just about coordinating everything correctly and then waiting for Nepomniachtchi to just extend his hand in resignation.
Yeah.
But I don't think that Magnus will actually push one of his pawns.
No, and maybe we can just show this, the winning technique that we're both expecting here right now from Magnus. He's just given a check to the black king. This was blocked by the black pawn. And now the move I'm expecting for sure is actually to retreat the white queen all the way back to the first rank, just to cover any checks along this rank. But also, after a check on the diagonal, white's king now is super safe. There's no more checks for the rest of the game. And because the white queen is placed behind a passed pawn, this passed pawn is simply going to motor up the board, and it's going to decide the game. I think black has no counterplay here. Also, the white queen does cover this square, which is key, because if black pushes the pawn, the white queen is always going to be covering and can take this pawn at the right moment. So some work to be done for Magnus potentially, but if he steps back with his queen, I think this will cut out any more checks. And also, if the black queen ever just goes back to block one pawn, then remember, white has another one to push, and eventually the black queen will be forced out of the way of Magnus's pawns. So this is the move I'm expecting personally, to retreat here. I think that would make sense of white's last move at least. And Jovanka, you mentioned probably not expecting this one.
No.
Maybe it's good as well.
Yeah.
No reason to allow any checks, though, along the first rank. For example, if you push forward, at least you have some annoying calculation work to be done now.
Yeah, you've got to work out what
Necessary.
happens. Yeah, exactly. And you don't want to immobilize your queen in order to block the check. So much easier to just play the move that you suggested, drop the queen back, and then get ready to push pawns.
Yeah, drop the queen back, hide the king in the corner, and then push Beth and David up the board. The B and D pawns. Looks relatively straightforward. Let's go back to the world champion. Is he about to make that move? Is he going to retreat the white queen?
Is this a new tactic from him? raising his hand to make his move, but saying to himself, look one more time.
Yeah, possibly. It's difficult to say, though, whether it's kind of an instinctive thing or whether it's a conscious decision. Normally, it looks like he's focusing OK, there we go, the queen move that we indicated. But normally it's, I mean, players, I don't really do that on purpose. If it happens, then it's purely because I'm genuinely changing my mind or doubting myself. It's not a conscious decision saying, OK, nope, second thought. Normally you do that with, your hands by your side or sitting on those hands. But, yeah, Nepomniachtchi now, if he doesn't find any counterplay, he can give one more check. He can move the black king, he can move a black pawn, but nothing's going to change. It's hard to give much advice here for black.
Yeah.
For Nepo.
Yes, it is. And shall I tell the rest of my Hikaru promoting to a knight story?
Yes.
It was against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov in a blitz game. And so, he could have chosen to promote to a queen, to a bishop, to a rook. And Shakhriyar Mamedyarov would have been forced to capture that piece. Because he chose to very flashily promote to a knight, this allowed Shakhriyar Mamedyarov to give like a check with his rook and drive the white king back. And then he captured the knight. And the funniest thing is that it actually became really difficult for Hikaru to defend what was an easily drawn position. And he lost it. And afterwards, Shakhriyar gave this interview, like he couldn't believe his eyes. He said, promote to a queen, promote to a rook, promote to anything but a knight. Yeah. But I mean, so good idea. It's great to be flashy, but you've got to calculate it properly.
Wait, so we've seen this in online chess, of course. You choose which piece you want to promote to. How does it work in over the board if you don't want to promote to that extra queen that is beside the board?
Normally, by the time you make a promotion, knights have been traded off or bishops have been traded off, so you can go and take the piece which has left the board and put it on the board. Yeah, I mean, it's very rare to promote to bishops, rooks, I must say. Bishops and rooks, the reason we nearly never see promotions is because they do the same job as a queen, so you might as well promote to a queen. The rare times that knight promotions happen, you normally do have that knight, but if not, I guess you stop the clock. You ask the arbiter, can I have a spare knight? And they'll go run off and get one for you.
That would be an interesting situation.
What you must not do is you must not promote the pawn and just leave it as a pawn.
Oh, and then click the clock?
An illegal move, actually. Pawn cannot be on the end rank. Yeah.
So if you do that, you don't take another piece and you click the clock? Yeah. Illegal move.
It is an illegal move.
And then blitz, sometimes you lose the game if you make an illegal move.
Yeah.
So, yeah, don't do that. Also, for online players, I know a lot of our viewers play a lot online. Don't necessarily have auto-promote to queen on the board. Just in case you promote to a queen, it might end in stalemate. Or you promote to a queen, and it's not necessarily the best move. Sometimes you want to promote to a knight with a check. But then again, if you don't have auto-promote to queen on, if you have no time on the clock, then it takes annoyingly several seconds to promote to that queen. And, OK, my prediction is not correct. It's not 42 moves. I was secretly hoping Nepomniachtchi might throw in the towel there.
Still close, though.
Still close. OK, he gives a check. The white king, has to sidestep the check, but it's safe in the corner. No more checks. And, OK, nothing else to do. The black pawn has to push forward. You need counterplay in queen endgames. You need to open up your opponent's king. And that's why Nepomniachtchi has pushed this pawn. He wants to actually give up this pawn. He wants to throw it down the board even further in order to break up white's structure, white's protection in front of the white king.
Yeah, we did see in that game 6 that Magnus eventually won. The bar was all the way up to like 60. I think even at a point 100 maybe.
Yeah.
It's only 6.
It's only 6.
So does that mean there is hope, or is it the computer that is not able to sort of see this fully?
Yeah, I mean, the computer that we're using, I think it has a specific horizon. Maybe if the horizon was deeper, if we were running it on the most powerful processors, it would probably say plus 100 or close right now. But yeah, that means at least that there's no win within the next 20 moves or 25 moves, or no forced checkmate.
Because 100 means checkmate, basically?
Checkmate within the next few moves, yeah. It shows that Magnus can win, but it's not a forced checkmate in 20 or 25. He still needs to find a few accurate moves first. Of course, he might win before the next 20 moves, but if Nepomniachtchi defends correctly, he can fight for a bit longer.
Well, he leaves again, Nepomniachtchi. A sign he's not about to resign this game.
There is like a tiny smidgen of hope here, and that is, as David kind of indicated, for black just to push that g-pawn one square forward. And then the whole idea is that if the white queen captures, then the white queen is kind of decoyed from the defense of the king. And if it's the pawn that captures, then the idea is just simply to push forward with your h-pawn and try to remove the cover from white's king.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Nepomniachtchi, even if he does go for this, then after this trade, yes, the white king is out in the open, but white is 3 pawns up, and all of the 3 pawns are defended by the white queen. So,
oh wow!
Yeah, I think this one's pretty hopeless as well. You can give one check here, but eventually the checks will dry up. For example, I can already see a way to stop the checks. You can bring your queen forward, and after one more check, you just hide on the side of the board. So. With 3 extra pawns, it's pretty straightforward. But Nepomniachtchi, he has to try something. And he's hoping that Magnus just gets nervous about the white king maybe being opened up. So, for example, if white does push forward, this type of scenario where, after pawn takes pawn, the black pawn's coming forward, the white king not entirely safe, maybe Magnus just slightly nervous here. And also in this line, after I mentioned the pawn stepping forward, maybe black can create some threats of checkmate. A bit of a pin here. This won't save the game, but at least it's putting the fear of ghosts into Magnus's mind. So I like the fact he's playing on Nepomniachtchi, despite breaking my prediction challenge. I like the fact he's at least fighting now, before it's too late.
I agree, especially because I've predicted 50 moves. So I'm getting close. And yeah, I'm quite inspired because your line looked like it might last 7 moves.
Ooh, true.
And then, whoa, 10 points in the bag. Sorry, David, I'm a bit competitive.
That's all right.
Well, we know you are because you're a top chess player. And what we've talked about today, if you're going to be a top chess player, you need to be competitive.
Yeah, nothing wrong with being competitive as long as you're respectful to other people. Sportsmanship is important as well, but of course, competition. That's why we love sport.
Yeah. Which is why it's nice that they have these rooms where they can rest in between, because then maybe Nepo can be in there right now, just get his frustration out so that he can, in a respectful way, resign at some point.
Yeah, exactly. And we should also mention it's not disrespectful to play on. It's within the rules of chess.
Yeah.
So resignation is fine sometimes if you know it's inevitable, if you want to just escape and go and rest, but you don't have to. Why not play on?
Well, we always hope they're going to play to checkmate, right?
Exactly. We want to see it as fans. Right?
Yeah. Well, what's really nice, actually, that Nepomniachtchi is playing on is that we actually get to see the technique that Magnus uses in order to score the full points.
Is this, instructive, something for beginners to pay attention to right now?
Definitely.
With 4 pawns for Magnus, 2 for Jan?
Right, because, I mean, we could have seen situations where Magnus was really kind of like carefree, just pushed forward with his pawns. But here we see Magnus take a very slow and steady approach. He's like, well, first of all, I'm going to secure my pawns, I'm going to secure my king, I'm going to try to control the whole board. And then, and only then, will he think about advancing and rushing forward with one of his pawns.
Yeah, it's always about control. I think the other thing that when I was young, I used to commit some mistakes in queen endings. It was just giving checks at any possible moment. For example, Magnus, now he can bring the white queen up and deliver check to the black king, but he doesn't need to do that. He, remember, is 2 pawns up. He's not going to win this game by checking. He's going to win this game by pushing pawns. So just because you see a check doesn't mean you have to go for it. And Magnus, I think they're about to push his central pawn. And, okay, he took his hand back, but there we go.
There it comes.
That d-pawn is marching, finally. He feels he has full control, and he's hoping that black's pawn push, the only remaining source of hope for Nepomniachtchi, is not going to lead anywhere.
Well, they played now for 4 hours, 44 moves. Could it also be that Jan sort of... He wants this game to last as long as possible because you don't want to lose a quick game, right?
No, exactly. I've been there many times myself. Sometimes on move 25, I'm completely lost. And then I was just think, OK, it looks bad on the score sheet. It looks bad for the fans if they see a quick defeat. So, OK, here we go. Exactly what we showed. Black gave up that pawn to open up the white king. And black is currently 3 pawns down.
Wow.
Yeah. At least the white king, though, less safe than it used to be. And, again, some fear in the back of Magnus's mind.
I mean, there's no perpetual even if you capture the pawn, right?
Yeah, I think you can take the pawn safely. You can move the white queen safely. It looks like Magnus going for his queen. You can even push the white pawn safely, but there we go. The white queen going as close to the white king as possible. And resignation.
It's over. Magnus Carlsen is up by 2 points in the World Chess Championship match after 8 games. A devastating and brutal loss for Jan.
No, I mean, H4, C4 is not so easy.
No, I mean, okay, just wonder the problem. Interesting.
Yeah. No, I mean, I thought instead of B5,
no, I mean,
Queen D6, Queen B3, and so on.
Yeah, Queen B3, yeah, if someone is in B5, I play B5. Jackie just play A6 or something instead of DC4,
Yeah, Jan Nepomniachtchi does not want to sit by the board and discuss this game. Look at that. It's brutal. A bad day in a World Championship match, but for Magnus Carlsen, a fantastic day. What do you think about Magnus's play today, David?
It was calm, it was composed. He didn't want to take too many risks, clearly, but he was consistent with his strategy. He just got a solid position, he probed for weaknesses, and eventually, once Jan did blunder, he pounced on his chance. And that's why he's the world champion. He can adapt to the changes in the nature of the position. But yeah, it's impressive from Magnus. Obviously, he didn't need to necessarily be at his best to win the game, but he did enough. And meanwhile, obviously, heartbreak for Jan. He actually mentioned the word blunder as well. Jan, he admitted that he just missed Magnus's queen check, and clearly just something went wrong in his calculation.
Yeah, we will look at that later, of course, but we are waiting for reactions from Dubai, from Magnus after this win. He is now up by 2 points. What's going through Jan's head right now, Jovanka? Has he, because he's taking a lot of time in his lounge by now, what is going through his head?
I think a whole load of emotions, and he's probably be very angry with himself, and he will be regretting everything. And it's very difficult to not let those kind of previous decisions play out in your mind. I'm not even sure whether he will be in a good mood during the press conference. He might smile because he's obliged to be there, but I think it might be a very short conference for him, and he might be just... It's very upsetting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very heartbreaking and very upsetting, because it will almost feel like to him that Magnus just got an easy game, and that is not what he wants to do in a World Championship match.
Magnus is now doing an interview with Norwegian television. We will go to Tanya as soon as he is ready to do an English interview. Will Magnus be just thrilled right now?
Yep. I mean, he'll still play it cool in front of the cameras while he has to kind of keep this public face on, but inside his heart will still be racing. He's going to celebrate a little bit tonight. Tomorrow, it's maybe back to game face, back in the zone, but tonight he'll be celebrating, and rightly so, because he's played extremely well up to this point. Yeah, it's always tricky before a rest day, though. You don't want to celebrate too hard. That's the one kind of thing he must avoid.
Yeah, and to go 2 points up by game, so we're at game 8. I mean, was there any way before this match that you thought that was possible, Jovanka?
No. I mean, I like David, I thought that this match would be going the full 14 rounds. And I really did think that Nepomniachtchi would strike back. And yeah, it's just didn't... I never even expected, even after the opening, I thought, OK, it's just going to be a very quick draw. We're going to be out of here, they're going to enjoy the free day, and then, you know, the real action will be starting from game 9. To be 2 points down, that's a serious disadvantage, because now it means he has to be reckless.
All right, let's go to Dubai to hear from the world champion.
Magnus, congratulations. Now, the Petrov has a reputation of being unbreachable. You showed it's not. What went wrong for Black today?
I think, yeah, he played maybe a bit inaccurately in the opening. I think Bishop D6 is probably not a great move. But then, yeah, he surprised me with H5 and couldn't figure it out. And I think I was kind of hoping that he would not follow H5 with Queen E1 exchanging the queens, but I think Queen E7 was just fine for him. I mean, I spent like 40 minutes thinking, and at that point I was more or less thinking I'm tired. Let's see if I can get a very slight advantage. Otherwise, I'll just make a draw. And then, yeah, when he went for King of 8, that was really surprising because I thought I'd still have a slight advantage with the queens on the board. Yeah, it felt like he never really equalized, and obviously it went a lot quicker than it should have, but it felt like after that there was always going to be some chances.
While on the board with H5, did you feel it was some deep prep or over-the-board inspiration?
I couldn't really know, so I'm still not completely sure.
All right, and Magnus, in 2018, not a single decisive win in the classical match here. In the last 3 games, you've had 2 wins. Very different match. What's going on here?
Yeah, it was pretty cagey at the start, but obviously a win changes the dynamic of the match, and I don't think I would have won this game if I hadn't won the first one.
All right.
He almost seems a little tired, Magnus, or is it that he's just keeping his emotions inside? He doesn't want to celebrate this?
I think a bit of both. Partly, he doesn't want to celebrate out of respect for Jan. He has so much respect for his opponent. But also, it is draining. It wasn't the longest day today, especially compared to a Game 6, but it is draining, the emotions, the highs, the lows, making these big decisions. Yeah. And I'm sure he'll be lying down soon, just kind of recovering from that. It's quite late in Dubai as well, so yeah, we can't fault the players for seeming slightly low on energy.
Definitely. And tomorrow is a rest day. But you were talking about it, the players in the venue right after the game was talking about it, Magnus talking about it. Let's take a look at some of the decisive moments in this game.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight one key moment, actually. The players discussed it just after their game, and it was in this position. Jan said, OK, maybe things had gone wrong, but it should be manageable, and he's right. Despite avoiding the queen trade earlier, black is still fine. And there's just one threat in the position which he underestimated. That is the white queen coming to this square, delivering a nasty check, and more importantly, winning this pawn. And this queen move, Jan maybe thought, OK, it's not such a big deal, and he pushed here, attacking the white bishop. The problem was, after the queen check, that the black king, once it did move, allowed the white queen to come up, taking a pawn and counter-attacking against this bishop. So Jan mentioned, OK, there were options here. Instead of pushing this pawn forward, this was the key mistake, by the way. He mentioned, OK, maybe he could just push this guy forward one square so that it's not on prise later, it's not attacked later, it's defended by a pawn. But I think more accurate would have been either the move Magnus suggested, bringing the queen across, although this leads to complications, or the most safe move, just shuffling the king out of this diagonal so that white's queen can no longer go across to the side of the board, partly because this isn't check anymore, but also partly because it would hang this pawn in the centre. And I think this king move would have held the balance. If Jan had just tucked his king away to safety, still slightly scary to allow white's queen in, but he would surely have been able to save this game. Unfortunately, as it turned out, this move was the key blunder, and white, after this queen check, just won a pawn and later won the game. It all hinged on one move.
Wow. And that means Magnus Carlsen is up by 2 points. In the match, we are waiting for the press conference in Dubai. We want to hear reactions also from Jan Nepomniachtchi. And while we wait, a quick commercial break.
Today, more than ever, when the world comes together to create a better tomorrow.
It's going to be magic.
La magie. Magic. Magic with music.
With architecture.
With colors.
Magic with celebration. With your safety.
From here.
There.
And everywhere.
For 6 whole months, day and night.
Join the making of a new world, starting October 1st. Up my rocket, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of
John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Now anyone can learn and improve their chess skills with the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. The Magnus Trainer app is packed with fun mini-games and interactive training content. Playable anytime, anywhere. Get the Magnus Trainer, available in the App Store and Google Play.
Welcome back to Chess 24 Global. We have seen Magnus Carlsen win Game 8 against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and we'll go straight down to Dubai. Tanya, what's the reactions at the playing venue after another loss for Jan Nepomniachtchi?
Very tough day for Jan. We're inside the playing auditorium and everyone's left. They're on their way to the press conference currently. And as you mentioned, it looks like with the second win, this is going to be a tough match for Jan to come back. We see the playing hall. We see the play zone right behind us. Currently, there is a FIDE wrap-up game of the day that's going on there. You've got the big screens at the back. The players will resume play right here after the rest day. But this rest day is going to be one big torture for Jan. He's trailing by 2 points and only 6 games remain. Now, in Magnus's interview, he said something really interesting, that if he wouldn't have won Game 6, the way things went today, that would not have been the narrative. And I think there's a lot to take from that. Game 6 was so dramatic, such a big setback for Jan, and I think he's not been able to recover. Today's game just felt less of a Magnus win, but more of a Jan loss. And definitely not the kind of game that's characteristic of Jan or something that you expect in the World Championship. The move B5, still reeling from that shocking blunder. Jan Nepomniachtchi's got to pull every trick in the bag. He's got to win his next game with the white pieces. I think if he doesn't do that, the match is over. Guys, it's been a big day here. We're all headed into a rest day. We'll be back for Game 9.
Thanks so much, Tanya, for that report. And of course, absolutely right. Game 9, Jan Nepomniachtchi, will he just even, well, he's going to have the white pieces, of course. Yeah. He has to go for the win.
Yeah, it's a huge one, and he's running out of time. He's pretty much run out of time now. He has to pretty much win that game. Otherwise, his chances are going to dwindle and dwindle. And, yeah, I think that we're going to see a different opening for sure, a more attacking Nepomniachtchi, a more aggressive Nepomniachtchi, and that's the only chance he has now.
All right. We'll also head down to the good night, where I guess the mood is very good, Simon. Were there some celebration when Jan offered the handshake?
Yeah, I think it's sort of a bit of a mix. I think people are obviously big Magnus fans here, so they're very happy to see him win. But the game was it's a bit of a strange game. I mean, let's go and see if we get some reactions from some of the regulars here. So there's lots of blitz games going on here, and we'll go right down to the end just to see if we can. And I think we've got some people who may be having a couple of pints of beer and watching the chess today. Is that right? I mean, can I ask you, how do you find the game today?
Obviously, we are very happy with the result. It was surprising that it went so quick, but maybe that's because his opponent was tired, maybe?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Yeah,
but a good result and have
very good result.
Yeah. So you're all big Magnus fans here, yes. I'd imagine. You're all from Oslo. Let me ask you there, if I can just get over here. Yeah. So what are your names, by the way?
My name is Vilde.
Vilde, okay.
Yeah, and we're from Oslo. So brilliant. Yeah, I would say that we are fan of Magnus. Yes, yeah, brilliant. We were supporting Magnus today.
And have you been down here watching many of the games?
No, this is the first time now. Yeah.
Okay, so you came at the right time. You gave some lucky charm to Magnus,
yeah.
which is great.
You really did.
Yeah, and you've been enjoying yourself, drinking beer and playing some blitz as well, yeah? So, okay, a good day. Yeah, thank you very much. So, very nice down here. People clearly enjoying themselves. Big Magnus fans, so it's a little bit biased, but we are in Oslo, and generally people, yeah, as we can see, very happy about today's result. So back to the studio. Maybe we can see some action from Jan in the remaining games.
Definitely. And Simon, you're traveling back to England tomorrow, but you will be back in Oslo, right? You promised us you'll come back.
I do, yeah. I'm going back to England for a couple of days, but I'm gonna come back and hopefully watch Jan wheel out some crazy, aggressive attacking chess. I mean, he has to now. He has to go all in. So I'm gonna be back. I'll be back for the end, the celebrations as well, maybe, which I hope you'll join me in. The good night.
Of course. Well, have a good trip back also, Simon, to England. And I bet Charlie the Chess Cat will be very happy to see Simon again. He will be back on Friday. We're going to go back to the press conference that is about to start.
I'll ask a few questions, and then I will give it to the floor. Jan, I know it's a difficult moment and game. Thank you so much for joining us. And some questions will certainly be difficult, so they need to be asked. First, a question I have is about the mistake. Why did it happen?
Well, I don't think those questions are difficult because, basically, in another iteration, it would be a draw like in 15 moves after Queen E1, check Queen E7. But I would say it was like a change of slightly weird decisions. So starting with King F8, this was like somewhat more artificial than just Queen E7. Trading away the queens and basically finishing the game quickly. But that wasn't actually such a big deal. I think it's still very natural position, like it's almost equal. But perhaps after H4 C4 it became slightly unpleasant. So perhaps instead of H4 I could just chase the queen like with Queen D6, intending Rook E6, so it would also be closer to equality. And I mean, indeed B5 was just a very bad blunder. But I believe at that moment the position became like slightly unpleasant, but still it was, I believe, closer to a draw. But I mean, of course, after B5, it's, probably I didn't defend in the best way, but it becomes really unpleasant, and I guess, frankly speaking, it's hard to defend after such a blunder.
What did you overlook? Did you see the Queen A3 check threat and thought there was something that you had as a counter, or?
Yeah, I mean, indeed I saw it, but I forgot that in the line King G8, Queen A7, B takes C4, actually Bishop is hanging, but once again, at this moment, it's, especially after D takes C4, it's not as, straightforward draw as it used to be.
Such a game must be extremely difficult. At the moment when you realized you had blundered, your reaction when you saw it, or what point did you realize it?
Well, I wasn't quite happy, but I mean, in general, the task remains the same. I get to try to win some games. So since anyway I was down on scores, so now it's instead of 1 win I need 2 wins. So let's see what will happen.
Final question in this part, your Queen to E7 avoidance, did you just not want to play a quick game, or were you trying to keep some fight alive?
No, I mean, I just didn't see a big difference between Queen E7 and King F8, so I thought that anyway it will end quickly in a draw. But I mean, of course after H5 I was, sort of expecting more tense game, but Queen E1 was a brilliant practical decision, just to offer a draw silently.
Thanks, Magnus. I guess, immediate feelings after such a win?
Yeah, very happy with the results. Obviously, that's yeah. What can I say? It's huge. Otherwise, I'm pretty tired, and looking forward to the rest there.
The opening, you seemed a bit surprised. You took a long time after his h5 to play Queen e1. What were you thinking about at this point?
Yeah, I was a bit confused. I mean, I thought Black's really not supposed to go bishop d6 there, and h5. Obviously, I couldn't completely know whether it was preparation or not, although I suspected that it was not. Well, anyway, I just sat thinking for so long that I couldn't. I couldn't calculate properly, so I decided just to trade queens, and then probably was just going to be a draw. Of course, I was hoping slightly that he would go for king f8, since I thought I'd have a risk-free position there. Yeah, after that, the game was kind of pleasant for me. I don't think it's very easy for Black to force a draw, and as long as you cannot force the draw, then it's always going to be like a little bit of pressure that you have to neutralize. Yeah, then of course, yeah, b5 puzzled me as well, because I thought that was a blunder, and yeah, that was. I think, yeah, both of us were pretty tired at that point, but it always helps to have the initiative in that case.
Your reaction in full when b5 actually came on the board, you were puzzled. At some point, you must have realized that this was a big mistake.
No, I suspected it was a mistake. Like I thought it was just a blunder. But I had plenty of time, so I thought I'll double check, see what he's intending, and turned out it was nothing.
At the end, you seemed especially careful to make sure you won the game. The precision at that point was just abundance of caution.
Yeah. For instance, I could have traded h4 for b3 earlier, which probably wins pretty easily, but I thought I can always do that later. I have plenty of time. There's no reason to force things quite yet. So yeah, I thought the win is not going away. Let's just be really careful.
At the point of being up +2 in a match of this duration with 6 games to go, how do you avoid feeling or not feeling overconfident or relaxing when you have such a significant lead?
I think you just focus on the next game always. That's I mean, there's still 6 games to go against a very strong opponent, so it's never easy. But yeah, clearly 2 games is makes a huge difference to just one.
Sorry, final question for you on my part, Jan. You're down 2. How do you avoid not feeling like this is really a Herculean challenge?
No, well, I believe it's about the level of chess. So I think in the beginning of the match I got quite some chances, and hopefully if I play well, I will keep getting these chances. Yeah, so it's about my own play. And I don't think I should think about the score, but yeah, indeed it would be better to have like an equal score instead of this one, but we have what we have.
I'll open the floor to the journalists. Remember to use the microphones and keep your masks on. I will start here.
Michael Klein with chess.com. This question's for the champion. Late in the game, Magnus, there was a moment I don't think you were at the board where Jan put his head in his hands. Looked visibly more emotional than in the past. What goes through your mind when you see your opponent go through those emotions, and do you ever feel sympathy?
Yeah, I didn't particularly see that, but the World Championship is tough. you know, it's really brutal emotionally with its ups and downs, and it's part of what makes it exciting and also extremely tough.
Hans Solbakken from NRK. Question to Jan Nepomniachtchi. How do you rate your performance today?
Well, in general, I'd like to, apologize for today's performance.
Why?
It was probably far below than not even, let's say, my normal level, but in general, I think it was below than just GM level.
Were you tired after on the third day of playing?
No, I don't think it's about being tired. It's like some weird sequence of choices, but yeah, I mean, I'm just looking forward for the next games.
Yeah, Nicholas from Aftenposten in Norway. I have a question for you, Magnus. You spent many games drawing since 2016 in the World Championships. Now you have won 2 games in 3. What has been the key to that change?
Yeah, I think, to be honest, this second win probably doesn't happen without the first. So everything is kind of connected. For instance, I think if I'd won the first game against Karana when I had a winning position, or he had won one of the 2 games where he had a winning position, things could have turned out a lot different. There could have been a lot more decisive games. So it's not a shock that the second one comes quickly after the first.
How do you see your chances to win the match now?
They're very good.
Hi, Saravanan from ChessBase. Question to Magnus. When Jan played h5 on the 9th move, you took a long think, and at that point, commentators and the engines were suggesting either rook e1 or c4, probably active play against a move like h5. Obviously, you must have considered that also. What made you choose queen e1 instead of a move involving c4 rather than queen e1, which might lead to queen e7 and queen exchange and so on?
Yeah, I would say my brain was just fried, and I felt that a sharp battle was not in my interests. So I was trying to calculate the lines if I'd gone for one of the principled options, but I couldn't. I couldn't get any good results from it. So in the end, I decided that I'll play queen e1, and if you place queen e7, it's probably going to be a draw, and I would be fine with that.
Okay. Does that mean that queen e1 was a decision over the board? It was not in your files or your preparation?
Yeah, I didn't know the move h5. So. I mean, if I'd known the move h5, I wouldn't think for 40 minutes and play a move that's so insipid.
Thank you.
Rune from Chess24. First, a question for Magnus. What move surprised you the most, h5 or b5?
I mean, that's a weird question. I guess they were both surprising, but b5, b5 obviously. You don't expect your opponent to blunder.
Okay, and Jan, you are earning a lot of new fans online due to the way you handle these press conferences, even after a painful game. Mm-hmm. How do you manage to stay so cool?
No, but I would say it's not the first game I lost in my career, though particularly this one was one of the worst, perhaps. And sadly, I think it's not the last game. So I think it's a part of the game, and it's a part of learning at some point. So once again, we have what we have.
Well, thank you.
Sagar Shah from ChessBase India. My question is to Jan. Did Magnus's knight d2 in the opening surprise you? Was bishop d6 preparation?
Jan Nepomniachtchi, humble, I have to say, and I'm really impressed with the way he's handling a press conference after a loss like that.
Yeah, I mean, he used these words himself. He said it was the most painful loss of his career. You know, he apologized for losing, but still, he gave answers. He's there, and he just shows, you know, what a tough cookie he is.
How would you feel in that situation, David?
I think I would feel deflated. I mean, the fact that he's still sitting there, he's still so gracefully kind of reacting, he's going to gain a lot of fans that way. But it does also show that maybe he is feeling the pressure from Russia with having all these fans. The fact that he did apologise. I think in the past, players like Garry Kasparov, great champions, they would do anything apart from apologise for their performances. Even if they lose, they would have that fire, they would have that ferocity burning still. And it's really nice to see Jan in that type of mood, but I still feel we'll see more fire from him ahead in the future games.
Yeah, let's hope we will. All right, let's take a look at the situation right now in the World Championship match. We have finished 8 games, and Magnus, he is now 2 points ahead with 5 points. Jan Nepomniachtchi is still stuck on 3 points. First player to reach 7.5 points. That means Magnus could, if there's only draws left, then the match will be over by game 13. It's going to take 13 games, but well, let's see. What do you guys think? Day after rest day, Jan with the white pieces. That must be an interesting game coming up.
Yep, it's going to be fascinating to see the strategy he adopts, whether he's going to go all-out attack from move 1. Either way, he's going to have to take more risks, no more safe decisions for him. He simply has no time to do that. I think a draw with white in the next one, and then we will start saying match over. But if he strikes back, if he wins, it's wide open, and Magnus will be the one on the back foot psychologically.
Yeah, momentum as well, right? Even if he still will be 1 point behind Magnus.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, if he wins game 9.
It's not going to be easy for Magnus if there's some person that's like chipping away. Definitely, this game 9, this is going to be the crucial moment for Nepomniachtchi. It's now or never.
Yeah. All right, Magnus Carlsen is doing good in Dubai. David Howell is doing very good in the Magnus Nepo Prediction Challenge. Top of the table in the world. What?
Yeah, I now finally understand how Magnus feels when he plays fantasy Premier League.
Yeah.
When he plays fantasy football. Yeah, a lot of luck along the way, but pretty satisfying.
Wow.
I'm going to get chased down by Evie, though. Evie, great with those predictions, clearly.
Well, Evie's done great, but now it is David Howell on top of the table in the world. I don't know how many he is playing, but we know it's hundreds, maybe thousands playing.
Okay, I don't want to jinx it yet. Guys. And I'm sure one of you, especially Jovanka, she'll have her eye on catching me before the end. Still a long way to go.
Yeah, and it's still fun to play, even if you haven't signed up yet. You can still compete with your friends for every single game. And of course, the next game in the match is on Tuesday. Tomorrow is a rest day for the players, and we'll be back on Tuesday with the next game. Starts at 1 o'clock. CET in European time. Game starts at 1:30 or 4:30 in Dubai. How will you guys spend the rest day now?
Oof, recovering, sleeping a lot, probably just the same as the players. I'm still in the chess mood though. I'm still feeling pretty high on the chess, so maybe I'll go down to the good night, play a few chess games, and we'll be back here in a couple of days for game 9, that critical day.
Jovanka, I heard rumors about some sauna, ice dipping.
Ice dipping, yeah.
Nice.
And I hope to take on this one in some blitz chess in the ice.
Okay, maybe. I'll pluck up my courage and we'll do it.
We'll do it.
Take pictures.
We will.
Yeah. All right, you guys, watch a dramatic day in the World Championship match. Magnus Carlsen is leading by 2 points. 6 games to go in Dubai. And thanks for watching the dramatic game today. We hope you'll be back with us on Tuesday. Bye.